Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. You know what's happening. My man, Legal Vices, has just finished up the first half of the Darrell Brooks trial today. Now he's going to get some shut-eye, and I am going to I'm going to take over here. And I was supposed to do this earlier. I was supposed to do this in the morning. And I was bad. Frankly, I was just bad. I overslept. And I fell asleep without setting an alarm or anything. I don't even know. Like, I don't remember sitting down. I fell asleep on my couch after a late night Locals live stream. But I don't remember sitting on the couch. I don't remember any of it. I was out. I was done, man. So that's why I did not start the show. I was probably thinking about setting my alarm on my phone when I fell asleep. But see, this is how narcolepsy works, right? For me, if you sit down and you aren't doing something very specific, you could be out in under a minute. So that's how it goes. But yeah, so we are here though. Darrell Brooks' trial is currently on a lunch break, and I'm here for it when it comes back. So we will be doing that, of course. And other than that, I think we'll be joined by Aussie Overlord in just a little bit, but we got some time. Hey, how you guys doing? Let's do some of that deep Rekieta Law pillow talk. Let's do it. let's figure out what the fuck is up. Oh, hold on. I gotta all right, making sure we're here. But we are on Rumble. Also, the Locals live chat has been going for quite a while, ever since I woke up and actually set it up. But if you are not on the Locals, of course, and I know some of you are not, rekietalaw.locals.com. Get in this live chat. Get on this level. That is where you need to be. That is where the grift goes all night long, all night, or whatever. That's what happens. It's on the Locals live chat. Spicy memes, horrific, monstrous jokes, talks about eating groceries, and everything goes on at any moment. Speaking of eating groceries, no, I can't do that to him. That's rude. Speaking of spicy memes, let me bring on Aussie Overlord. Hey, man.
G'day.
Welcome. Is it true? Isn't it true that you are in the courtroom for Darrell Brooks right now?
As much as I would wish to, no. It's just that I have a terrible background behind me. So it was. Oh, actually, no. Hang on. I can change that to one that you may appreciate.
Don't accidentally click on the porn thing, because that, while would be funny, might be trouble.
No, look, that's fine. Actually, I'll probably leave it for just a minute. It'll probably pop up at a second. But
oh, I like that. It's like The Office. Oh, it is The Office.
It is The Office.
Okay, perfect.
No, I had one where this specifically, was to get you back on YouTube.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
So,
thank you very much. I much appreciate that. So this is the first time you've been on my stream.
Yes.
So welcome.
First time on stream, many times in the chat.
Yes, of course. And you can attest, as you are in the Locals, that the Locals is fire.
The Locals is off the hook. I've got this sitting off to the side to me just to keep an eye on things as well, because it's always hilarious.
Yes, it is. Guys, Locals, he's watching you. He's watching you. Be careful. Be careful. No, they
can have at it. I have no issues with that.
Oh, I wasn't saying that they'd do anything, like mean. I think they'd do something lewd. This is where it's a good boy chat. It's a good boy chat. No, but it's been a blast having you in there. And I'm really glad to have you on the show. We'll have to do like a non-trial show at some point so we can like talk about, stuff. But
Yep.
but we'll do that at some point in the near future here. Right now, man. What do you think? What are you thinking of this trial? So you've been watching this thing all day?
Yeah. So I mean, look, I've ducked in and out of the Brooks trial. Picking up slack here or there, just sort of trying to keep on top of things with it. But I mean, this guy does my head in like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
The whole sovereign citizen bullshit and the way that he is just so disrespectful to the judge as well. I mean, if it was anybody else, you know, aside from the fact that he's already in prison, he would have been in contempt how many times over?
Oh,
And it's clearly not
constantly.
worth a cent because otherwise people would be fining him as well. So
Yeah, it's he would be out. It's bad, but I mean, let's be honest though. For just a second. Don't you want him to disrespect the judge just a little bit? Like, I know I do.
she's not unattractive.
I just want to see the slap down that follows. That's what I want.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to
Odyssey
that. I
chat is
really am.
asking me to set up a tip jar, whatever that is. What the hell?
Strange.
An Odyssey tip jar? The fuck is that? Okay.
Fucked if I know. I only just got around to setting up the one for locals.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Oh, and that might be the new Odyssey, like Patreon thing. I don't know. I'm hesitant creating. I know it sounds like wrong of me to say this, but I'm hesitant like creating more grift avenues because the problem with it is the when you do that, you have to like do stuff in all of them.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to focus everything into locals. But we'll see. I got to look into it. Odyssey's really cool, but I'm trying to focus my effort in one place where I can be all the time. And the more places you are, the harder that gets. But
it's like, who the hell's got the time to be spread across 4 different platforms? So no, I completely get that.
It's tough. It's tough. Oh, they're saying for you to set up a tip jar for locals.
Yeah, I literally just did that in the last 10 minutes or so, guys. So you should be right to do that now.
Okay. So there you go. The Aussie Overlord has a tip jar on locals now. And if you tip him, that'd be good. That'd be a
I'd
good
appreciate
thing.
it.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got here?
I'm gonna have to stop looking at the locals chat. Oh, I'm gonna be sitting here laughing all night.
No, you always need to look at the locals chat. It's the best chat. Cold Frost says, "Hey Nick, just want to griff my own channel. Cold Frost commentary on Rumble. Here is the plenary indulgences for doing so. Your popeness." That's right. That's right. Wait. What is this? Hold on. The hell is this? What? What is this? This is just rude. it's just terrible. God. Okay. Anyway. Let me make sure I got the courtroom set up here. I'm going to crank the volume a little bit, not too much. Oh,
there it is. Okay, so delete the wombats.
Did you just say delete the wombats?
No
How
comment.
Australian are you? Like, that's some heavy Aussie happening. Oh, damn it. I just undid. I just meant to slightly remove it. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Nick fucked up the chat. The chat got it. Yes, correct. Okay, there are a couple Rumble rants that I want to get to right away before this court starts up. Although I think we've got some time. I think we've got some time to do this. Stomper 2 says now that
2 o'clock, so there's still a bit of time.
Yeah, this is 38 minutes. Wait, no, 48 minutes. Shit, lawyer math.
Always
Stomper
good.
2 says, now that you're back on your channel, lick the mic. Well, wait, am I supposed to lick it like sensually or angrily? Because, like, you know, I've got a multi-function tongue here. I'm not sure which to do. Somber 2, if you tag me and tell me which way you like it, we'll see. Look, after all, I am just an e-thought. And so I'm here for your tips, and I'll shake and jiggle for it. I'm not ashamed. Not ashamed of that. Dee Dee Hines says, thank you for streaming. I'm usually asleep for your late night stuff. It makes the desk job go by faster. Well, thank you for being here and making it worth streaming. Self-loathing lib. What? Self-loathing lib says, what craziness is going down for the 5K locals members, and where do we stand? I'm trying to line up that craziness now as far as what we're going to actually pull off. That being said, we are currently at 4,303. I have my main plan. I'm trying to work out if I can do it. And then the backup plan, we'll figure out. We're going to figure it's going faster than I thought, which is good, but also bad. Let's see. It has, I have not seen a request. It's going to be dealer's choice on the lick very soon. Very soon. And then Steph D says, if there's anything the deep fakes have taught us, it's that you can pull off any haircut and yet you still choose the Hitler Youth. I stopped making decisions in my life, and I just went to my barber and I said, hey man, he's like, yeah, brother, how do you want your haircut? You know? And I said, well, just however you want, like however you picture me. And he pictured,
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah. I know. And he pictured racist. I don't know why he did that, but that's what happened. That's what happened. Matt himself says, top video on Rumble cover. Hit that plus button. Oh yeah. We're up to 9,000 people. Let's hit that Rumble plus. Hit the thumbs up if you're on the mobile app. Let's get those going. Okay. Let's get more people into this stream. We want them ready for when Darrell comes back, of course. I need to probably make like a better thumbnail, but that's not any fun. I should have made Ryan, the editor, make a Darrell Brooks trial streaming thumbnail to upload, or not a thumbnail. See, this is the frustrating part of Rumble that I'm hopefully going to work with them on is it picks the thumbnail from the little video that you're forced to put up. I mean, I guess you could pick a custom thumbnail too, but like, I don't like that little video thing. I don't like it at all. It's extra time. I want them to fix that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I should have a Darrell Brooks thumbnail. Ryan, the editor, if you're out there, can you send me a Darrell Brooks thumbnail? Like, can you make one and send it to me? I think I can update it on the fly so that people know what they're tuning into. Just a generic one. It doesn't have to be like day 9 or whatever. That'd be cool.
Locals chat's already on it.
Wait, the chat's doing something already?
Yeah.
Oh, here's the thumbnail. Oh, okay, yep. There it is. I see it. Yeah, this is there we go. That's the thumbnail right there. The chat is terrible. Look why do they do dirty like this? How about this one? What do we got here? This is good. This is a good thumbnail. I like that one. Oh.
Yeah, and holding out like that is exactly what he's going to have to do when he's in prison, because he's going to have balls in both hands. So he might as well get used to. He might as well get used to that.
Let's see. It looks like Steve Gosney is available, so I'm dropping him a link right now. I've also invited potentially Criminal on. He said he should be back, or he should be able to pop in before the trial starts up. So
okay, cool. Because I know he had a full court day today, so hopefully he had a good run.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We'll have to ask him. Oh no! Why do you do this? Chat. This is Logos chat. No, this is not okay. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Okay. We need to delete that one. Yeah, let's not have that in the chat. Bastards. Hold on. Anyway, sorry. Managing some chats here that needed to not be there.
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Oh wait, I owe a mic lick. I do owe a mic lick. Here we go. There. That's for you, chat. That's for who was that? Stomper 2. You asked for it. You got it. We deliver. We deliver around here. Digital Cocaine says hit that plus, like Nick needs to hit his closet and get a shirt he didn't wear last night. Look, I took a shower at like 11 p.m. and then put on a shirt after the shower. And then I did a local stream in that shirt. And then I fell asleep in that shirt. And so I woke up in that shirt and decided to carpe the DM with that shirt.
You know, it's fair. I wear the same shirt every night for my streams, trying to keep the continuity and that sort of thing. And, you know, it doesn't hurt to promote the business as well at the same time. So I don't see how there's any sort of issue with you wearing a shirt twice in 2 days in a row.
It's effectively one day. I mean, with my schedule, but that's okay.
True. I mean, look, if Steve Jobs can get away with it, so can the rest of us.
That's true. He actually didn't wear the same shirt. That's all he owned was those shirts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He just had like 50 of them or whatever. The same mom jeans and black like mock turtleneck that he would wear every day. He just bought a whole bunch of them because he didn't want to make that choice. Like he didn't want to make choices in the morning. He's just like, it's too difficult. I'm with that actually. I like that idea. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just buy. But it feels really risky. Right? Like, what if you pick the wrong one outfit? Like, what if you're...
I suppose there was someone that actually worked it out for us, and in terms of the various suits that blokes need to own, how many shirts of a specific type and how many like colors of suits and that sort of thing, and how each one of them interact, and you basically just make it so that everything is interchangeable. So whatever shoes, whatever shirts, whatever suit you own, you make it so that irrespective of whatever you pull out of the closet, it goes together. So that it sort of, you've still got that slight element of you can change things up, but you don't have to really worry about it, you looking bad in it or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm just saying if you pick just the one outfit, though, not like have a bunch of intercoordinated things. I mean, that's like a better plan, I guess. You just grab shirt and pants. But if you just have the one outfit, like, what if you pick wrong? Like, what if it's like a bondage thing? Like you're like, all right, this is my one thing, and you're in like a leather apron or whatever. I think that could go poorly.
Then you move to Mexico and change your name to Jose.
Yeah. No, I have no argument against that. I had to think through it. Speaking of thinking through it, what's up, Steve?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear here.
Loud and clear. How are you?
I'm great. I'm just waiting for Mr. Brooks to come back, looking at the degeneracy in my locals chat and questioning life from it. But yeah, just waiting. I overslept today, but I woke up naturally.
That's good. I have a theory. I think this guy Brooks is just wearing us all out.
Oh, you're just trying to wear us all down, so we eventually say, "Oh, fuck it, you're not guilty. Just get out of the court."
Man, I want an accent like that. How do I go to school and learn an accent like that? That is the coolest Aussie accent. Yes, thank you. That's awesome.
I'm sort of a hybrid because I spent so much time watching American TV at school that I got made fun of for having an American accent. So,
well, really? Well, no.
Yeah.
But it's cool. Well, welcome. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Nick, for letting me on. I have to tell my work that I'm off for the rest of the day. So hold on just a second.
Sounds good. We got criminals to defend, but I got a trial to watch. Leave me alone.
I'm kind of committed to this one, as painful as it is. I feel like you need somebody to foil you a little bit here. Hold on.
I don't want to be foiled. I want to succeed in all things.
All right, there we go. Off for the rest of the day. Off the clock. How are you?
Good. I was saying I woke up naturally this morning. I forgot to set my alarm, so I overslept. But I just woke up and I'm like pepped up. I'm not even on any like my anti-narcolepsy meds or anything. I'm just naturally like I'm rested. It's weird.
It's
very
such an
uncomfortable.
unusual state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like no, I've actually been working, so I haven't been able to follow every minute of this joyous trial. But where are we in the proceedings exactly?
We are still in the prosecution's case in chief. They just finished questioning on direct the detective who interviewed Darrell Brooks afterwards. What's up? 1 second.
No problem.
Are you gonna make it? You gonna be okay? Do you need me to kiss it? Okay, well, I'll talk to her later. I'm kind of on a show right now.
We should grift while he's wow.
Lady,
That's
come
a
here.
good point. There's like
Hold on just a
10,000 people
second.
watching.
Yes, well, you
Yeah,
go
you guys
ahead and
grift. I'll be right back.
Deal with whatever you got to deal with. So, what do you sell, Aussie?
So basically, I run a law firm here in Melbourne. I pretty much do everything aside from criminal and family law. Criminal,
Everything
not
but.
so much because of everything but. Yeah,
Oh,
so
wow. Yeah.
corporate, litigation, commercial property, all that sort of stuff. And if there's anything that I haven't actually tried before, I just let clients know, and most of the time they're willing for me to take a crack at it. So that's always good. Here on YouTube, I run a channel called Aussie Overlord. Daily videos for your daily briefing for news, law, laughter, and a bit of fun, which is 5 p.m. Eastern now because I've had to change my time slot. And guys, for anyone that sticks around for the Sunday afternoon show where I do an extra hour, I do Kinky Corner where we talk everything sex and law related. So that's always fun.
Now, what is that? Is that? But it's not criminal sex; it's legal sex.
Sometimes there's criminal sex involved.
We're gonna revisit this in just a minute.
Yes, you go away. You go away. We're talking amongst ourselves.
So, yeah, I think my first Kinky Corner was where we started talking about the original, like when it first became like the big massive news thing about vabbing and that sort of thing.
Right.
And then we do weekly columns. I mean, at one point, Jeff and I were looking at dragon dildos, which are like these massive ass things shaped like demigorgons out of Stranger Things and all sorts of things. But yeah, you know, it's a bit of fun smut.
So
People have
you're
already
sort
been
of
to church. You're trying to corrupt people. Just, you know,
you
make it
kind
a
of
bit
have
fun.
that same thing to Americans. Anybody with like a British type accent, and Aussies would be included. They sound like they're really smart, and so we're like, wow, tell me more. Even when you're talking about dragon sex things,
Yeah,
it sounds so.
Look, it's a really entertaining time. It really is. And I'm not gonna lie, the women in chat show the degeneracy, which is hilarious.
Degeneracy or generosity? Degeneracy.
Degeneracy.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one thing I've learned. Women won't tell you about watching porn, but they'll tell you about reading the shit out of it.
Are you a married man or are you a single man?
I am happily married.
Okay.
Happily married. What are we coming up? 12, 15 years, something along those lines. She can't remember either, so I'm safe on that. Yeah, no, it's all in good fun.
And other than your channel, do you have another side grift that has been developed, or is it pretty much watch my channel?
No, it's pretty much watch my channel. So I'm on YouTube and Rumble. Just sorted out locals, so I'll start doing a little bit more member content on locals as well. But yeah, it's always a good time. It's at least a few hours a day where we sort of just shoot the breeze and talk
nasty dragon sex.
Kinky Fridays, is that what I heard?
Sunday we do Kinky Corner.
Sundays,
so I do my usual
Kinky Corner.
I do my usual show for the 2 hours, and then the third hour we go into Kinky Corner and talk all things like sex and degeneracy.
Yeah, I
No.
was trying.
That's
It's nasty. You don't want to be hearing this. The Pope should not be exposed to such
oh, believe
demonic
me.
sexual things on Sunday.
Yes, he should. At all times, never stop. That's fantastic. Okay. Well, I love it. I love it. So, guys, if you want to get some of that, if you need a little kinky talk in your life, Aussie Overlord, YouTube and Rumble, check it out. Who knows what he's going to talk about when he gets on locals? Oh my God.
It's a good point. I'm gonna have to double down and find something new.
So have we? So in the Brooks trial, so the state is still going, or is he calling
Yes.
his witnesses?
State is still going. They just stopped their direct examination of the detective who interviewed him. So when we come back, it'll be Brooks on cross. We did get an out of order witness where Brooks, due to the translator, where Brooks called someone he hit who spoke Spanish. The state had them as a witness, and then they had removed that person from the witness list, but Brooks called him anyway. And so then he had a meltdown because the prosecution was asking leading questions to his witness, and
but it was his witness called out of order, so
yeah,
you can ask leading questions on a cross,
right?
Yeah,
right.
and he didn't like that, huh?
Yeah,
because it was hearsay.
And then he had to be removed from the courtroom. The judge made a very strong record of removing him from the courtroom, and then he came back to the courtroom, and everything was fine. So,
it's amazing. This guy, it's really painful, and I must say that I've committed to. I really want to be here on the closings because that's when it's going to get interesting again. I think at least that's where I think the state has a danger zone because he's pummeling them. And the judge, he's pummeling everybody. And I've dealt with this kind of guy as a client, and boy, they are abusive, just like this, And after a while, you just get so fed up and you get so worn out that your patience is frayed. So it's very tempting for the state to really blast him and go over the line. But they've got this in the bag. They just need to keep their wits about them, and he's going to go away, never to be heard from again. That's the closings, though, that is where I'd be interested. Now, is he? You say he called a witness out of order because? Oh, okay, I get it. Because
they had the translator this day, and so they had to call the witness when they had the translator because apparently the court is at the mercy of a translator,
right?
The one Spanish-speaking certified guy in the entire state of Wisconsin.
Probably Florida. They're all over the place, Well, the other thing is what. And just as an interesting point, as his confused sovereign citizen mind, what was the point of him calling that guy that he hit? What was he getting at? Like, why is that different? Why is that his witness? Was there anything?
I didn't watch the testimony of the guy, so I don't know. Aussie, did you any idea what his motive was in calling that guy?
Not really. I mean, aside from trying to find out whether or not he'd made a personal injury claim or something towards that effect, it really didn't make any sort of sense. It certainly didn't help him. I think it was basically just trying to discredit whatever the witnesses were saying, that they were lying about him or that they couldn't see, in particular, exactly which vehicle hit them and that sort of thing. It really didn't do much.
Interesting. Yeah, it's odd because I guess they are going to let him call a bunch of witnesses. He said he wanted 13. Maybe there's a secret number. Like if you call 13 witnesses, the playbook says you win. But actually, this is a good example. I was ruminating while I was, and an interesting thing about this trial, and his objecting to like every question based on hearsay or whatever he comes up with. This gives you an example of why a trained defense attorney does not object to everything, because how many has he really been succeeded? I mean, he'll hit once or twice and it's meaningless. But if you're a trained defense attorney doing a criminal case, you really have to be careful on your objections. So what I mean is there's objections you can make that are legally sufficient. And then there are legally sufficient objections that you actually want to make. And those are two different things. So now he's got he's thinking if I object to everything, then there will be some record in the mysterious world where he will be vindicated by the gods of sovereign citizen. But the fact is that he is talking right now. The people that are judging him are those jurors. So the record is irrelevant. It has to do with what do the jurors hear, and they're getting a full dose of what an idiot is. So that they're going to say this is exactly the kind of guy that would run down and kill 6 people, right?
Yeah, the other part of this that was really good by this, again, the state doesn't actually need to make the greatest case here. Like I think the state could rest and this guy would go to prison forever right now.
Right now, yeah.
But they don't need to. But what they did with the last witness, which was to have the detective who interviewed him, it was really boring because they kept playing clips of the interview, long segments, 10 minutes at a time, which isn't all that long, but it felt long. They kept doing that and then asking him to describe what happened. But the reality was just having the jurors watch this guy be completely deceptive and a pile of garbage throughout the interview. Like that was the purpose. Everything, like the entire questioning of this detective was just a pretext, in my opinion, to have the jury watch him fake his shoulder injury, to have the jury watch him just lie over and over about the car and what he knew about it and the fact that he was driving, to have the jury hear him say, what if there was someone else driving, like try and run through this defense theory that he might try out. Like all of that was the purpose of showing it, which was good, but man, it was boring.
The other thing about this trial, and do you mind? I'm just trying to catch up. Maybe this is sort of a summary for those who don't have to punish themselves by actually watching this trial. But I'm just asking for, because I've been working up till since last appearance, and I really haven't had a chance to follow the trial like you guys are. But obviously there's really kind of 2 theoretical defenses. One is the car had some kind of mechanical problem and therefore I was out of control and he couldn't think. And the other is that it wasn't me, that there was an identity question. Now I've seen that from what I've seen already, the identity is established enough to go to the jury. All right. But how much more is there? Because the one thing, there was a cop that shot at him that ID'd him. There's the photograph that shows his side coverage, right?
Yeah.
And I understand that there's going to be DNA in the car, contact DNA of him in that vehicle. But how good are the eyewitness IDs on it in other witnesses? Have we followed that issue at all?
The eyewitness IDs, I mean, most of them didn't see him, right? Because he came up from behind them. But the couple that have testified, mainly that cop, like, no, I saw you. I saw your face. I shot at you. That one was good. The other one, that profile picture of him driving by is a great one. But the other way that they've linked him to the car is basically he had the key in his pocket. Like he had the key, and they just asked this detective, is that the key that operated that vehicle? Yes, it was. And that was right. They asked him those questions right after they juxtapose him lying about the car. Oh, my mom doesn't have a car. I don't know what the car is. I don't know anything about it at all. That all came in at the same time. So I don't think there's an identity issue here.
Right. I'm just saying that, how they're establishing that is just sort of an interesting side note, because I know that he ran through there and he's sniffing around at what would theoretically be good defenses if they were not blown out of the water by piles of evidence, right? And what about, has there been any addressing from the state about the mechanical condition of the vehicle?
I haven't seen it yet personally. I have no idea.
No. I mean, I've missed a couple of days as well, so I'm not 100% sure.
Because I wonder if they're going, because he's kind of like, well, the brakes could have failed, or he's I don't know. There's something like he's kind of touching on, not that you believe this is all theoretical, because the state is very disciplined in their case. They're very methodical. I'm sure they're going to cover all these bases. But well, from an Australian perspective, how different is an Australian trial from this? This is not a typical criminal trial. This is a bizarre trial.
This isn't your typical trial. I mean, look, I've been trying to get permission from the Supreme Court and the county court here to be able to stream our trials, because as annoying as it is, you have to apply directly to each judge individually to have, if there's a stream available or whatnot, to be able to stream it outside. I mean, they make them all public so you can view them on the website and everything. But if you're putting it on any sort of platform. You have to apply specifically to the judge that presided over that case.
Hmm.
So in terms of the actual case itself, I mean, obviously, as you said, this one's out of the ordinary. Having the whole adversarial system, it's not that different in terms of the procedure and how things have been handled. I don't know that we have as patient judges here, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, we talked about
we don't either.
Yeah, yeah, you don't either. I wish that I'd have a judge that was so patient with me when I'm objecting. You know, boy, they get nasty sometimes. It's like, and I'm a lawyer. I'm not being nasty, but they get all hostile. It's like, but this guy is bending over backwards. But see, what Nick and I were talking about in, I don't know if it was the second day or the fourth day or whatever, is that the only danger here for this case is that see, he's representing himself, and he is like, let's assume that he's behaving as a lawyer, but they perceive it as being like, just they've had their patience up and they kick him out of the courtroom, right? So now he has a right to confrontation, he has a right to represent himself, and now he is unrepresented in the courtroom. So the whole trial, the prosecutor and the judge, I think, are just basically wanting him not to be kicked out of the courtroom, to represent himself and to be on his best behavior. Because if they kick him out and he's acting good and he's not acting disruptively, then that's a constitutional question, right? Yeah. That's the only danger I see for appeals. And so far, the judge, that's why they're bending over so much. They're letting him have his little lawyer day, and he's going to get convicted and he's going to go to prison for the rest of his life.
Well, I mean, the other thing is there's no point in holding him in contempt, because what's that going to do to him?
Right, exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
He's already behind bars. If you try and find him, it's not like you can get blood out of a stone anyway. So there's literally no point.
We can try. Squeeze him harder. Squeeze him harder. No, the judge, I mean, the judge has been pretty careful in when she removes him, especially during testimony. And he's today, like, she removed him during testimony, but she gave him the option to come back like right away. And I don't think a single question was asked while he was out of the courtroom. Because it was remove him from the courtroom, make an obscenely overwrought record of why he was removed, all of the reasons and the grounds for it, and her legal justifications for it. And then by the time she was done and they took a break, then they got set up. Made sure the audio was all set up in the other courtroom, and she asked him if he wanted to come back. And he eventually concluded that he would like to come back after arguing with her for a while, and then called him back in and had another break while that happened. And then it was next witness. So there was no actual testimony. So, you know, Brooks, I mean, if he wanted to set up his appeal, that's what he should stall a little more. He should stay in the other room once he's there and try and screw it up.
But he's so, you know, this is an idea. I think it was Winston Churchill that said a fanatic is somebody who, won't change his mind and won't change the subject. And I think that's what you have here is ideological possession. He's got this thing and he thinks he knows something, and he's just not surrendering it. Because, I mean, how many times can your hearsay objection get overruled? And, you know, it's his grounds. And he's so confused about what the process is that it's like, but where did he learn this? Where did he pick this up? And why is he so certain that this is correct? I mean, it's a bizarre thing to watch, and it really is ideological possession. But I don't know. I mean, I've dealt with them and I've tried to talk to them. The nice thing, I mean, as public defenders, each person has their own way of dealing with this kind of person. I give it to them straight and as honest as I can. And I'll say, that's not a ground. That's not something you can object on. This is not an issue I'm bringing up. You can fire me. I'm a good lawyer, but if you don't like me, fire me. Do it yourself. But I don't have time to deal with this. And so write it to me in a letter and I'll go back and I'll maybe look at it. But I'm going to argue the case that I think is the best if you have one, or recommended plea. Like this guy, the public defender's office, I'm sure they're saying, you need to plea. Because,
absolutely.
You know, there's no defense, right? And then he doesn't like that. He thinks he's got something out there. He found some pamphlet and that's God's word. I don't know. But it's how is it that he got so convinced by this pamphlet? You need to send me what that pamphlet is, because I've always been interested in where they get this stuff. And how is it so convincing? Like this pamphlet, I'm going to read it. And now I am forever enslaved by the words. I mean, gosh, I wish I could write that well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have it pulled up anymore. But if anybody in the locals chat actually has the link to his sovereign citizen rule book that he was going off of, that'd be great.
I was going
I'll
to say
share the
someone will
link.
have it pretty quick.
Yeah, probably.
Uh,
But it was, I mean, it was from some organization, you know, and it's like, here's a list of your rights. And the way these things are written, they're written for the purpose of being generally correct, but vague. Like, no, it's like,
They're not even generally correct. I've checked. Like I said, I have represented 3 sovereign citizens,
well,
and
this
it's
one,
not even close. It's like that they cite stuff that's so far out there. You're like, this
but
has
see,
nothing
you're
to
talking
do.
about citations. I'm talking about the page that I saw was something like akin to, it was like, you have the right to be represented, or like you have a right to an attorney or whatever. And it's like 6th Amendment in parentheses, right? Like this is the pages he was reading on, or the page he was reading off of was really, really basic and straightforward, but it relied on his non-comprehension. Now, the rest of the book, the rest of the pamphlet is probably full of nonsense. I'm just talking about the specific page that I was looking at where it's like a list of your rights. And they were generally correct. I mean, there was nothing crazy about what was said in them. There might have been 1 or 2 that were off, but for the most part, they were followable. But it's all of the surrounding literature and all of the stuff that gets baked into it. And it relies on their lack of comprehension of what the words on the page mean to then take it. So here it is. Thank you. It's the Court Survival Guide from the Sovereignty, Education, and Defense Ministry.
The ministry. Oh, I like it.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Try and give it any sort of legitimacy by giving it that sort of name. Like, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, so I mean, it's like this. You have the right to specifically reserve any and all of your rights. Well, I guess you have the right to remain silent, to stand mute, 5th Amendment. You have the right to say what you want and be heard, 1st Amendment. I mean, you do, although that can be abridged a little bit in court for decorum and efficiency purposes. You have the right to represent yourself pro per.
Pro per. Ah, there's the pro per.
Yeah. You have the right to object to any statement by the judge and or prosecutor. I mean, you do. I mean, it
doesn't mean it's going to get you anywhere.
Right. I mean, well, like these are just correct truisms, right? They're useless.
And the thing is, it's interesting how they're citing constitutional amendments, but then they don't recognize the authority of the Constitution.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's sort of a fundamental contradiction there. It's like, I have these rights. Well, I mean, you could say it's a natural right as a person who's a believer in natural rights. There's something higher than the Constitution, but ultimately the law of the land is the U.S. Constitution, and those rights are the Bill of Rights. So when you say I have a right to represent myself, I have a right to confrontation, those are coming right out of the U.S. Bill of Rights. So it's like then to say, well, I want these rights under the Bill of Rights, but then I don't recognize the jurisdiction of the court. Sort of a fundamental contradiction there, because then it's like, okay, so you're at war with the state. So it doesn't matter what you think. I don't know. I mean, you can kind of you started going in circles like this when you start dealing with these people.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
But here, I agree with you. But like here's one. This one actually came up where the judge let him bitch for 50 minutes the other day.
Yeah, I actually tuned into that. I don't know what I was doing. I think I was on my lunch break, and I was like, I want to see what's going on. And I heard him just going, and I'm just like, oh. Yeah. I mean, the thing is it's all preserved. I'm an appellate. If Ozzy doesn't know, I do criminal appeals in Florida. Mm-hmm. And so the thing is for preservation purposes. All right. So he's got this jurisdictional question. First of all, jurisdiction is something you don't need to preserve as a matter of law, that you can always bring that up. It's fundamental. But assuming that it does need preservation, he has fully and adequately preserved it by challenging the jurisdiction, and it's been overruled. So that's preserved for the record. When the appellate goes, he has no option. The problem is it's not substantively correct, and he will lose on the substance. Preservation is not the problem. So, yeah, I don't know. This is the thing. My brain starts hurting when I start getting too deep into these arguments.
Yeah, you're giving it way too much credence, I think.
I've done it. This is the problem. I've had to read these things. I did it as an exercise. Like, I'm going to check all of these citations on like a 60-page motion that a sovereign citizen did. And it was an exercise in pain. I've done it, and I've enough to know, because like I understand that it is a consent of the governed, and if you have a tyrannical government, I mean, I've read my second treatise under Locke, and I believe in that, right? So there's an idea here which we could all learn from, but these people are so confused on the fundamentals and the basics and the coherence. Like, what structure do you think should be here? I mean, what is his vision of what they should do to somebody who runs down 6 people? I mean, you think he just gets away with it? I mean, what world are you living in? Who represents those dead victims? There's no plaintiff here. Well, you got a dead victim. Who represents that person? Well, the state of Wisconsin. There's Wisconsin citizens. I mean, it's so fundamental that it's hard to even deal with it, you know?
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. But this one's the one that came up during his bitch fest. You have the right to recuse, dismiss the judge. Well, I mean, you do, but that right is not. It's not like just you don't.
You
just
need
get to
grounds.
do it.
You need grounds.
You need a reason, and it has to be a valid reason for it. But yeah, so that's what it is. But here's the I want to pull up. This is where he's got his info from. This is the Sovereign Education Defense Ministry, right? Yeah, Sovereignty, Education, and Defense Ministry, sedum.org. So here you go. You can right to travel, dealing with police, common law litigation, laws of property, identification, invisible consent, privacy and security resources, FOIA, activism and collaboration tools, information for pastors, dealing with corrupt judges, filing returns, tax withholding and reporting, lessons learned from the mistakes of others. I'm guessing Darrell Brooks will have a whole chapter in here. But yeah, so here's where you can find all of this stuff. And our ministry accomplishes the above goals by emphasizing legal education focused on both God's law and man's law, religious liberty, faith, and worship, law enforcement and legal activism, self-government, internal rather than external.
Did they just specify that they follow God's law? Like, as opposed to...
Well, it's focused on both God's law and man's law.
Isn't there one like thou shalt murder?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. If they're not going to recognize the authority of the state of Wisconsin or the U.S. government or anything like that, fine, let's take it back to biblical law. Eye for an eye.
Wait a minute. We don't want to go there. It gets a little violent-y.
Oh,
but yeah, no,
well,
it's, I mean, this is
like,
this is the whole thing. Of course, it's there's these people wrote some sort of thing based on their conceptions. It doesn't have a basis in case law, right? It's their interpretive reading of some text, like a constitutional text or whatever. And then they go, okay, this must be what it means. And look, from a purely theoretical standpoint, there's plenty about like the ideas of sovereignty that are like, it's an enticing sort of idea. Okay. Yeah, no, pure unmitigated freedom. I love it. Right. I'm so libertarian. I would love some of this stuff, but it doesn't play out that way. Like that's not the system that we have or that we live under. And we do abridge our unmitigated liberty in exchange for some sort of services from the state. Typically, those should be limited to, defense from enemies, mostly foreign, but sometimes domestic. A little bit of infrastructure, I guess, to make a functioning society, and the facilitation of trade and the enforcement of contracts. Like those are useful aspects of government that exist. They're not the only way to do things, but they are a useful thing that they do. And so like the sovereign citizen groups, they go with, well, in this purely theoretical place that should exist, this is how it should be. And therefore, that's how it is. The first statement is fine. You can have an opinion on how things should be, but you should always be grounded in how it is. Like, I mean, I have tons of thoughts on speech and stuff and what I would prefer it to be, but it doesn't work out that way.
Our brain does like to fall in love with its own creations. And that's sort of the rational brain projects and creates worlds that we live in. And we're comfortable there because we think that there's some coherence, right? But you really have to go into that with humility as a general matter. Otherwise, you're going to get ideologically possessed like this guy. Understand that there's limitations to the rational brain, that there's a place for faith.
Maybe yours.
Well, yeah. So well,
Just-
absolutely. I mean, I'm just a humble guy, and I don't know. I mean, there's so much I don't know. What is it like? I always there's a joke that I have a joke once in a while, right? Um, with somebody who is like super educated, right? They know more and more about less and less until they know everything about nothing.
Mhm.
And that's kind of like you kind of do that. You specialize and specialize and specialize until you know so much about this one little point, and then you get obsessed by that because it's like if you give somebody a maximum authority, your job is to keep people from spitting on the sidewalk, and that's your whole mission in life. And you like, that's my mission. I got to stop this. And that becomes like the most important thing in the world. And like, you want the death penalty for people spitting on the sidewalk because then it gives you your life meaning because I've invested in this little job. You know, it's the problem of our cubicle specialized society that we have.
well,
And
it's also, I mean, this is a problem with Congress, right? Like in general, with them, they have to legislate. Like they must legislate. You hear like people complaining about a do nothing Congress. That's all I want on earth is a do nothing. Like don't do anything ever. Just get out of the way. Like just pause yourself for 5 years and watch what happens to America. It'd be amazing. Like let's do that. But their job is to create some sort of law. Like and so they think, well, we must. I mean, if our job is to create law, then we must actually create law. Let's find something to do. It's like, how about you just don't though? Like that's an option is we will pay you to, I would be much happier paying Congress's salary for them to not do than for them to do.
Mm.
right. Well, and that's a lot of your law gets created by little tiny special interests that I was doing my crime law class with Andrew when last Wednesday, I guess it was last Wednesday night. And one of the subjects we had was aggravators to battery and all the different groups, right? And it's like, okay, law enforcement officer, pregnant person, person over 65. We are Florida, right? And then it gets down to like firefighter and emergency worker, and then DUI machine operator and rail inspection specialist, right? That turns a misdemeanor felony into a misdemeanor into a felony just because of this status. And I was like, nowhere on there is a public defender, but we don't have the political clout. Somewhere, some DUI operator got beat up by somebody, and they said there has to be a law, and so we get this incremental increase in penalty over time, like this stand your ground laws, or was it the 1020 life law is another good example because people said, well, we got to do something about all this firearm violence. So they put that on there. And there's a great score sheet in Florida, but we keep adding and adding and adding and never goes the other way. Nobody's saying, you know, the criminals are getting punished too hard, right? Nobody says that. So you get this ratcheting up of penalties to the point that everything gets such huge consequences that it creates a big prosecutorial empowerment plea machine. And it's kind of a problem for the law evolution of the common law over time. Do you see that effect in Australia?
Yeah, I mean, look, for us, our legislation and that sort of thing is fairly reactionary. It basically takes something specific to trigger off something to bring something to everyone's attention, basically. So it's not that there's ever any proactive preparation of specific legislation or anything like that that actually addresses an issue. It's if something's happened, oh, now we have to go and legislate for it. So, for example, our glassing laws, our one punch laws, very recently. Oh, actually, you know, I would love to get your opinion on this. So, we had a case not long ago for a gentleman named Richard Pusey. He, well, sorry,
Wait.
I say gentleman. He now identifies as they them.
What was that name again?
Richard Pusey.
His name was Dick Pussy.
Basically, yes.
Was it Pucci?
I wish. No, it's Pusey.
Boy,
His name was
pretty
Dick
close.
Pussy. Australia isn't real. It can't be. It's not.
No. You want something to really laugh about, Nick? I used to live in Darwin. There is a road called Dickwood Drive that travels into Fanny Bay. You can literally drive Dickwood into Fanny Bay.
See, this is the problem with it. There is an entertainment value, and you are just plucking the little threads of entertainment from.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. But anyway, what I was trying to say is, so this dickhead Pusey, basically, he was doing. 147 in a 100 zone, so 90 in a 60-mile-an-hour zone. Okay.
Yeah.
He got pulled over by 4 police officers. He was high as a kite, various other things, whatnot. He was off to the side of the road taking a piss. The 4 police officers got hit by a semi-trailer truck driven by someone that was on ice, thought he was being chased by a witch. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so I'll come back to the driver because that's a bugbear for me as well. But
bugbear, there's a word. I love it.
Pusey himself then went around, videotaped the officers dying, and then posted that to social media and sent it into his insurance company for when he made a claim for his Porsche. Okay, so that piece of shit, we changed our laws for offending the public decency because people were so fucking outraged. Oh, and he's back. Okay, I'll come back to it later.
But it's still silent. He's just rocking right now.
Oh, and by the way,
the thing that
go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say the thing I wanted to question, what I thought I'd get your opinion on is, as a criminal appellate attorney. So the truck driver originally here got 22 years with a non-parole of 18. Mm-hmm. He just appealed, and they've dropped it by 4 years because there was an issue of whether or not the police accepting his assistance to go after his boss, because apparently his boss was saying it was not supposed to put him on the road, not allow him in the truck, all that sort of thing. I mean, how is it that would you think that would be appropriate for effectively the murder of 4 people, for them to drop it by 4 years just because there was police involvement?
It's very fact dependent and very law dependent, but generally in the United States, and at least in Florida where I practice, contracts between the state attorney's office and the defendant is enforceable as a contract under contract law. So they
my only issue is that in this instance, they accepted that after he'd already been sentenced.
Well, they can do that. They could do that. They could say, like, if you got 20-year sentence, and then they put out the plea offer, as long as it's disclosed to the other defendant that they're doing that and what the terms of the deal is, so they can be impeached. The state can do that. They can, at any point along the way, they can make a deal. If you're saying that it was then enforced, so he pled, he was sentenced, and then he made the plea deal with the state for the reduction sentence. That's interesting. Yeah. I haven't seen that done here. Usually they do it pre-plea and it's agreed to.
He didn't actually make an agreement. He actually had to go to appeal to say that they did this and I should receive a deduction because I'm assisting voluntarily.
Well, that could be. I mean, like I said, if the state did make that deal and then reneged on it,
state versus Brooks,
that's a problem, right?
Are as they were before. Just want to make a quick record. It's not something we need to address right at this moment.
I disagree, Your Honor.
Provided to the parties the pattern jury instruction.
I didn't bring the scoreboard.
Related to jury view, and then an instruction I drafted.
Jennifer R.
Based on that,
judge.
And I say based on that because this has to do with the view of the vehicle, because I view a view of a scene differently from a view of a vehicle, which is evidence. So again, we don't need to go over this now, but I at least wanted to give those to the parties so that when the appropriate time comes, we can discuss whether the court should say anything regarding the view of the vehicle, if that is in fact still the request of the state, and then if so, what that should be. So I've provided that to both the parties in written form. Go ahead.
Actually, I appreciate that, and I wanted to bring this up this afternoon so we can plan. Obviously, I don't know if the mics are on.
They should be.
Yeah. They're on.
Oh yeah, they're on.
Spoken. I'm sorry.
Said no one ever.
I love these Wisconsin people. Aren't they wonderful?
So, with the court's permission, we would like to schedule the jury view to occur at 12 noon tomorrow. Now, we may not be through testimony at that point with the state's case, but like we did with the interpreter, if we could get a commitment from the court to pause whatever we're doing around 11:45 or 12 noon tomorrow and lead the jury to the location
like Peter
for the jury view. There's obviously some planning that needs to take place by the sheriff's office. The tow truck needs to be arranged, and I believe the maintenance division needs to assist in some way as well. So what I'm learning is that it's best if we just pick a certain day and time and set it, and then, again, with the judge's permission, kind of work around that in the courtroom. So that is our request, if the court is willing to accommodate that.
in regard to that request, I know I had internal discussions with the sheriff's department because they're in charge of security over the trial. And I don't frankly know how much we've talked about this previously. But it is in a secure location, or will be. I've made arrangements, or I've instructed the sheriff's department that because of the location that we will be in, it's not something that will be that anyone can just follow us to, but contemporaneous recording will be made and then placed into the record so that the public is aware of what happened, but after. So I did want to add that to the record. In terms of the request, Mr. Brooks, this relates to the viewing of the vehicle that was recovered by the Waukesha Police Department. There were preliminary discussions when you were still represented.
At least
by
do the full
counsel,
book,
and
the one that's from
request
his
is
perspective.
made that the viewing of this vehicle take place tomorrow. Your response, if any?
First of all, accept for value in return for value this paperwork. I guess I'm still confused as to why there needs to be a jury review.
A Jew review?
I can have the state put their request on the record again. I'm responding to their request. So go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Yes, Judge, and I believe the court has already approved this request. A motion was filed and ruled on by the court previously, but as Mr. Brooks has been charged in every count with acting while armed with a dangerous weapon, we believe it's relevant and appropriate for the jury to view what we're alleging to be the dangerous weapon in this case, that is the 2010 Ford Escape. It's essentially would be no different than bringing a firearm into the courtroom during a shooting case.
They don't need to make that explanation.
I would just simply note the first degree intentional homicide and first degree recklessly endangering safety charges are what carry the enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. Of course, the hit and run does not have that enhancer, nor do the bail jumping and batteries. But with that caveat.
Yes, thank you for that correction, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Brooks?
I'm confused to that too. Why are there only certain charges that have an enhancer?
Well, the court's not going to answer that, sir. Those just happen to be the charges. The state is tasked with proving each one of those charges and any special
Are you
verdict
asking
question that
for
goes along
an
with
enhancer on the other charges?
Apparently.
They bear the burden of proof, as was spelled out in all of the preliminary jury instructions. So that's
Only
how
all of
I'll
them, though.
answer that. In terms of the jury view, I did grant the
He
motion.
literally just said, "Mommy, give me more punishment."
It was unopposed. And I'm not hearing anything that would cause me to reconsider that. In terms of the time that's being requested, do you have any position on that?
Do I have to be present for this?
I would like you to be, and yes, we're making arrangements for you to be there, sir.
Do I
Do you
have
have
to be?
Do you have
present
somewhere
for this?
else to go?
He's got
And also, for the record, I don't consent to the name that's being referred to.
he's still on this.
I'll use this opportunity, sir, to ask what name you prefer to be called, because
Hey.
Finally.
evidence in the
Well, no.
Oh no!
Oh no, no.
We want to know the answer.
Hold on. Fucking hell.
Detective
What if-
Carpenter has testified about that as well. Again,
Come on.
What if they
Not
say,
now.
"Oh, well, I'm glad we resolved all that. Okay, that's what we'll do from now on." But, oh no, we missed it.
Damn it. I'm going to go back.
I was going to say we almost
Cliffhanger.
have to petition to go back and then like double speed or
it's-
whatever, just so we can hear what he says.
Yeah. Hold on just a second.
I'm confused to that too. Why are there only certain charges that have an enhancer?
Here, I'll speed back
the
up.
court's not going to answer the charges beyond jury instruction review posed. And I'm not hearing the position
Have to be present.
meant for you to be.
I don't consent to the name that's
There we go.
There we go.
being referred to.
And I'll speed up when
I'll
there's a
use this
dead
opportunity,
time
sir, to ask what name you
and
prefer
catch
to be
back up.
called, because we now have evidence in the record where you provided your name to, upon questioning. There was video from when you were taken
That's a
into
good point.
custody.
He gave his own
And
name during the
then,
interview.
Of course, Detective Carpenter has testified about that as well. Again, I try to refer to the parties by name because that is how I believe I demonstrate respect and decorum in this courtroom. And we've been given no other name, sir, by which to call you by. And I must, at that point, go back to what's on the criminal complaint, which is the initial charging document. That is what was filed in order to initiate the case.
With all due respect, the record should be corrected. I didn't put anything on the record that was.
I didn't state that. I said there's
said
evidence in the record.
Well, evidence. What you referred that evidence to me.
So there's evidence in the record, but be that as it may, I'm just letting you know I'm going to keep referring to you sometimes as defendant, sometimes as
Preston,
sir,
make him answer
sometimes
the
as
question.
Hey, what
Darrell
about you?
Brooks, sometimes as Mr. Brooks. I understand you may still have an objection, but I've been given no other name from you by which to call you.
I follow, but
Vladimir
there's
Putin.
still a lack of understanding. Are you referring to the name that was in all caps on all the filings?
Of course,
Because
not
every
gonna answer
filing that I
sir.
have,
I find the response to be kind of disingenuous, sir.
so there was
This is, I believe, a tactic by you to create some type of confusion, which I don't believe there is any, about who you are and what name I need to refer to you as.
I never said you had to refer to me by any specific name. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that every filing
Okay, fine. I
that
just
has
refer
ever
to you as
been
Oi
filed
bitch.
was in capital letters. That's a fact. I have paperwork to prove that. I don't recognize that name, nor do I know any individual by that name. That's all I'm stating.
Well, let's assume for a second that it's not in all caps. Do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Okay, well,
Because
we have
there
our
were-
answer then. We're going to keep going, sir. A little
Boom.
bit off topic in terms of the request by the state. I'll give
What
you
an
one more
idiot. I mean,
opportunity to
It's
answer that.
intentional
They've
fucking
requested that
dumbness.
whatever we're doing
It's
tomorrow
so
morning, whether it be
frustrating.
their case, whether it be if you are calling witnesses, that we pause about 11:45 in order for the jurors, the court, and the parties to be taken to that secure location for that
Say
jury
my
view.
name,
Do you have
say
any
my
position
name.
as it relates to that?
Yeah, my position was when I answered, I said, do I have to be present?
I'm
Yes.
requiring you to be there, yes.
And what reason do I have to be present?
The judge ordered
Unless
you to
you're
be there.
willing to go through a colloquy with this court and intentionally waive your right to be there, because then I'm going to require you to be there.
And that's not explaining why I have to be there, though.
Because people are going to ask you questions, dumbass.
And you just made that decision now?
All right. He's not answering the question that I asked him. We will pause
I'm
at
trying to get
approximately
understanding, that's all.
11:45 tomorrow morning for that jury view of the vehicle to take place.
Because you ran over 6 people,
as soon as we're
fucker.
able to walk over there.
That's why.
But
Or 60, I
think
guess.
given the logistics of everything, it is on campus, but it is in a secure location. That will take place approximately at noon. And as I indicated, the court will require the sheriff's department to make a contemporaneous video of that view, which will subsequently be made part of the record to capture that.
Record.
Don't I have rights, though, Your Honor?
All right, then.
No,
with
right now you
that-
don't.
Could I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Scheduling, Your Honor. Could you please indicate your intentions as to how late we will proceed this afternoon? So we can line up witnesses.
Sure, I'd like to try to, we had a little bit of a long day yesterday, so I try to balance that out.
Can I get a
for-
copy of that, or is that in the locals chat?
So generally between, 4:30 and 5 is when I would like to break, depending on where we're at. If we need to go a little
There it is.
earlier because of the witness, or if we need to go a tad later, that's fine as well.
Okay. And then the last item, Your Honor, is that, to my knowledge, we still have not received anything from Mr. Brooks as to the date and time when he would like his witnesses ordered to appear. I don't see anything was e-filed. So if he is still requesting the assistance of the state to secure the appearance of those witnesses, we will need that information, Your Honor. He does not have to give us the exact order, but if he could tell us, as you had suggested, either morning or afternoon, and what day of the week he wants these people here. We have served the subpoenas that he requested at his request in order to assist him. And these witnesses obviously have jobs and other commitments, so it's reasonable to be able to give them a time frame on when they need to be here.
With that, when do you expect to rest?
We're still hoping to rest by the close of business tomorrow, Your Honor.
Tomorrow close?
Something
Oh my
unforeseen.
No,
God.
tomorrow's state rests, not closing.
No,
So we're
I
talking
know.
about Thursday and Friday at this point.
Yes.
Jeez, how much more do they
from the
have?
beginning yesterday?
But Mr. Brooks, we need to know which particular witnesses on which day and whether it's AM or PM. Don't need to give me the order. We'll have them come in groupings.
Well, I
It's
don't even
not
know if
reasonable
the
that
state
they
of
all come on the same
Wisconsin
day.
is going to show up.
I never
So-
said it was.
All right, so you need to provide that to the DA.
How am I supposed to provide that to the DA?
You can write that down, or you can put it orally on the record right now.
Put it orally on the record.
I asked you to bring it with this morning, and I didn't cover that this morning, so you were put on notice of that. But I'll give you until,
I was put on notice of what?
let me ask Attorney Opper a question. Would tomorrow morning first thing be sufficient for the state to make those arrangements, given that you don't believe you will close your case until the end of the business day tomorrow?
I understand what the court's saying. I think that's reasonable, with the understanding that if somebody needed to give notice to an employer and it can't be accommodated, then that may affect things for Mr. Brooks. But I think 24 hours notice is generally reasonable, and we will do our best. We can assure the court we will do our best to get them here. But I don't know if we'll be able to exactly accommodate the timing that he may or may not want.
All right, so Mr. Brooks,
Objection to that, because when the subpoenas were served to them, I'm assuming that they would have let any employers or anything know that
Oh,
they
you're assuming that.
were expected to testify in a trial.
They don't know when they're expected to
I don't
testify.
understand
It's
why
just a
it
subpoena.
Doesn't include a
comes
specific
from
date,
like the
dickhead.
last second.
well, if you recall, sir, at the end, near the end of last week, I don't recall exactly what day we were on, but we knew we weren't going to finish with the state's case at some point. And we had a discussion on the record. If there was any objection by you, if the state told those witnesses they didn't need to appear on Friday, so it obviously had to have been before Friday, that they didn't need to appear, and that they would work with those witnesses to provide them with a more definitive time. So now is the time when we need to provide them with more definitiveness. So by the start of court tomorrow, you need to bring with you, either in writing or be prepared to put it on the record orally, which witnesses you want. We'll start with Thursday morning, then Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, and Friday afternoon. I don't need to know the order, but I need to know the day of the week, right? So Thursday or Friday. I would just note the dates for those. Thursday is the 20th, Friday's the 21st, and then which witnesses.
Yeah, I
Only
didn't think
you
this
know
trial was going to
how
go all the
much
way
you
into
want to
next week.
question
I
them,
really
Yeah,
so
this-
didn't.
this
able
kinda
to
sucks.
gauge if we can get two in that in each
So
morning,
Monday's probably going to be closing.
afternoon, 3, 4, whatever. Use your best judgment on that.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna come up with exacts from that.
I
Wow,
presume you're
gee.
gonna prepare some
That's all
questions.
you should have known about, dickhead, before you, or at least before you
That will go or not.
fired
It's
your
not
lawyers as
do
well.
our best, but you've
Jesus.
got to provide some definitiveness. It's not reasonable to just have these witnesses all come on one day.
Make sure you don't capitalize the witness names
I'm
because
informed
they
of
might
what
not
you're saying.
recognize it.
I just feel like that same courtesy wasn't afforded to me.
Come on.
By the prosecution, they didn't have to tell me exactly what witnesses was being called on what day and all this and that. Why is it not even
We are
plaintiff-
I am
even
requiring
plaintiff?
it, sir, because they are assisting you, because they graciously agreed to do that because you are representing yourself. If you
So-
want
Because
them to be
ordinarily your
eligible
lawyer would do
on
that for
then I
you.
can put it on your responsibility and your shoulders, but that is up to you.
What do you mean by put it on my shoulders?
You can contact them.
How am I supposed to do that?
You have access to a phone in the jail.
So I'm supposed to call everybody that I subpoenaed.
My gosh.
On their
Yes.
information.
Yes.
That is one way to do it, sir. Their information is in the police reports.
That is highly unreasonable.
No, it's not.
One person
Fucking hell.
that's on my witness list, I'm not even permitted to have contact
That
with.
would be
So
a
how-
good exception to that. So that's very astute of you to point that out, sir. That would be one exception. But other than that, in any event, sir, we're kind of a bit off track. We're going to get back on track, and you need to provide the information that's provided, that I've outlined here today.
I don't think that's fair, Your Honor.
He
Your
doesn't
objection is
recognize
noted.
tracks.
It's
That's
my
where
ruling.
trains
State
are.
didn't have to do
Tell him he
that,
needs
but I
to be
have to
back
do
on
that.
parade route.
Sir,
Then
I
he'll
remind
understand.
you that you are nonetheless required to follow the
Well,
rules.
hang on. We've got to make sure that there's the
As
plastic barriers either side of him to make sure he goes right where he's
They were
supposed to.
representing you. You've chosen.
Can I drive to the crime scene and can you line my witnesses up
State has
along the route?
graciously agreed to assist. They've served the subpoenas on your behalf. They didn't have to do that, but they did. They've agreed to contact the witnesses throughout so that a better idea can be provided to those witnesses as to when they need to testify. They're simply asking for some basic courtesy so they can then relay that information to the witnesses you want to call in this trial.
I'm informed of that, Your Honor, but
All right, then let's move on.
that's actually under the confrontation
Yeah,
clause
here
in
it
the
comes.
Sixth Amendment. I should be able to have the right to have witnesses subpoenaed. It shouldn't.
You do have the right to have witnesses.
Why is that?
Again, we're getting a
Okay.
little far afield here, sir. Subpoenas were provided to you. The record is very clear on that. We assisted you with that. I even reviewed them for completeness. And then the state assisted you with serving them. That is something they are not required to do, but they agreed to do in this case. So nothing about your Sixth Amendment has been violated in that regard.
Did I
You're
say violated or
calling
did I say I'm not?
these witnesses, so that's you need to understand that, sir.
I don't understand anything. And for the record,
All right.
I didn't bring up the word
Let us
violated.
continue then. We're going to move on, Mr. Brooks. Let us
So-
continue with the
So we're gonna
questioning
move on to
of.
subject matter jurisdiction that
No,
has
I'm
yet
not.
to be proven.
Detective Carpenter, you can please come on back up to the witness stand, and Madam Clerk, you can have the jurors brought out.
So we're not going to address that at all. That's not going to be proven for the record.
For he's got such a finely tuned sense of justice, doesn't he?
He's not even acknowledging it.
My molecular level sense
Sean,
of
why is
justice.
your
He's
camera like
injustice.
this?
Every little
I
injustice
agree.
needs a.
I don't know. Somebody thought that's how I looked on camera during a recent kind of evaluation of people.
Correct. You want to do that in front of the jury?
Some big nosed asshole.
I wasn't sure if the defendant would have any objections that would need to be heard off the record.
I'm just fucking with you. You don't remember that?
Can you have them hold for a second? Do you have any objection to Exhibit 82?
Why are you so
Yeah,
low in
I
your
got
camera? I
objection.
can't even see your
What's the
face.
objection, sir?
What is the relevancy of Exhibit 82?
82 is your
Do you not remember when you described Bronca to me?
turn.
Me?
Your objection is to
Yeah.
relevant.
No.
You don't remember that?
Your objection's noted.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
yes.
Ruled, and I will receive Exhibit 82.
It's because I'm a really big fat guy. If I turn it down, it looks like I'm selling sheets. Okay.
And the fact that you,
Hey, guys. This is Sean from Potentially Criminal.
Yes.
the true nature and cause has not been presented to me, that I don't
Live coverage of Darrell
I don't
Brooks.
know what the true
We're
nature
watching
and cause
trials
of the
here.
charges are.
Fuck you.
This is
I'm gonna
an
laugh
ab
you fall.
workout for me. I'm gonna
I
stay
was
here
about
all
to say,
day.
yeah, you're gonna get your core going.
You can have him brought out now.
I hope you fall.
All right, thank you.
I've already fallen so far.
Jesus.
This is such a. I've forgotten how painful this trial is.
Anyways,
At
Steve,
least we have entertainment. Hello,
Yeah.
how are you?
nice to meet you, Steve.
Nice
and,
to meet
and,
you.
And Hayden, fuck you too.
Fuck you.
Oh.
Jesus.
Your
like
Honor,
crawling
may I
out from
see a
under an
sworn
SUV in here.
affidavit of the nature and authority of the court?
Oops.
Or is that a judicial determination? You won't answer that as well.
I'm going to judicially determine that ass in a second.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Or if the record reflects that.
There we go.
It does.
No. Did we
There's only-
sustain? Did we
no, there's
sustain
only-
the grounds?
There we
Two
go. I put our
audiences
names
here.
back up.
There's a jury and there's an appellate court.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be
Those are the
seated.
audiences. He's talking to himself.
Record will reflect that Detective Carpenter is back on the witness stand
You're
following
doing it very
the
nicely, Steve.
lunch hour. And Mr. Brooks, you may start your cross-examination.
I don't consent to being caught that name, Your Honor.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. Please ask your
Can't be
questions.
overruled.
Oh my gosh.
Just watch.
Detective Carpenter.
It's like Columbo style.
Detective Carpenter. Oh, he's got
One
a
last
plan
question.
for this guy.
Yes. Do you love black people?
I do.
Did you attend the parade that evening, November 21st of 2021?
Yes,
In what capacity?
as a member of the honor guard.
And what time did you
You
arrive?
didn't guard its honor very well, did you?
I don't recall the exact time.
What time did you leave?
I don't recall the exact time.
And when you left, where did you go?
Good question from Rumble. Have you ever used the N word?
Our temporary police department.
Temporary. Explain what do you mean by temporary?
So at the time of the incident,
There's that lip
the
smacking.
building we are in currently, which was our main building, was under construction. So we were displaced.
What do you mean by at the time of the incident?
At the time of the parade,
And so the regular station was, what did you say, under some type of construction or something?
correct.
And so what were you guys using for the temporary police station?
This guy just wants to throttle him.
The city annex and city hall. We're in two different buildings.
Does any of those buildings consist of a room for interrogation?
There is at the annex.
And so when you initially interrogated the suspect, why was the annexed interrogation room not used?
It's a good question.
Well, when I interrogated you, Mr. Brooks, the annex room was not used because the situation was very fluid. There was a lot of information being learned. We knew this was going to be drawn out. There is no municipal lockup facility at the annex, so it could not be utilized.
And so the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient.
You asked to go up there for medical clearance.
You asked for it.
So the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient than your temporary station, which would have been more suitable.
What?
To meet the needs of someone that had requested it?
Yes, it was more sufficient.
And why would a hospital police room be more sufficient than the actual police station that you were utilizing at the time?
Because they thought they were dealing with someone that was butt crazy.
As I stated in my previous testimony, there was no secure lockup facility at the station. In addition to that, you requested medical clearance at the hospital.
So was there sufficient lockup at the police room in the hospital?
We had areas in the hospital. So when you were being treated by the doctor, you could be handcuffed to a bed. There is no place in the interrogation rooms you referred to at the annex to handcuff you to anything. And the doors did not lock sufficiently.
And to the best of your knowledge, would a detainee have that information that you just stated?
No.
Completely irrelevant.
Yes.
Ugh, the
So
pain.
So would you agree that
then
my
the
feelings
suspect
were hurt
couldn't be
justifiably?
Check
handcuffed
and mate.
at the annex for the interrogation without having to be handcuffed to a specific bench or whatever you refer to it as.
Well,
I guess essentially what I'm asking is could the suspect still be properly detained while being interrogated at the annex versus the police holding room in the hospital?
so let me make sure I have this straight.
I like this guy. He's great.
The question is about detainment. Do I have that right?
I think the question was very clear, Detective.
Well, you know what thought
Can you answer it if I'm not correct?
thought he farted, but he shit himself.
Aha, he didn't answer the question. Let the record reflect. The witness didn't answer my confusing question.
Checkmate.
Checkmate,
Prosecutor.
not guilty, right there,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Where was the suspect taken upon being detained?
You were taken, Mr. Brooks, upon the time you were arrested, down to
You were
the
taken.
substation.
After you killed everybody.
And
I would bring that up every time if
all
I
of
were
the
the
suspect
detective.
was put into a holding room.
Yes.
And do you recall if that holding room had something that would secure a detainee?
Yes.
I love this
So
detective. He is great.
why couldn't the interrogation happen there if the suspect can be secured at that location?
Well, there are various reasons, and one of the most
He's
important
done.
reasons is when we took you to the hospital, Mr. Brooks, for your medical clearance. There were now a total of 4 officers there: myself, Detective Stern, and eventually the 2 federal agents.
Detective Stern and Sergeant
The
Hartass.
situation was still very fluid. When I began the initial the initial questioning, it was 11:04 p.m. and there were still a lot of unknowns. So the determination was made to start questioning you, see what information you might be willing to provide us. Because with 4 of us, we were confident we would be able to keep you where you belonged, where we needed you to be, as opposed to risking another unnecessary transport. Because and it's not just personal against you. Any transport of any prisoner, there's a risk. So there's no point in taking that risk of that transport when we had the ability to do the interview there, especially when there was such limited information that we had.
Not of him escaping, but
So
people going after him.
FBI agents were present at the substation that you referred to?
They arrived there at one point, yes.
Was that known to the defendant?
I don't recall.
Is it fair to say that the detainee could have been
Naked.
Is it fair to say that you could have made sure the suspect was contained while at the substation, seeing as how that there was multiple officers present?
Well, look, potentially, but they also could have made sure that you were continually tased. How does this
Your
help you?
turn.
I think he's referring to the substation versus the hospital, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
You were contained initially at the substation, Mr. Brooks, but you requested medical transport, so you were transported. So what I'm explaining to you in my prior testimony is I didn't know at that point if you'd end up going straight to the county jail or what have you. Every transport, as I stated in my earlier testimony, there is a risk. There is a danger. It's not just personal to you, it's any prisoner. So the decision was made to start the interview there based on not knowing where you'd end up for sure, not having all the information, that we weren't going to take the risk of an extra potentially unnecessary transport back to that facility. You couldn't be held there.
None of this is
You couldn't
relevant
be held at the facility. There's no
to the
back.
elements of
You
the
referred
crime.
to interrogation starting at a specific place. I'm referring to the substation. Is it fair to say that there was no interrogation that took place at the substation?
Yes,
Yes, that's fair to say.
there was no interrogation at the substation in Waukesha.
This
That's
is
fair to say.
It's the Chewbacca
Do you
defense.
recall what information was obtained at the substation?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you state for the jury and for the record what information you obtained at the substation?
That you had killed everybody.
Yes, sir. Basic biographical information. So I obtained your first name, Darrell
What's his-
Brooks.
There we
Your
go.
last name, Brooks, your full middle name, I should say, being Edward. I learned that you were a junior.
Oh,
Your date of
Edward
birth,
or the N-word?
February
Edward.
1982.
Oh,
Let's not talk about the rap.
Obtained was your home address, which was 40. You provided as 4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee. Phone number, your emergency contact, which you provided as Dawn Woods.
Boy,
Whether
good
you were
job.
employed, going to school. I remember talking with you about your tattoos and other physical marks that might be on your body. Your hair color, eye color, photographs were taken, things of that nature.
Kept mentioning that name, pretty slick.
you asked him what info he got.
Disregard that last statement.
Sir, please ask questions. You'll have an opportunity to
Oh.
testify later.
Oh, I got a lot of questions.
Is he that slick, or are you just that fucking retarded? I don't know. Oh no, everybody wants.
And at that point in the investigation, what did you initially know?
At that point, we knew that the red Ford Escape had driven through the parade route and that you'd been identified as a suspect.
And why was that information not provided at that time to the detainee?
The information at the time wasn't presented to you, Mr. Brooks, because as I stated in my earlier testimony, it was still very fluid. It was very chaotic out at the scene. There was still a lot more that needed to be learned.
So is that standard procedure to not tell a person why they're being detained?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Well, we did not tell you. That's incorrect, and it's misleading the court. You were informed.
Oh.
Detained for prowling, loitering, disorderly conduct of that nature.
Is that
I
the
just didn't
same
bring.
as?
Can I finish, please? I
Oh,
just didn't bring
No.
grade
This
part.
guy's great. All detective.
That's good.
As I stated in earlier testimony, it was very fluid and chaotic, and a lot of information wasn't yet known. So I was waiting to receive more information.
Did you state in your early testimony if that was standard procedure or not?
It's standard.
So with every detainee that you've ever detained during your career, 18 years, right?
Yes.
no, you said it's standard. It
It's
doesn't mean that
standard
it's
procedure to not tell someone being detained what they're
Doesn't mean
detained.
it's lawful policy or legal policy.
As I had stated in my earlier testimony, Mr. Brooks, I explained to you were detained for prowling and loitering and disorderly conduct. Based on the lack of information on the parade, that was not brought up. So what I can clarify for the court at this point is that in situations where so limited information exists early on, it is standard not to convey that information to suspects.
Right on.
And what do you mean by it's standard?
I mean that I don't tell them because I don't have all the facts yet, and I'm not looking to necessarily accuse them before I know the nature of what they did or didn't do exactly pertaining to that incident.
So
That's
it'd
a
be
fair
fair to
answer.
say that it was not a fact as far as the information you learned to that point in the investigation.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
So at that point in the investigation, it wasn't a fact.
Objection, same question.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
At
It's
that
kind of
point in
calling
the
for a legal
investigation,
conclusion.
the information you had at that time, you weren't sure about.
I guess which part?
All the information that you had up until that point.
Okay, about the prowling or parade, I don't understand which part of it you're talking about.
All the information that you've obtained at that point in the investigation, you weren't sure about. As you just said, you don't try to assume guilt or anything
What
like
specific
that.
thing
until you
didn't
have
you
Yes.
know at that
facts. So
specific
at
time?
Yes.
time,
Yes,
Mm.
that's what he's
at
trying to
that
get.
point in
The limit of his
investigation,
knowledge.
Is it fair to say that the information that you had obtained so far, you were not sure about?
I wasn't sure if you were the driver initially, but it was believed you were involved.
Ooh, that was great.
Clean
Great.
questioning. This guy is
And you knew
testifying
that to
very
be
cleanly.
fact?
He's also pissed.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes, the information being provided was that you were involved.
Great. Great. Let the jury hear that again and again,
So it'd be
Darrell.
fair to say you knew that as a fact.
It's calling for a legal conclusion.
Not allow him to answer that. This jury will determine the facts
Exactly.
of this case.
Well,
If you
and
want to
does
ask
he?
him his opinion, you do that at your
In your
discretion.
opinion, is that a fact?
Even then, Steve, he doesn't want him to like, yes, you
Ask the
did it.
question.
I think you did it. Like
I'm
that
gonna-
doesn't. That's not
I'm
good.
going to
Well,
strike the question.
he's
I agree.
delusional.
Yeah, no, but this is awful.
Corrected to rephrase.
This is just awful. You,
Well, he should just plea.
yes.
But if any dignity at all, but he has none, so he's gonna put us all
Yeah.
through this.
Oh, he's gonna walk into his jail cell tonight thinking I showed them.
Is he
he's like,
really?
Oh, I guarantee it. He's like, I made him like they're gonna be like, how'd it go? He's like, I made them my
Stated
bitch.
that-
You see.
There were some
Guaranteed.
loitering and prowling allegations. Why? To your knowledge, were those?
Nick,
that-
they're saying the stream is dead
What?
In the
They're
UK,
saying-
apparently the stream's gone down.
This man.
in other spots.
No,
Not here.
And do you recall why not?
Like on Rumble?
They're saying it's dead
No.
in Europe.
In Europe.
Weird. I'll
Putin-
fix it.
Putin's trying to help Darrell out.
I'm gonna fix it,
Russian
and
influence.
you'll know that I have done. When it comes back, you'll know that it was because of me.
Go get Barnes
Dang it.
on the phone. He could fix
I'm working
this.
on it in the background.
So why did you constantly tell the detainee that they were being detained for loitering and prowling if you in fact knew that there was another reason why they were being detained?
Objection asked and
Wow.
answered.
No, sustained. That's the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
It's easier to say asked and answered, but I get facts not evidence.
The Dragon's Treasure says, "Oh no, Legal Vices is trying to cut into Rekieta's grift. Don't let him win. Use code DINDO-NOTHING at
What was the significance of
thedragonstreasure.com.
the FBI being present?
If you don't, Rekieta will literally be homeless."
Such a nice
significance of
boy.
The FBI presence was the early on concern that this was a terrorist style event.
And you said that this was a terrorist element. And what is the this? Can you explain what the this
Yes,
is?
running over 60 people.
Yes,
You
yes. Let
drove
them think
your
it's a terrorist attack.
Vehicle
You
through the
fucking
parade and
moron.
treat people.
You drove your vehicle
Which
to
at
the
the time
parade
you
and
stated
struck
you did
people.
not know is fact, correct?
That was still being investigated, yes, but I know that's what occurred now.
Ooh.
Now versus then.
Then
Jesus Christ.
Initially, it was unknown if you drove.
That's what I
as
was
stated.
that was the question.
But
now,
the investigation showed that you were the driver of the vehicle.
you didn't provide that.
Deer in the headlights. Love it.
Correct.
This detective has got his act
So
together.
do you know if the FBI continued their part of the investigation?
No, because they realized you're an idiot.
Eventually, the investigation was strictly run by our department.
You probably think
Now, do
ISIS
you
is the
recall
phone your sister uses.
Why that decision was made?
My understanding is it wasn't a terrorism link.
You don't want there to be a terrorism link, dude.
But even then, I don't want to hear this word terror.
I'm sure
You don't
throughout
want to hear
your,
him say the word
career,
terrorism
you've
as
done lots of
this is
interrogations.
bad.
Are they usually
If they find you're a terrorist, they can try you
multiple
federally and
officers
execute you.
that do the interrogation, or usually just one?
It can depend on the circumstance. It's not always more than one, but it can be.
And what would you estimate would be the normal procedure for interrogation as far as law enforcement wise?
I really can't speak to that. I think every department probably has their own potential way of doing things.
Up until that point in your career, when you interrogated the detainee, had you ever conducted an interrogation with FBI present?
Not prior to that date, no.
Fair to say that you were new at it then.
Yes, I'm fair to dealing with somebody trying to kill 70 people.
Yes, the first 670 attempted murder I've ever handled.
Yes. Yes, the first terrorist attack I've ever dealt with. We don't have too many of these in Yoderville.
Car key being found. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you yourself find the car key?
No, I did not.
Were you told by other law enforcement?
I guess told what exactly?
That a car key was found?
I was not specifically. Your items that were located on you during the search were turned over to Detective Stern, and the car key was one of those items.
Boom. Clean.
And to the best of your knowledge, you didn't have that information at the time, correct?
At which time?
At the time that the detainee was detained in the substation.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead and answer.
He's trying so hard.
I just want to make sure I
You're getting so
I
far.
understand. So you're asking me what I knew about the key, or if I knew where it was found at the substation? I don't understand. Can you clarify that, sir?
I love watching that wash over you.
I guess the clarity that you
I was going to say it, but he started
is
talking.
what was found and brought into the substation?
Okay. The Ford ignition key and other items that I alluded to in my earlier testimony include your photo ID and credit cards with your name, or debit card, credit and or debit cards with your name on them.
Your name, Darrell Brooks.
That you did not search and find yourself, right?
That's correct.
What,
Did
did
you
you let to
conduct any
rely on the
searches?
work of his colleagues?
I don't recall if I did or not of your person.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know where certain items were found at the time that you learned of there being items found, correct?
No,
No, as in,
no, I knew those items were found on you in the search. Maybe not the specific pocket, but I knew the officers found those items in your possession.
were you at the scene of the search?
No,
So how do you know where they were
How do you
found?
know?
because they were turned over to Detective Stern as your property.
We'd also go through the whole
How do
process
you
of
know where they were
imputed
found, though,
knowledge.
if you weren't at the scene?
Because I was aware officers searched you, and it's not reasonable to believe they were randomly in the grass at the house you were at in a city that you've indicated you're not familiar with.
Can you strike that last answer?
No.
No.
Me house, grass.
You asked
City.
an open-ended question.
You asked that, bro dog.
His request is denied.
Gotta own that.
So it'd be fair to say that in the question, I did not mention a house, grass, or a city. That'd be fair to say.
You didn't mention it, but I know you were found at a house in the city of Waukesha. And I know you're not familiar with Waukesha because that's what you told me when I interviewed you.
Oof.
This is like everything you
Oof.
should not do.
And strike that.
God, this is like a
Your
first
question's denied.
somebody in their first time doing advocacy. Just
You
getting
asked
blown
the
apart.
question, he answered it. If you want to limit, ask leading questions and direct him.
Although to be fair, Steve, I've been made to look like an idiot. Like not this bad, but
Direct
before.
me like
You
one of
made
your French
reference
to-
SUVs.
The house where the detainee was
The
found,
Citroen household.
yes, the city. Could it be possible that that's where they were found? The items that you are referring
Could you have
to?
planted them?
No.
Even though it'd be fair to say that you were not present.
Correct.
Note. Write that note down. Point for the record.
I give him credit because he's using those
Made a lot of
flimsy
reference to
prison pens, and those are hard to use. They suck.
the body pain and having to be checked at the hospital and being medically cleared. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, we took you to the hospital for clearance.
Are you yourself a doctor or have any training in the medical field?
No, sir.
So it'd be fair to say that you cannot know how a person's body is feeling. That'd be fair to say?
That's why we use the hospital.
I can't explain exactly what another's body's feeling. Correct.
So it'd also be fair to say that there's a possibility that you can be incorrect about assumptions made to pain reference. That'd be fair to say?
I think that depends on the circumstance. In this specific circumstance, you told me.
He'll ask follow-up if he wants it.
Okay.
Next question.
You made a reference on one of the exhibits. I'm not sure exactly which one it was. It was the first interrogation in the police holding room in the hospital. In that exhibit, you made reference to the FBI being present because you were short-staffed. Do you recall that?
Short-staffed, insulting.
I don't
the man's
recall
manhood
exactly what
like
I
that.
said, but I recall acknowledging their presence. Yes.
We were short-staffed because there was a terrorist attack.
And you made a reference to short-staffed. Can you explain what does short-staffed mean?
I mean, someone
I don't
calling sick,
recall
you
if I said that or
dumbass.
not.
I don't know if it's exhibit 172 I'm referring to.
Well, you better figure out which one it is.
Can you pull up exhibit 172, please?
You referring to the photo of the identifiers and the items found?
Is that
That's
172?
172, yes.
Well, I don't think, is it 81 then I'm referring to?
81 is the audio recording.
Okay, it's
I'm
81
sorry, 81 is the video and audio.
of the,
Was it just the audio? I was right the first time. It's
okay, I think it's 81.
You would like the audio recording from the hospital.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a part you'd like to direct the state to when they pull it up?
Because it's the audio, I'm assuming it'd be probably as soon as the defendant is brought into the room.
It was played
Okay, do you
starting
have a
at 4 minutes
timestamp?
and 25 seconds through 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Do you want it started right at 4:25?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The
What up,
state will
Kurt?
please assist with that.
Yeah, this is why they warned him in the morning.
Or do you want the whole thing? The
I don't-
same clip.
I don't need the whole thing played.
They warned him.
From what I recall, the point that I would refer to.
Warning this guy's a waste of time.
In that,
Well, how about we start at 4:25 and then you say pause, please, when you want it to be paused by the state.
okay.
All right, go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Darrell?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Darrell. I'm Jeremy Wojcicki. I'm the FBI.
He literally just played audio where he responded to the name.
I'm Mary. Yep.
They're just kind of helping out because we're so short-staffed tonight. So,
Thank you.
It's paused at 4 minutes and 56 seconds.
Ooh,
Go ahead.
doesn't recall saying that though.
From hearing the audio on this exhibit 81, do you recall saying that the FBI was present because you were short-staffed?
That is my voice. I don't recall saying it in the moment, but that's my voice.
That is your voice.
Yes, we suffered a mass casualty event.
Probably
From
short-staffed.
your recollection,
Yeah.
do
Yeah,
you
spread a
recall
little
being
thin.
Short-staffed at that time.
Yes.
And can you explain what the short staff mean as far as
Well,
Everybody's cleaning
there was
bodies
this mass
off the
casualty event
streets.
from this asshole who was driving through our streets.
Yeah, he killed a lot of fucking people.
We were just very short on resources with what happened
When you killed everyone.
down at the parade route and the mass casualties and the amount of officers it took to secure that location. We were very short on people.
and you
People were
made
called in
reference,
off duty.
you made reference to the short staff being the reason why the FBI was present.
Yes.
I really wish you'd have said we were short staffed because we were
Is
cleaning up
FBI
all the
usually
evidence.
present in the situation of short staffing?
No.
I hate the feds too, Darrell, but you're not getting anywhere with this.
Feds ain't all bad.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe put that off, or do you
Yes,
need
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure if you needed it, it's up. All right.
So-
I'm sure there's nice guys in the crypts as well.
Ouch.
No, only in the Bloods.
And you made reference to recording the interrogation on your phone, correct?
Yes.
And why would you use your phone to record an interrogation,
I'll be right back.
especially one of this magnitude?
Why not? It's available.
You're acknowledging this is
The
important.
camera in the room didn't have audio capability.
And were you informed of that? Or let me back up. When were you informed that the camera that was in the room did not have audio?
I don't recall exactly. Prior to the interrogation.
And who were you told by?
Hospital security.
Was that the first time you had ever used that police holding room in that hospital?
No.
So it would be fair to assume that you were aware that that room had cameras.
Yes, I knew it had cameras.
And have you ever conducted an interrogation in that room before that evening?
Interrogation, no, but I'd use the room for other purposes.
So what
What other
prompted
purposes?
an interrogation in that room that specific evening?
Well, as I explained in my earlier testimony, the situation down in the downtown area, Waukesha, where the mass casualty incident had occurred, was very fluid. It was still unfolding at that time. We were learning more and more and more about what occurred. We decided to start the interview at that location to see if you'd be willing to shed light on for us as to what you did or did not know. And again, I'll go back to statements I made earlier. There's a risk inherent with every transport. I didn't know where your ultimate final location was going to be that night. So to now start bouncing you from facility to facility to facility unnecessarily was just something we made the decision not to do.
And at some point, the detainee was moved to the Muskego Police Department, correct?
Yes, you were moved to the Muskego Police Department later in the evening.
And when did you learn that that would be a location that the detainee would be going to?
We made the decision to try to use that location after the first interrogation attempt.
I'm sorry that I didn't hear the last part.
I'm sorry, after the first interrogation attempt.
First interrogation attempt. How would you define attempt?
We tried.
Well, when we were at Waukesha Memorial Hospital that night in the police holding room that we've discussed, I read you your Miranda rights verbatim from the Waukesha Police Department Miranda statement form. And at that time, you indicated you didn't wish to speak with me.
So it would be fair to say that the Fifth Amendment right was exercised at that point.
Right to silence.
Under the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
So acknowledging now the fact that the Fifth Amendment right was invoked not to speak, or as you say, the right to silence, why did you continue to record on your phone?
So we are trained at our police department, when you do an interrogation, the recording is to be left on pretty much until you try to effect transport. So typically what we would do is, if our building hadn't been under construction, and when we'd been able to get you back to our police department, where in that situation we may very well have transported
is
you,
not a right to not be
because we would've had
recorded.
a municipal lockup there. We could have held you for the
I was
night.
going to ask.
But
Besides, I'd want that recording to show they didn't fuck with my
based on
guy.
the fact that we didn't have that possibility at the time. So if someone's in an interview room and at our police department, we'll leave that, even after the interrogation's over, we'll leave that video running until we come back and remove the individual from that room.
Even once a detainee has invoked their right to silence, you still continue to record? Is that a standard practice of your agency?
Yeah, everywhere.
He just laid out that that was standard practice.
Because
and so when did you start recording?
Are you talking at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
Prior to you entering the room.
Miranda requires interrogation to be, so if he's not being interrogated, it's not
before
invoked.
Into the room.
Right. Custodial interrogation.
They keep the recording on until they leave the room. So would it be fair to say that there should only be recording while the detainee is in the room?
No.
What?
No.
What? Jesus, Darrell.
And you did say for the record that that's standard procedure in your agency.
Standard procedure everywhere.
Rooms at our normal police department, which wasn't available at that time. Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were not at the normal police department?
Yes. However, with the audio, I was still trying to make sure I followed the policy.
What does it matter?
Can you show proof of that policy?
It doesn't.
The whole thing's irrelevant.
Who
So
cares?
it'd be fair to say that there's no way to determine if that truly is
I
policy.
think I have a no one cares button somewhere around here.
Sustained.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
How can that policy be proven?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. On relevance grounds.
I mean, I guess all of this is irrelevant, so I guess so, but Cold Frost says, hey, Nick, just
But it's all irrelevant.
Do you know where that
Yeah.
procedure is located in your agency rules?
Objection
Grounds.
relevance.
Lady Bethany says, thanks for covering this trial,
Grounds
Nick.
to sustain,
Hey,
right?
thank
Relevance
you,
grounds.
Lady Bethany, for watching with
Yes.
me.
None of this makes it more likely or less likely he committed the crime.
Next question.
Mhm.
It's not relevant.
No, none of this is relevant.
No, it's not
you
relevant.
dummy.
It's not relevant to whether you killed 6 people.
We can take it up later outside the presence of the jury at our afternoon break, but.
By the way, we
for
got
now, keep going.
15,000 people watching here on
I'll follow
Rumble.
you around
Make
there.
sure
I'll
you
follow
hit that like, hit that plus.
Damn.
You
If you're on the-
convinced 15,000 people to follow you over Rumble, man. You must be the best grifter of all time.
So once
if you're on the mobile app,
the
hit the
detainee
thumbs
was
up
taken
at
to
the
the
top. Looks like a
Muskego Police
boxing glove.
Department,
Nobody uses the mobile app.
that would be a pretty standard police
Shut your whore
department.
mouth.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And
Let me go
second
harass your local
interrogation
chat for a
also
while.
took place at that police department, correct?
Yes.
Any reason why the first interrogation couldn't take place at the same police department that the second one took place at?
Well, the first interrogation again wasn't at a police department. You know, Muskego was utilized as they had a lockup facility. So we interviewed you there.
Around what time was the detainee taken to the Muskego Police Department?
I don't recall the exact time.
And you also stated that another law enforcement officer.
I apologize for the interruption, but I just want to make sure my jury is in good shape. If you want to just take a moment to stand. It's a little slow, I think, for them, so we're just going to stand for a minute.
Somebody stand up.
Again, my
Stand up.
apologies for the interruption.
Flop the junk around.
This is
Bounce
her
up
way of
the-
saying this is all retarded.
I'm assuming she noticed one of the jury members nodding off or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone on my jury need a break? Are we good? I'd like to keep going.
Break.
Anyone? Okay.
Break.
Break.
Couch.
All right, we'll sit back down.
Ground.
And again, my apologies, Mr. Brooks.
Chambers, now.
Hopefully you know where you were.
We don't know where you are.
Know where you will be. That's what really matters.
It was another law enforcement officer who actually did the transport of the detainee at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you stated earlier in testimony that you and your partner followed behind that transport. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm assuming at some point that you will actually strike that. You stated to being present during the booking process into the Muskego Police Department. Is that fair?
How
to
do
say?
I not have access to your local
Yes.
chat? What am I doing wrong? Oh, Lord.
I don't know.
So why couldn't interrogation be conducted at that time,
I'll warn you.
which would have been
Steal your soul, Kurt.
more ideal, considering that you said
Pure
there was
degeneracy.
a lockup. I forgot how you referred to it, but basically like a room that the detainee could be secured.
Well, you had been talking about at that point when we arrived at the facility with you that you hadn't eaten all day, you hadn't slept, so we wanted to give you an opportunity to eat, sleep, clear your mind, and refresh yourself.
And what bearing would
There
that
it is.
have on interrogation?
Well, I mean, you said you hadn't eaten, you hadn't slept. So I think a person is more focused when they're fed and they're rested. So, you know, we wanted to give you the opportunity to do that.
And in your opinion, how would that have affected interrogation?
I'm going to excuse the jury right now. So if our jury, we could stand for the jury so I can
Uh-oh.
take up a legal issue, please. All rise.
Her fall asleep still.
And she's going to be like, you need to get the fuck on to any relevant questioning at all.
Yes, she'll deliver 90611, the axe.
Lizard Sauce says, praise
nice one.
be the Pope of LawTube and the grift god he serves.
Yes. It's like the
Worthy.
greatest rock and roll station ad. We don't tolerate fools here. Oh. What the hell are you looking over there? There's nothing you're gaining from the prosecutor's table.
All right, thank you. Be seated. So I take
Oh, guy in the back
now.
yawning.
One is when I paused earlier and told Mr. Brooks I would allow him to. It was regarding the policies. I want to know, as the proponent of the evidence, why you think that's relevant. And then secondly, the questions I believe that you are asking related to the interrogation, unless you can convince me otherwise, go to a legal issue that this court has already determined. But I'll hear you out on that.
No.
Didn't want to make an assumption, but I also didn't want
I was about to say, this had to have been a motion to suppress earlier.
legal issues that this court
Pre-trial
previously
motion to suppress on his invocation.
regarding the admissibility of the interviews.
And she's already ruled.
Well,
I mean, a defense lawyer wouldn't get a second crack.
Oh, geez, I wouldn't have gotten this far.
The policies. That's relevant because
that's relevant.
I think it should be stated for the record why he left his phone recording after he acknowledged that the Fifth Amendment right to silence had been invoked.
Doesn't make
At that
any
point,
sense.
Yeah,
interrogation is supposed to stop.
That's right.
Nope.
It did stop.
Interrogation did stop.
He stopped asking questions.
A legal
It stopped.
perspective, but that doesn't mean the reporting had to stop in and of itself at that point.
Yeah.
He did provide an explanation on the record.
His explanation was that it's policy, right?
He answered the question, why do you believe having a specific policy and him testify about the specific policy is relevant to his testimony?
Well, I believe that if that's in fact policy, it should be proven. It should be proven that that's a fact, that is a real policy. For all we know, he could just be saying that it's a policy.
And once again,
And
the
at that
relevance
point,
of that.
it makes him continuing to record after the Fifth Amendment had been invoked.
Well, right now you assume facts that are not in evidence, sir.
Nothing he's saying is correct, everybody. He's an idiot.
Testimony through
It's
your
like
cross-examination.
everything is wrong.
Yes.
And so without something more, sir, I don't see where there's relevance as to what the specific policy is.
Can you see what I'm getting at, though, Your Honor?
Not really.
No.
If he's saying that this is a policy of his agency, he should be able to prove that that's policy. Because at that point, if there's no way to know that
Only if you gave him a subpoena ducis tedum to bring the policy along with him.
Then why?
Again, making a lot of generalizations that I don't think are accurate as to what he said.
He said it's policy. It's your job to impeach him.
Allegations in this case are that you drove through the Christmas parade, right, and caused death and injury to a number of individuals. There's also those other charges related to the bail jumping, the battery, and frankly, his conduct isn't on trial. We're not here about a police misconduct trial. I'm not saying that some of this information might not be relevant to his credibility, things of
None
that.
of it is in
You
any
have
way.
to- again, you're the proponent of this. Why do you believe those policies relate to an issue of fact in this case, or otherwise go to?
It shows biased.
They don't.
I believe that is relevant because
To
it
quote
can
Darrell.
show that at the very minimum, that first interrogation and anything related to it should not be admissible as evidence.
Oof,
That's
that
already
ship
been
sailed,
a
honey.
determination that I've already raised. Your attorneys represented you at that time. They made a variety of arguments. So to then make this trial about that interrogation, it's not relevant.
I'm not making the whole trial of it.
Yes, you are.
The issues are legal issues that this jury will not be asked to answer. I've already ruled on the admissibility. That's a legal determination. So I'm not seeing the relevance to those specific
But apparently in
policies.
Texas, they also asked the jury
There's
about it
simply no
separately,
requirement that the
as I've been
state,
learning in my Texas
if you
bar
have to
supplement.
approve those policies. You
Yeah,
are representing
Congratulations,
yourself.
Kurt,
Hold
by
on,
the
let me
way.
finish.
Yes.
You're representing yourself.
He
I'm
is
not
so
aware of
lost right
any
now on his
subpoena that
face.
required him to bring those policies with. So that would have been on you if you felt it important to cross-examine him on those policies to require that. I'm not aware of that. Have you done that?
Obviously, it was going to come up.
Did you issue a subpoena ducus tecum to this witness to bring
What did I
with
tell you?
policies
How
related
can
Told you
I
to?
3 minutes ago.
Well, he could have also requested a
You don't do
discovery.
that from a jail cell.
You were given all of those blank subpoena copies, sir, and you could have filled that out in a way for this witness to require. You didn't do that. So
So who would have served him?
the state would have. They served your other subpoenas. But be that as it may, that's not what we have here.
State is serving my
So I'm-
subpoenas.
I believe that your line of questioning is on a topic that's not relevant to the issues in this case. And there, so
All right.
I'll give you one more opportunity. Why do you believe that questioning him about the policies are relevant to your case?
It's relevant to the case because why would he be recording before people are even in the room and then after?
Because they want to show that you're not getting
Well,
beat.
that's argument,
Yes.
sir,
Once
so
It-
Once
that's
the
not a
Fifth
legal
Amendment-
basis.
Once the Fifth
It-
Amendment is
This
invoked,
doesn't show you didn't do the crime.
interrogation is supposed to stop. Period. There's
This has no
Interrogation
bearing
did
on that.
stop.
no more questions asked. That's
Accident.
the end of
They
the-
didn't ask you any more
These
questions.
are legal
They
issues
stopped asking questions.
before the
It shows
jury
accountability.
dealt with the admissibility. So you've not provided a legal basis to further question this officer about policies related.
You think the
to
judge is questioning every decision she's made in her life that's led her up to this point?
I gave you some leeway
Yes.
on that, and his answers are before the jury.
I'm no
So
longer qualified to be a judge because somehow I made a series of decisions that led me here.
we get to that point. Let's move on though to this issue about why I.
Is she able to recuse herself if she gets to the point where it just keeps giving her headaches?
And again, I believe you're questioning him about legal issues that aren't relevant, but you're the proponent. You want to question him. What's the legal basis you believe I should allow you to continue with that?
What legal basis are you referring to?
She's asking for you
The
to
one you have
provide
to
legal basis.
articulate.
You
Helen
were attempting
Keller.
to elicit information or evidence, testimony from this witness on issues that are not relevant.
Is that referring to the same question?
Not
I
the
asked about
policies, what I
policies?
just stopped.
Articulate why they shouldn't shoot you with a rubber bullet right
You don't
now.
want to create issues in front of this jury related to legal issues that are not before them to determine.
And is that referring to the question about the policies?
No. You were asking him, why did you stop? Why did you not question him further? Meaning, why did this detective not question you when you got to the Muskegon Police Department? Why did they wait till the next day? I stopped because I know the law on this area, and I know that when a subject invokes their Fifth Amendment, or when you're a defendant in state, it's the 14th Amendment, but nonetheless, right? You have rights under the Wisconsin Constitution as well, but that because you only invoked your right to remain silent, they waited to question you until a sufficient amount of time had passed, in addition to the other reasons. I'm not going to let you question him in front of the jury about that specific thing. Or at least I'm cautioning you that I'm stopping it because I don't see where that's relevant. But if you keep pressing him on that, you're going to open up the door to him saying, because I was following the constitutional requirements and giving you a break in the questioning so that I could, get a statement I believe would be admissible later on. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
With all respect, Your Honor, I don't think he would have said that.
I guarantee you he would have said
My
that.
concern was we were headed down that path. So if there's some other
So the
reason you want to
14th
question
Amendment
him,
would have been referring to the having the attorney present.
No.
No.
The 6th.
So you said
I guess also the 14th incorporating the
when you
6th.
stated that you know
Yeah,
the
but
law
he doesn't know
in that area about the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment.
Darrell,
What
do
were
it.
you referring
Be a
to on the
man.
14th?
Say repeal the 19th. Do it.
I'm not.
Yes.
Do it,
gonna
coward.
further, sir. Let me just ask the state if they see this.
Attorney Bailey, that's exactly what I was getting at.
All right, well, you understand it's my job to protect the record too. So I want to make sure that, all right, so with that understanding that you are questioning this witness about why they didn't take you to Muskego for the first interview, is that where you're wanting to go with all of this?
Knockout punch to
He
Sean.
doesn't want to go anywhere.
I might have misunderstood.
I'm gonna have a fucking
It's
aneurysm.
an opportunity to talk about the other things. That's okay.
And I thought I was good at
So
dealing with
is
morons.
that a fair question to ask then? Because I'm
What's my
confused
inflatable
now.
pillow?
I want somebody to kill me with an axe.
I think part of the issue sometimes, sir, is there's either
404 Sean not
sometimes the
found.
questions aren't as
Just bury one in the base of my skull.
I know you're doing your best. I like to look at it this way. Questions that are
You know you're doing your best.
meaning a
Oh,
thought at a
damning
time,
with faint
when they're not
praise.
compound are the easiest for a witness to answer. And when you start bringing in other things, it can be confusing, and then I might not understand, or a party or a witness might not understand what you're asking. So
you don't understand what you're
um,
asking, Darrell.
looks like it's one of those
Darrell.
situations where I was a bit unclear. It's been clarified. If that's the line of questioning that you are going to go, then that's fine. Then I would allow that. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. If the state objects, obviously that's a different story. Then I'll have to rule on it. But I think we're all on the same page now.
And just for the record, Jared, I will be objecting. I don't want there to be, just because I think this has been asked and answered. He was taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital for medical clearance. They want to minimize the number of times that he's transported, and they needed the information sooner rather than later. So I will be objecting as to asked and answered. I just didn't want to, we asked the question that the court suggests, and then I object, and so I do want to put that on the record just so the court's prepared for it.
Understood.
The question of why wasn't the first interview conducted at Muskego Police Department had not been answered.
I'm going to let you ask that question.
Why would you let him? Stop him.
They object. We'll put everyone on notice. So
Get this shit under control,
Give
Jenny.
me your
worded a
reasoning
bit
for why it
differently.
fucking matters and
So,
show your work,
I think it's
please.
fair. I'm going to let you.
Come on, sugar tits, control the courtroom. Let's go.
Let's bring the jury back out.
And just
Don't
for
talk to
just
Darrell
for
that way.
just for law on this, one of the things, the distinctions here, that's an educational point, is that the jury is a fact finder.
Yes.
The judge is the law finder. So what he's arguing about is whether the statements he made are admissible or not. That is a legal question. It is not a question for the jury. That's a factual question about what he said. That's a factual question. Whether it's admissible or not is a legal question. She's ruled it's admissible. That she's the judge. She makes the law decision. So just sort of sort this out. He's trying to make a legal argument to the jury, to saying this argument should be suppressed. That's not for the jury to find.
Yeah, he's trying to relitigate it. And
from the locals chat, potentially criminal looks like George R.R. Martin if he finished writing his books.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm enjoying the memes in the locals chat.
Yeah, I noticed when you said that. That made me really happy. Thanks, Kurt.
No worries.
The timing of that was perfect.
The chat is the mosh pit of the channel. You know that? That's my favorite analogy here.
No, the chat is the floor seating. The locals chat is the mosh pit. That's where it is. That's where we're having discussions about the next person who should be beatified. Obviously, the inventor of thigh-high stockings.
Please be seated, and Mr. Brooks, you may continue with your
I missed thigh-high stockings? What the fuck?
This witness.
A whole discussion about it. If you're not in the
I must
locals
have been
chat,
paying-
I'm just saying.
Damn, they're fast. Ooh, those are good ones. Oh, Judge Darrell. Very nice.
And do you recall why the first interview was not conducted at Muskego Police Department?
Yeah, so in regards to the first interview at that point, as I kind of stated in my earlier testimony, we didn't know exactly where you'd end up. Muskego didn't become an option and something we thought of as a final place for you until after The first interrogation was attempted and was over with.
And do you recall if you made that determination yourself, or was it your supervisor or something of that nature?
Objection relevance.
Ground.
As to where they were going to take you?
Yes.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
His grounds
discussed it with
algorithm's
Detective
amazing.
Casey.
Like he fires
I don't
that
know,
out.
He
And
seems
at
to
that
that
time,
time though.
learned that Mosquito police station was a viable location.
Yes, that's the point at which we made the decision.
Had you ever used that police station before in any of your investigations before that evening?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Just said relevance.
I had not, but when our department first closed, that was given as an option for us, being we didn't have our own municipal lockup.
And do you recall around what time you started to conduct the second interrogation?
Yes, 12:11 p.m. on the 22nd.
Did you recall that, or
And
did you read it from notes?
do you recall how that interrogation started?
Yes, I explained to you. I had more information about the domestic, and that's what I was looking to speak to you about.
Do you recall making a statement that we all know how women can be? They're crazy.
I do.
And what did you mean by that?
It was just additional rapport building that I've talked about in my earlier testimony. Speaking to you on a person-to-person level, quite honestly, it wasn't a judgment I generalized towards all women in the world. It was just
walking it back now, coward.
wanted you to feel comfortable talking to me as a person. I felt we had rapport. I felt I could tell the night before you were comfortable speaking to me. And it was just a continuation of that.
So it'd be fair to say that comment doesn't reflect your opinion of women.
Correct.
Yeah, same thing I've ever said about anybody ever.
Why did
Just
you feel
building
that
rapport,
that
y'all?
would have been necessary to build a rapport that you?
So the like button is the plus button.
Already felt that you
Yes.
had.
Oh, that's not exactly the most intuitive thing. I didn't know what that meant.
Because it was just being relaxed. I was relaxed. I didn't want to make you feel unnecessarily nervous. We had been, talking to each other in the casual conversation from the night before, very civilly, very openly about non-custodial topics.
Oh, just fucking say it. It was an act.
To go along those lines. It wasn't anything other than to just communicate with you on a stiff level, relaxed level.
And do you feel? Would it be fair to say that other comments could have been used to keep the detainee at ease?
Objection made.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did you want him to say I love you or what?
Is there any other conversational tools you could have used to keep the detainee at ease?
Objection, same.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Perhaps, maybe.
But I figured a guy who just ran over a bunch of women with a car probably didn't respect them very much, so I was trying to empathize.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate band too. I never liked it.
the conversational tool you use would be more appropriate at that time?
So ask that one more time, please.
He could have asked him about Ford versus Chevy.
You felt that, would it be fair to say that you felt that at that time, the conversational tool that you use would be more appropriate for the situation?
I don't know that I was really thinking about appropriateness. Like I said, I was just conversing you on a normal person-to-person level was my intention at the time.
So it would be fair to say that you assume that would put the detainee more at ease by starting the
What he said
conversation with
several times now.
along those lines.
I wanted you to be relaxed. That's not anything that I did just specifically for you, Mr. Brooks. I always want people to be as relaxed as they can be. I want them to feel comfortable to talk to me if they are willing. It doesn't change the fact that ultimately I have to read Miranda. But I always want all the people I talk to.
Which is your clue to shut up, as always.
Feel comfortable and be willing and know
Exactly.
that they can talk to me.
When they're reading you Miranda,
Well, speaking of Miranda,
and they tell you have a right to remain silent,
reading the Miranda
that's your
rights
clue.
Well, when you're sitting in a police interrogation room, that's your clue.
How long into the interrogation?
You're waiting for a sign.
You read the Miranda rights? Grounds.
Objection, misstatement, and mischaracterization of the evidence.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
I'm gonna have to.
It would be fair to say that the second interrogation was pretty long.
Brooks.
Would that be fair to say?
I already got
a
something
grounds-
to share.
Yes, sir.
I need a grounds
Do
button.
you recall when in the second interrogation you read the Miranda rights?
Your Honor, I am going to object again to the form of the question.
Grounds.
The interrogation began, the court made a finding as to when the interrogation began prior.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question. It calls for a legal conclusion. Next question.
Did you immediately start the second interrogation with the reading of Miranda rights?
No, that is not the first thing I stated to you. First, I explained to you what I was wishing to talk to you about.
And do you recall how long you were in that explanation phase of the interrogation?
Maybe around 15 minutes, 16 minutes.
So it'd be fair to say that you didn't read the Miranda rights till somewhere after already interrogating the detainee for 15 minutes
No.
at least.
That's not what he said.
Grounds.
Misstatement,
Sustained. Calls for a legal conclusion. Mistakes.
Does call for the conclusion.
Testimony as well.
You read
Next question.
you read the Miranda rights after 15 minutes.
Yes, thereabouts.
Do you recall why you didn't start the second interrogation with the Miranda rights?
I'm not required to read them immediately. So those first 15 minutes were verifying your personal information, explaining that I now wish to talk to you about a domestic involving your girlfriend. And then I read them before asking you any specific questions about that event.
Yeah,
you
booking
go.
questions and routine
Would it be fair to
questions, for
say that
example.
you had already obtained.
Mhm.
Yep, you got it.
They are.
I had, but I didn't have it in front of me, and I have to recomplete the whole Miranda sheet. So I had to refill out the top form of the sheet, which is
Recomplete
your name.
the
So I
whole
had to
Miranda
verify
sheet.
that.
So it'd be fair to say that you
Brooks just needs
had
to add all
obtained
these fire
personal
rhymes into
information
his
that you
next
didn't
rap.
bring with you for the second interrogation.
Plenty of time to work on his rap in prison.
I did not have your information written down at that point. Yes.
Do you recall why at that time you didn't have the personal information that you had already obtained?
No,
No, as in
I don't recall why I didn't have it.
No, as in the opposite of yes.
Guy who's innocent says what?
What?
Something like that,
and
maybe.
you
I don't know.
said you started off the second interview with information about domestic allegations. That'd be fair to say.
Yes, after reading Miranda, if that's what you're asking.
No, I
You're
didn't.
right. I don't know what are you asking then? Just so I'm clear.
The question was, again, you started off second interrogation with domestic allegations.
Yes, I was for the beginning explaining to you those allegations that had come forward. Things I didn't know about the night before.
Any reason why you wouldn't explain
You're back.
the real reason why the detainee was being detained?
Because it doesn't matter.
This is no effect on whether or not you did this.
Was part of the real reason why you were being held in custody.
Did you have any more knowledge about the incident from the previous night at that time?
Are you referencing the parade aspect of it?
Yes.
At that point, yes, I did.
Jesus, you don't want to go down this road.
Information given to the detainee at that time.
As I explained in my earlier testimony, the idea behind the second interrogation was I began with the domestic abuse issues, questioned you about those, and then moved into the parade aspect of the investigation.
And
Oh, come on.
why not start with all the information you knew?
You should start with a plan for the witness.
Yes, yes.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Pain.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Why would you not start the second interrogation with the information that you knew?
In regards to the parade?
In regards to all the information that you had at the time?
Well, as I stated again in my earlier testimony, as we began the second interrogation, I explained it was about a domestic with your girlfriend, Erica Patterson. But again, I can't give you all the details
Not consent to
because
the name
part
of
of
that
gauging
girlfriend.
truthfulness and avoiding I'm not leading you is not telling you every single thing. I had told you she alleged there were physical injuries, but I can't really tell you what they were because I want to see if you're going to be honest and tell me what they were. Additionally, telling you what the injuries were as far as Mr. Patterson could cause you to create a lie to avoid those. And it's the same issue with the parade.
Did you speak to the complainant of the domestic allegations at that time?
Objection. The use of the word complainant.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Had you spoken with Ms. Patterson about the alleged domestic allegations?
I did not.
So it'd be fair to say that you, at that time, didn't know if they were true or not?
No, that wouldn't be fair to say.
And why would that not be fair to say?
Well, hold on. It's for this jury to determine the facts of this case, including the domestic allegations. So I'm not going to let a witness comment on his belief or not on any other witness's testimony or information. Fair enough?
I apologize.
All right. Next question.
It's too late to apologize.
Had you at any time before the second interrogation spoke with Ms. Patterson?
No.
The door is opened on like everything here, but the state's just got to stay on their game. Ignore his shenanigans and just focus on their case and ignore his case.
Yeah, they can leave it all alone.
A redirect.
I believe it was in both.
Just one
both
question, Your Honor. Anybody know what the fuck that was all about?
To reading.
That would be good.
It was in reference to the Miranda rights, stating that if I was at home on my couch, do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? At home on my couch. What do you mean by that?
Well, Miranda is strictly custody based. So I could interrogate you or question you about a matter in which you were a suspect at your home, and I would not be required to read those warnings.
Right.
Being we were in custody, we were at the Mesquite Police Department. You've been handcuffed, you've been transported. Custody was obvious. I'm required by law, therefore, to read you those rights based on you being in custody.
If you want to,
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, that's right on the money. See, these cops, they know the Miranda
That's
rules.
a requirement by law. In custody, you have to read those.
Yes. You see, Miranda has two things: custodial interrogation.
I'm going to sustain.
Custodial
I believe it's also been answered.
interrogation.
So next question.
So if either one of those are not present,
do you recall if those Miranda readings are to be at the beginning of interrogation?
at the beginning of the interrogation, yes.
That's answered as well.
Strictly speaking, yes.
There's so many exceptions to Miranda that it's almost useless, and
it's not appropriate.
It doesn't matter. The jury is not the one to determine the admissibility of his statements. The judge has already deemed them admissible, so they can hear about it.
Yep.
So him arguing about this in front of the jury is meaningless.
Well, he's trying to muddy the water.
The detainee being detained for loitering and prowling. Did you make reference to that in the second interrogation?
No, I did not.
Any reason why?
By the time of the second interrogation, the primary focus had shifted to the domestic incident between yourself and Erica Patterson, and also the parade, because by this point I had more information about the parade and that incident specifically.
So what happened to the initial loitering and prowling allegations?
Who cares? You got a 7 homicide.
The murder. The murder.
Not the primary concern.
Right. That's it.
Eventually, the interrogation came to a stalemate, so to speak, and we didn't discuss it. The primary concern was the domestic issue between you and Ms. Patterson, which at the time I began to start the first interrogation, I didn't know anything about. And then the fact I now had more knowledge on the parade.
So you let me commit those crimes and not punish me for them? Why would you do such a thing, detective?
Who made the decision for the loitering and prowling allegations to be discarded?
Objection relevant.
We don't really care that much
Objection
about
relevant.
the loitering at this point, to be honest. Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Loitering is not our top priority.
The state is encouraging lawlessness, so I couldn't. I can't murder people.
That's not an evidence for the other reasons indicated by the state. I'll sustain the objection.
Just for the record, I didn't say anything about it being charged.
Understood.
Check.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
He's going to be filing RICO on everybody.
Fair to say that in both interrogations, you gave different reasons why the detainee was being detained?
The explanations that I explained to you did change. However, again, the domestic was not known at the time. So that circumstance changed a bit. That became something that was of importance to us. Domestic abuse is taken seriously. And again, there was more knowledge about the parade.
Oh my gosh. Ask the fucking question. Ask your question.
Would it
You've
be
got-
fair to say that because of the change in information between the first interrogation and the second interrogation that can be misleading?
Objection calls for speculation from whose perspective?
Yeah.
Sustained it as to the form of the question.
Is it fair to say that someone who is being detained would perceive that as being misleading when there's two different reasons why they're being detained that was told to them?
Objection
Objection,
relevant.
speculation. This witness cannot know what is in someone else's mind.
Calls for speculation.
What is that buzz?
That's me.
Kurt.
Oh.
Sadly, not in the courtroom. Just give it up, Darrell. It's not like you're throwing down a reverse card. You're done.
It's me with a stream deck.
Come on, yeah, you got it. You've got that ace in the hole there somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? But pull out the UCC. Come on, come on. 2207. Let's go.
At any point in the interrogations,
He's reading that sovereign citizen website, How to Question a
did
Witness.
you knowingly lie about the information that you had?
What about your oath of office?
There was information I withheld from you, yes.
So it'd be fair to say that you lied.
No, not lie.
This is
Right.
officer's answer.
It's argumentative, sustained as to the
Well, that
form of-
too.
Just for the record, there is a point in there where you
sustained
stated
in
that
the
he
form of
lied.
the question.
No, he did not.
Why did you continue to withhold information repeatedly?
I guess at which point?
It's
Through the
not his
whole trial, we
job to.
took him out in the middle of the second interrogation at this
They
point.
should still
Both
object to
of
this.
them. Both of them.
Ugh.
Well, there really wasn't a first one because when I got interrogation doesn't truly begin until I'm asking you incriminating questions potentially after you've agreed to waive your right to speak, something you didn't do on the first day. On the second one, quite honestly, it goes back to what I've stated in my earlier testimony. I wanted to make sure the information I was getting from you was truthful. I wanted to make sure that I didn't lead you down a path of potential lies. And third, quite frankly, Mr. Brooks, I didn't believe if I gave you the information you were going to tell me anything.
Ooh.
You made reference to the first interrogation saying
Just
that
move on from that one.
there
Yes.
was no there was
I think
no
you're a
right to
lying piece of shit no matter what.
that interrogation.
This guy is just beating his head against the
That
wall.
that's literally what he just said to Brooks. You're a scumbag no matter what I tell you.
Yeah.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
That's
And just
harmful.
not learning. Look, every time he's got that look on his face like, I'm being wronged here. I just can't believe that.
Yeah, I
I'm-
don't get it.
I
Something's
don't
not
get
right.
this is so wrong.
Yeah.
Next question.
That chip on his shoulder attitude.
Can't get no grounds. Okay.
Oh,
No
so
ground.
so much injustice.
I'll
being
buy
done
you
to-
coffee on your commissary, brother. You'll have all the grounds you want.
Jeez. Yeah.
Get all that keefy coffee.
Somebody needs a grounds cup that they can sell.
Hold on. Hey, speaking of that, Nick, if you want to share.
I've been waiting for the court to take a
You
fucking
made
break.
reference to not being sure if you would.
Because to pull it up requires
Yes.
trying to-
taking the court down.
Oh yeah.
trying to
I'm buying the cup too.
Said
It's on my Teespring.
you wasn't sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking.
Correct.
And is that what led you to lie about the information you knew?
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Argumentative, sustained.
Hold on too.
Did that lead you to not be forthright about the information you knew?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question. His words were that he withheld. You may
That led you to withhold information that you had obtained?
Objection, argumentative.
You have no duty to
Sorry,
provide
the
any
left part
information.
with all that. Can you
Yes.
restart the question?
I love that. You know.
Because you were not sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking, that led you to withhold information that you had obtained.
Oh my god.
Well, again, as I've stated in prior testimony, strong part of the reason I withheld information is I wanted to gauge how honest and truthful you would be. I think it's important to know you lied to me, and this was proven by evidence about your mother owning a vehicle. You lied about coming out here in a tan possible Kia. So there were lies that were told at this point. You lied about being body slammed by officers. That was later proven to be true.
advise the jury of a couple different things at this point. Obviously, ultimately, the juror will determine the credibility of all witnesses and the weight of the testimony to give for any witness. So whatever any person's opinion about the testimony or previous statements or information from another individual, I'm telling you, is not evidence. You need to determine for yourselves what the facts are in this case. And the other thing I want to remind the jury of is that an accused has the right to remain silent, and when that silence cannot be used against them, since there was a comment earlier. To the extent that it was commented on, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that as well. Go ahead.
Brooks brought that up himself, though.
I'm sorry, continuing. So it just was
Hold on,
that.
it's narrative at this point. He's going to ask his next question.
Okay.
If the state needs to redirect, they will.
You made reference to, well, let me back up from there. Is it standard practice
Yes.
in your agency to withhold information?
Yes. It's called holdback information. It's to make sure that it's correct information you're getting and you're not feeding the witness.
Yes, it can be to gauge truthfulness.
And cops
And
do
what do you
lie a
know
lot.
why it can be?
And hold things back.
They can, but they can also, it's
So
important
obviously,
they
so
hold
a
back
person
information.
Yes, that
understands
too.
what's going on.
Yes.
You'll give them the basics of why you want to question them, but you're never going to tell them every detail because you want to see if they're being truthful. You want to see what details come out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right on.
Yes.
That's how you keep from
So,
having false confessions.
Would it be fair
Yes.
to say by saying that it can be means that it's not all the time used in that fashion?
It's how you catch people, too, by volunteering
Oftentimes it is.
information.
Oftentimes there's information that I won't tell a suspect unless
This can't. Okay.
it's something where I've actually caught the suspect in the act and we both saw the same things. But yes, typically if I want to make sure they're telling truth, if there's certain information I have, I will withhold that. I'll see if they're willing to provide that. And if not, at some point, confront them with that information.
That's the other way they hold it.
One of my
I've
locals
had a
members
partner with
emailed
you during
the Sovereign Citizen
Well, during
website
both
and got a response.
investigations,
It's amazing.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'll show
Oh
it
my God.
in a little bit.
With,
If the court ever goes on a
with
piss
that
break.
officer had used the same method if they were taking the lead in the investigation at that point?
Objections, cause for speculation.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Basically, if you email this website, you
Would it be
become
fair to
so
say
gay
that-
that you become a sovereign citizen. It's amazing.
The way you interrogate is your method specifically?
No, it's actually called the.
Yes.
No, that's actually not true. They trained on interrogation techniques
So
that
it'd
have a
be fair to say
holdback list.
that is not standard policy of your
Yeah,
agency.
he learned this.
It's called the Reed technique for interrogation.
Correct.
I think I still have the read manual in my bookshelf somewhere.
Yeah, Bronca did a whole webcast on the Reed technique for interrogation. And holdback lists are essential to make sure you don't have false confessions.
And it's also a great way to catch people spilling information inadvertently.
Right.
You made
Exactly.
reference to the suspect's family. Specifically, I'm referring to the children. How were you able to come into the knowledge of the suspect's children?
You mentioned it.
I believe I asked you about him.
That's what he asked about how many kids you got.
Specifically to where they lived at the time of the incident.
You got my vote.
That was
I'd vote.
came afterwards.
MIX.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't remember if you told me specifically where the older daughter
Am I
lived
boomerang?
or not.
Oh God.
Be fair to say we saw
Did you get that out of a vending machine? It's in a wrapper.
a lot of the second interrogation.
That's just how we roll. We've got that sort of shit in, like, on the streets.
Portions of it.
Well, yeah, portions of it, but a lot of it.
I don't know exactly how much we watched. That's really, I guess it depends on
I think I need a drink. Is it too early to drink?
No.
Do you
I'm
recall?
really
It's always
resisting
after
it
midday
right now.
somewhere.
Steve, it's 10 to
Well, the
5 for
defendant's
us. I'm going to start.
Not that I can recollect watching today.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
The second interrogation?
Yes.
Have you seen it in its entirety?
Yes.
Brooks, ask a question. Or just let him go. You can't dig your hole any deeper. You've hit bedrock.
Scratch that.
Oh,
You
come on.
dig
There's
deep
always
enough.
lower that this piece of shit can go.
If you dig deep enough, you get to China. So
No, this is Minecraft. We're actually just on a flat plane that's bigger than
just
Neptune.
goes.
So
In reference to
once you hit that bedrock, you're done.
the second interrogation, in reference to finding the phone, did you ever find the phone of the detainee?
You're asking if I personally did?
Yes.
I didn't, no.
Do you recall where the phone was recovered?
In your vehicle.
You say your vehicle. Who are you referring to?
You.
Your mother.
You the murderer.
That you were driving that day.
So it'd be fair to say it wasn't
my vehicle.
My vehicle. State. Grounds.
Sustained us to the form of the crime.
Find a staircase and throw yourself down
Yes.
it. You
And what was
absolute
obtained
twat.
from that phone? If you recall.
I don't recall.
So much better watching. You all need to join
Do
me.
you recall asking for the code to get into the phone?
Yes, sir, I do.
At any time did you learn at any time if the phone was able to be opened up?
Oh, that's good.
I don't know if it was or not.
So what would be your reason to ask about the phone code if you didn't intend to open it up?
Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained us to the form of the
Grounds.
question.
Grounds.
Did you
Grounds.
yourself intend to inspect the phone?
No.
So why would you ask for the code?
Well, because for the purpose of the investigation, we have people that are trained in doing that types of thing, getting into the phone, downloading the digital evidence if they're able. So having the code would assist them in being able to do that when that time came.
We've guys trained to get into
Do you
phones.
recall if it
The
was more
best
than
way to
one
assist them
phone
is giving them the password.
that you were attempting to access?
Yes.
Cheers, Steve.
Did you ask for the code for, well, back up. How many phones were you seeking to gain access to?
I believe it was 2.
And do you recall asking for the code for the second phone?
Yes.
Did you inspect the second phone?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
There is something called the fellow officer rule also that he doesn't quite comprehend. It's not one person that's the victim, the investigator, the relies, does everything. There's a team of people.
And from your recollection, what would be the significance of the phones at that point in the investigation?
Well, it's really this digital evidence that could be inside. So as it pertains to domestic abuse, it's not known if there's going to be any phone calls between yourself and Ms. Patterson. Some of the data, location data can be relevant, although you were arrested in Waukesha. It still helps to show that data as well. So things of that nature. We really don't know what could or could not help us until we try to see what's in there.
Oh my God. Just stop. You're done. There's nothing else to ask. You have not asked a single question relevant to the issues at trial.
There's no defense, and yet he's going to create hours and hours of cross on no defense. Amazing.
Allie Wrights asks if anybody knows if this is an all or majority white jury, how many women, men? It's entirely white. All of the alternates and all of the jurors are white. And I think it's like a 9-6 or 9-5 male to woman split.
And all the victims were white, right?
At any time.
Well, no, the
Yeah.
Spanish fellow was his child was struck, right?
That counts as white,
First night,
depending on who you ask.
the detainee, and during the second day, which would primarily be the second interrogation. Do you recall there being any drugs and alcohol related to the detainee?
As in whether you were under the influence?
Yes.
No, you were not.
That's worse, isn't it?
And do you know that to be fact?
There were no signs of impairment that I observed.
Just naturally
So-
stupid.
Alcohol?
What he's trying to do here
No, sir.
is generate some
Smelling
level of doubt
drugs.
around his intent.
No, sir.
Yes.
His intent is the critical element if he goes to prison forever, if he has a chance of getting out.
Mhm.
And so, well, I was
Find any
too
alcohol,
drunk
drugs?
to have intent.
No, sir.
Assuming that this is a rational defense, which it's not.
Yeah.
But we're trying to glean some little nuggets here from this train wreck or car
Yeah.
wreck of a case.
During both those days, that
Whew.
the night of the first interrogation and the time spent during the second interrogation, someone was always with you when you had contact with the detainee. Would that be fair to say? Meaning you never had interactions with the detainee just strictly by yourself.
Not that I recall.
No, because I've suffocated you with a pillow.
Yes.
I believe so.
But you were always with your partner, though, correct?
Well, I mean, he may have used the bathroom at a point. I don't remember. If I was ever alone, it was very short.
How
But from the
do
best
I
of your
get
recollection,
you
you were just
alone?
never, for a period of time, just by yourself with the detainee.
The second day before transport, there was a period of time when Detective Stern stepped out of that interview room at Muskego. And I don't know how long it was just you and I in the room, but that's all I recall.
But nothing extended from your recollection.
No.
Oh, fucking Christ.
No.
Yeah, where's Hart? We need some 80s and 90s power ballads up in this house.
Yeah.
And was it your belief at the time that you were set to conduct the second interrogation that you believed that without the FBI present, the detainee would likely be more willing to speak with you?
Speculation.
Grounds.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Or was it your belief
Is it just me or does everyone else feel like they're losing days off their life from this?
The second interrogation.
I feel like I'm on the fucking
without
torture
the
machine and the
FBI's
Princess
presence,
Bride.
there's a
Next
good
trial,
chance that
next trial, I have him going for the high score. I'm
the
going to
detainee
beat this
would be
amount of time
more
wasted
likely
on
to speak
Cross.
with you at that time.
He may answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
I'll need help with my bail fund though at that point.
And do you
Defense
recall
attorney
Pissing
would
me
never
off
get
enough that
away
I'm going to
with
run
that
over a parade.
determination?
I'll try. Oh, Igor Danchenko found not guilty.
Yes, it was a
Shit.
sense of how I felt you interacted
What did he do,
with me.
allegedly?
You know,
What did
the
he
night
not do,
before,
I guess?
He was part of the Marussia stuff.
Stated in
He was part of the Trump dossier.
That's the
casual conversations. Part of those casual conversations were
DC
He was a
jury at work.
sports.
Yeah.
Sports.
Last Durham case.
In that day.
Yep.
You seemed very calm, very relaxed.
Wait, the last Durham case?
You are, and you know what you're
Yep.
doing right now.
So does that mean that the only conviction that came was the
Would it be fair to
Attorney.
say,
FBI
can't
agent?
say for sure?
Yep.
How I'm feeling at this moment.
Not the question that was asked. And argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say that at the time of that first interrogation, you weren't sure how I was feeling?
Relevance. I mean, I don't know. What
I
at what
guess I
point
think
do
in
you
your
how
head
do you
you
shut this
present
down?
yourself as being very
90611. They have that rule just now. Just
Based on your observation.
correct.
Do you
Darrell
yourself
Brooks
have
is the
any
first
training in
airplane,
psychology?
and Relevance is
No,
the
sir.
Twin Towers.
Jesus.
oh. So, what are the grounds? His jet fuel nulling the steel beams.
Guys, I just want to let you know all these Drex memes you're making, I'm sending them to him as you make
Oh
them.
no! Oh no!
So him being carried by She-Hulk, yep, that happened.
And there
Aw.
was a point
But he did send one
And
back. I
in
won't show it on
second
stream.
interrogation when you were attempting to show the detainee a video. Almost as if you was forcing it in his face.
Objection, argumentative.
Forced it in his mouth.
What were you attempting to show the detainee?
A video of him killing people. Just
I
say
was
it.
attempting to show you a video of when you drove your vehicle through the parade route.
Any
Like this-
reason why you were being so forceful in trying to do that?
Well, I felt it was very important for you to see the damage that was caused.
Consequences of your
in the
actions.
accident. And Detective Stern made the statement as well. You were asking for more information, so we attempted to show you more information.
Would it be fair to say that the question of asking for more information was asked even on the first night during the first interrogation?
Yes. Yes.
Who's got the doggo?
Sorry,
Steve.
I turned that.
No, no,
You're-
it's fine.
you're
I was
fine.
curious.
You're fine.
Can we see the doggo?
Jackson.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh.
Was he named Jackson after like Justice Jackson?
Dude. There's a meme in the chat. And show me your drawing skills. And the
Do you recall,
responses are fucking gold.
Hold on.
Making a report of the night that, let me back up.
I
Do you
can't even
recall
hear what he's saying anymore. It's
writing a
so
report
fucking
of
worthless.
It's bad.
your interactions with the
It's not even
detainee
funny.
on the first night
No.
and the second
I'm
morning?
literally about to pull out my travel pillow and catch some Z's until this guy's finished.
Yes.
And did you write the report yourself?
So how it's done is I dictate it and then it is typed by someone else.
this detective's wishing. I wish I would have let him try to escape
So
and
there's
then
a phone
shot him.
system that I talk into, and it's recorded.
Doggo.
Oh, there we go, a doggo.
Do you recall who types it?
One of our clerical staff. I don't know specifically who it was.
So you made reference to a phone. You gesture with your right hand and made a phone. I guess. Well,
Okay, I'm gonna have to
so
go
I'm
to the bathroom.
assuming that
It's gonna have to happen. I've been trying to
that
wait it out.
records what's being said.
This is an endurance run, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Yes, when I'm speaking.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's
Go
a
to
speed
crime law
run
not-
to the gun store.
Go to crimelaw.net
Yes.
because I showed the dog and buy my book.
And at that time,
Be right
speaking
back.
into the phone, were you stating verbatim? Was it off the top of your head what you remember, or did you? I guess what I'm saying is, was you speaking to that phone based on a report that you had already previously written or had obtained?
Well, I want to make sure I understand the question.
For my own sake, Darrell, please finish.
Can you ask it again so I understand?
I guess I can be more clear. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, by speaking into this phone, would that have been what you recalled at the time, or would it been based on a report that was already written by you or someone else?
Okay. There was no prior report, so that what I speak into that phone and what is typed is my best recollection of the events at that time.
That just gave me a little clarity. I knew what I was trying to say, I just couldn't. So at that time, when you spoke into the phone, you hadn't yet filed your report at that time.
Correct. As I'm talking, I'm completing it. So it goes into a recording and then it's later typed.
And then is it filed after being typed?
Yeah, eventually it's sent to court.
Do you recall if that was, I'm guessing that would be the night of the second interview or sometime after that?
Yes, it was the night of the second, after that interview had been completed.
After that second interrogation, had you learned any more information additionally that you didn't have during the first and second interrogations?
Yes.
And did you put that into your report?
I believe I did, if it's the one thing I'm thinking of, yes.
Do you recall how many reports you filed in relation to this incident?
I think 4, maybe 5.
Why so many?
Well, you have to understand that after the second interrogation, the investigation wasn't simply complete. There were additional things that need to be done, and additional things I assisted with that led to other supplements being done.
How is this still going? How?
I'm almost finished with my first drink.
Finish mine.
4 or
Thinking about
5.
starting
I
a
was almost
second.
asleep.
I believe so. I don't know the exact number.
Do you recall when the last one was completed?
I believe in June.
And would the June report contain additional information that you didn't have in November of 2021?
I don't recall either that or clarification. I'd have to see the report, I guess, to know exactly what you were driving at.
Is that a tech
You don't
agreement
recall what you reported?
that you don't recall
Not
reporting?
exactly.
Is that a judicial determination?
Can you determine my judicial?
Did you accept it for value?
Do you recall what
I
you
accept for
reported
value
in
in
the
return for
second
value.
report?
What a delusional guy.
I would love the judge to say you haven't offered me anything. There's no
Exactly.
consideration.
No, I believe
It has to be tangible.
See, we're starting to get our warp. This is going to be bad for our legal
So fair to
brains.
say you don't recall
Yes.
which you
This trial isn't a legal
reported
trial
in
anymore.
any
This is an
report
entertainment
except for the
trial.
first.
Yes.
It
yes.
stopped being a
exactly what it
legal
is. It's a
trial the
farce.
moment this clown
that is the one that is
represented
most
himself.
clear because it was such a substantial piece of what I did in this investigation.
And that was the one when you spoke
No,
into
seeing Crystal, I didn't quite fall asleep, but I am sitting here with a travel pillow.
the entire.
Well, they were all done the
What are you
same
doing
way.
with that pillow with the camera off, buddy?
All reports are done the same way.
We don't need to see. We'd rather have the camera off. He starts it on.
Were you laughing at me or hating? I wasn't sure.
No, he's turning his camera off. I don't
Oh.
see, like just above my head. And I'm right underneath him, man. This is gross.
And do you recall coming to the Waukesha County Jail to serve any warrants in relation to this incident?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what they were for?
7
So what's
counts
your
of
guys'
first
theme?
degree
Yes,
murder.
a search warrant for your
What's your theme song,
jail
guys?
property.
What runs through your head most often?
And do you
Right now,
recall
like
what
in the
that jail
past week
property
or
was?
whatever. Do you have one?
Home back by
Property
Ginger.
that would have been turned over to the custody of jail when at the
The
time
parody of Frozen.
personal belongings.
Fuck it all.
And what would personal belongings?
Suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
Dick.
You had with you? Are you specifically wanting to know what I seized?
Wow.
Yes.
Your red T-shirt that you were wearing on the 21st and 22nd of November, the blue jeans, as well as socks.
And do you recall why you needed to seize the clothing?
Yes, the determination was made to go back and seize the clothes as it's the items you were wearing during the event.
What event?
Parade event is what I mean by event.
Where you
When
ran
you killed
people over.
everyone.
The
Yes.
only reason why you needed to seize the clothing?
There was also possible DNA evidence, but I do not know how that came back.
Did you yourself inspect the clothing?
Did you expect the closing?
Why would he
We just
need
retrieved
to?
it from the property, put it in a bag, and
He's-
brought it back to the police.
He's trying to point out anything
Do
he
you
could say,
recall
well,
if you
there's
seen
evidence you
anything
didn't
else
look at.
besides the clothing?
Not from your property at the jail, I didn't.
He's just wearing everybody out with his
Antivis by
And
Bring Me
do
the
you recall
Horizon.
if that was the only time
Damn.
you came to the Waukesha County Jail to serve a warrant?
For
Correct. That's
me,
the only
right
time
now,
I
it's
recall.
Marshmallow,
recall when
One
that
Thing
was?
Right. Good song.
November 30th, 2021.
So roughly about a week after the incident.
9 days.
It's where I go. Like, if you guys are ever wondering where I go when these fucking trials are really boring, there it is. I go to my theme song.
Well,
I
I'd
go
say
to my muse.
I've been listening to Rollin' the Headless Thompson Gunner
And you
by
made
Lauren
reference to
O'Connell.
bringing it back to the
It's
department.
actually a pretty good
Oh wait, I
remake.
just realized we're on
Did you
Rumble. I
have
actually
to
could play
with
some
you
Men at Work if I wanted to.
inspecting clothing?
Yes.
See, it sucks.
No,
'cause
I believe
with
it.
Streamlabs,
would
I
have
still
gone
have
off
to.
the state
I
crime.
still have to stream multiple on YouTube and Rumble at the same time.
Did you obtain any
I still get
additional
copyrighted.
information from the state crime lab?
I don't believe I received any information from the state crime lab personally.
And while this is all entertainment for our values, this is important. This is an important trial because there were a lot of people affected in Wisconsin by this crime. And the fact
Yes.
is the mainstream media is completely ignoring this. So although we are providing some entertainment value, there's also a news value that is not being covered by the mainstream media. So
Yeah, a
so
lot
I
of
know that
people-
it's
really weird.
It's punishment for us to sit here, but on the other hand, think about all the people that have been
I want
affected
to go
by this
back a
crime.
little bit.
Most people don't know this trial's occurring.
Right.
Really? Because we
Yep.
basically we had an analogous.
When did you
fuck, I
arrive
can't
on
talk.
scene?
We had a similar case about
to,
3 years ago.
list
The
this?
Gargasoulas case here in Melbourne. Same number of people killed, including a
Shortly after
3-month-old and a
you were
10-year-old.
taken into custody.
And like, I mean, yes, it happened in the middle of Melbourne, but it was national
When you
news.
arrived, what did you see?
This is getting buried in the media. Nobody's following it except
Can't
alternative
recall
media
exactly.
sources
I
like this. So
believe you
there is a
were
public service
in the
being
back
done
seat
here.
of the
So
squad
thank you for covering it, Nick.
Which is
So at that
it's
time,
my pleasure. I'm definitely claiming this is my 50 fucking required hours.
Yes, right.
You were retained.
You either have to do pro bono
Suspect.
work, which I actually
Suspect
covered
is
last
you,
year,
Darrell Brooks.
but this next year I'm going to put
You
down
strike that last.
expanding legal education through trial.
That was his
Wait,
coverage
you
is,
have to do pro bono work in Minnesota?
It's an
thought it was
unenforced ethical
encouraged.
responsibility,
Well, yeah.
I did not know.
but it's unenforced. Like if you don't do it, they don't really do anything. But
Oh.
you're supposed to.
What did you do from that point?
At that point,
But this year I
myself
am
and
claiming
Detective
trial
Stern were
coverage
assigned to
entirely.
follow Specialist Mark Howard.
I think with Depp, I
whose
got
vehicle
over
were
50
ultimately
hours.
placed in, and follow him to our substation
Something like 200, 250 hours.
where you were
I
taken.
will say if I have to get a second sidecar,
Call
these things are very potent. And I can't assure my rational mouth if I get a second one.
call
Get a
scene.
second one immediately.
Do it up.
I don't want your
double
rational
enforcement
mouth. I want the
from
hottest
different
mouth you got,
jurisdictions.
Steve.
Yes,
I don't go that way.
Not yet, but a second or a third sidecar, and you might.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. This show does things to
Call
people.
about the scene as far as law enforcement personnel.
There's always a price.
Basically, just that they were there.
Very important question from the Odyssey chat.
Do you recall?
By the way, I'm watching you degenerate
any weapons being
fuckers.
drawn at that point, or
They're asking about if I still do the night streams. Yes, there will be a night stream.
I did
tonight.
not see any
Nazi!
officers with weapons drawn.
Yeah, there will be a
When I arrived. There
normal
were
night stream tonight.
officers
There's a lot to talk about. I can't remember what it is right now,
with
but we will.
rifles across their
Hit it.
chest, but they were not pointing them at anyone.
any distinct vehicles to your recollection utilized by law enforcement?
Police cars?
The squad cars, marked squad cars that I recall.
Marked plaintiff vehicles.
Yes.
Do you recall seeing the vehicle that was?
Oh, that'd be great. City of Kenosha Plaintiff Department. Or Waukesha.
More like a ground rover type vehicle.
If I get a second
No,
one, you're
no,
gonna have to protect me, Nick, and you're gonna have to shut me, kick me off the stream if I go out of bounds.
With your consent, I will do that. Since you asked in advance.
Yes.
There's
I'm
no
just saying,
guardrails
if
here.
I get a second one, it's
Came
over.
to the scene.
Will I change my shirt
learned that
first? No.
Suspect was in custody.
I'm gonna take it off. You better show up.
You followed the other officer to I'm guessing the
They wonder why lawyers are alcoholics.
Yes.
The substation.
The substance abuse.
If I had to listen to this guy, oh my god.
Zeb says he thinks if he can find one gotcha technicality, he gets off for murdering people. Jesus fuck. Yeah, no, he does.
That just shows you how
Steve
fucking
brilliantly
crazy he is.
Steve brilliantly said, you don't get acquitted on a technicality. You get convicted on a
what
technicality.
information
Right.
did you have at that time?
And you never hear that. You
In-
always hear
regards
accused
to
released on a technicality. That never happens. What happens
Yeah.
is
The
people get
information again was
convicted
still
on
very
technicality.
limited. That you'd been loitering in the area, would receive calls, and that you were identified as a possible suspect that was in the vehicle.
Kurt, is your mic muted? People are saying you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. I
Did you
can't hear
yourself receive those calls or any of those calls?
you.
You mean as in like the
Okay.
phone calls?
Yeah.
Give me some more when this guy
reference to
shuts
the,
up.
the loitering.
Yeah, it was muted on my end.
No,
Okay,
those
there
went
you
into
go.
dispatch
making
and then they were broadcast over the police radio, which I heard.
Also, I've had nothing intelligent to
Did
say
you
for quite some
respond
time.
to that radio call?
Yes, I made my way to that area.
Trouble is, it's difficult to say anything
The
intelligent
area
about this shit.
of Elizabeth Street.
Yes, sir.
Kurt needs his hat though.
Do
Where's
you
your
recall
hat,
what time
Kurt?
that was?
It was right around, took place over a few minutes. 5:30, 5:35, getting a little after 5:30.
And what time did you arrive to the scene?
I don't know the exact time.
It's like I was a couple beers in.
Alcohol is much stronger when you haven't eaten all day.
Yes. Steve, have you ever gone for a run or like done a weightlifting session right before you drink?
No.
Whoa, you want to get smashed. You run like 6 to 10 miles and then you pound like, it doesn't take much liquor at all. Your body metabolizes it immediately because it's amped up. You go hard in the paint.
We were shown.
I feel like I'm getting value.
To
Want to make your liquor go farther, go for a 10-mile run first.
not wanting someone else to claim the phone. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
What reason would someone else claim a phone that isn't theirs?
Could be their own reasons. One thing we have to do once we have
Objection calls
possession
for
of property,
speculation.
we have to
I
make
think the
sure
prosecution
that we
has
release
died
it
in
to
their
the
chairs at
appropriate
this
person.
point. That
So
one
that
lady
will
died
be-
of the plague that she had earlier.
Is it fair to say that all property obtained from a detainee is sealed?
No.
No.
I guess, what do you mean by sealed?
Like placed in a sealed bag, pursuant to whoever.
It's placed in a
Whoever
fucking
the
Ziploc
property
that they can pull
belongs
out and
to.
examine
Yes.
at any point
Sealed.
for any reason that they need to for the investigative purpose.
Typically, we would take property and probably put it in a paper or plastic bag. We don't necessarily seal it and then place it in a locker.
It's an evidence.
Would you write on the bag who the property belongs to?
You write the name in all
Well, if it's
uppercase
personal
letters.
property and it's going to be returned, it would go in a locker, typically that's associated with their cell. But if it's evidence, it would go, to a different place. It depends on the type of property you're talking about.
Would it be some type of identifying?
Alaska
something
mom
to
says,
identify the property
my daughter's
to
ears perked up with the
the owner
Frozen
of the
song.
property.
She just turned 6 and
Yes.
is highly offended you made Frozen with bad words. She said you're dumb. Get wrecked, Aussie.
When you came to the Waukesha County Jail to serve the warrant for the
Dummy.
clothing, or
Well, please pass on that I didn't create it. I just enjoy it.
stated it.
Yeah,
Is that
tell your
property
daughter he
sealed?
definitely made it and he admitted to being dumb. That's what he said.
It was in a secure room.
He enjoys every minute of it.
Like the bag it was in, no.
The bag was just wide open.
Oh gosh.
I don't recall if it was wide open. They
What
have
was
it
your
in a
daughter
plastic
doing with an
bag
earshot
that-
on Nick's show anyway?
I
Shut
don't
your
have
mouth.
the exact
I'll take
conditions
viewers
of
where I can get them.
Have any identifying name on it, or
Get her a Rumble account.
birthday, or
Gotta inflate those
They-
numbers.
You're bitching
Utilize
about it. You got over
a system
15,000
in
watching
which they
you.
looked up your name and the bag
Not
had
enough.
a number. The number was associated to your name.
Because
they
YouTube
were able to find
suppresses
it that way.
Rumble fluffs.
And then, once I got
Man,
in the
do I
bag,
love
I
getting
recognized
fluff.
the clothing as your clothing.
Mm.
so it'd be pretty fair to say that the system that they use is pretty easy to identify what property belongs to whom.
It seemed to be. To get the specifics on it, you'd have to ask them. But
Take a nap.
they looked up your name, hit a number, and your bag came right across.
This is
Does
shared in the
your
locals
agency
chat.
use a similar
Fun
method?
fact, Rekieta lives
No.
only 11 miles from Lake Wakanda.
And what method does your agency use
It's true.
to
It's
identify the
actually
property?
real.
My agency would simply, we're not a large county jail, so we only hold about 5-6 people at a time. We would take personal property, put it in a paper bag, put that paper bag in a locker that typically would correspond with the cell number that you were placed in. And then your property would also be documented on an electronic form. So we knew it belonged to you.
You made reference to not being a large county jail. Are you referring to the holding station?
Our standard department that we're back in now has a municipal lockup. Correct. It's very small.
So it'd be the holding station.
They call it the police station, the booking room.
Police station, substation, holding station.
Yeah. Correct.
The pain.
Oh no.
To the pain.
Spicer's near Woodcock Lake.
Minnesota has enough lakes that they ran out of sensible names and started giving them insensible ones.
At any time during the second interrogation, were there any other law
Lake
enforcement
Florida
watching the interrogation from another
Now
location?
it's close.
Yes, there were.
Can you explain why?
Well, again, the FBI was present in a different room because we still did not know whether there was a terrorist nexus to this incident at that point.
Is that the only other law enforcement that was watching the interrogation?
There may have been some of our own officers. I don't know how, if they were moving around the building or I don't know what they were doing.
So it'd be fair to say you can't recall?
Correct.
Aha. Aha. He can't recall. This closing was going to be a train wreck.
If at that time there was still uncertainty about the nature of the incident, to the point that the FBI still were kind of involved at that point, any reason why they wouldn't?
All right. I'm getting up and making a drink.
You and your partner.
Yeah, I'm going to go get a second one.
Interrogation as they did with
I'll
the
join
first.
you guys when you get back.
Grounds.
Sustained. Relevance 90611.
Thank God.
Oh. 90611, guys, is where the judge says
there
move
any
the
reason
fuck
why the
on or you're
FBI couldn't
done.
Conduct their own
She
interrogation.
needs to just do it.
Objection. Calls for
Grounds.
speculation.
Sustained.
He's already in trial for mass murder. Exactly how many more of us is he intending to kill with boredom?
From the legal side. Would it be fair to say that you're a
Yeah,
complete
you and your
fucking
partner would be
retard who's going to
conducting
die
a
in
second
prison?
interrogation.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that picture of the pumpkin's
Why did
better.
the FBI need to be present?
Below it.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Answer.
It's sustained.
She said asked and answered.
You've asked why the
Mr. Brooks,
FBI was there.
It's been asked. It's been answered. It's
Got
been
that.
sustained.
What?
Move the fuck on.
Gonna have to ask you to move on
Such injustice.
immediately. Now,
You
my
know, dude,
clerk,
But the jury has the right to know.
my
dude-
clerk is gonna show up in your cell tonight and kill you in your sleep. We'll resuscitate you twice, but not a third
Is it
time,
standard
and drag your
procedure
ass
for
back here
Other
tomorrow.
law enforcement to
Good night.
watch interrogations from another location. Grounds.
Overruled. You may answer.
Do they like to watch?
Due process
Wouldn't
is
say
the
it's
process
standard,
that
but
you are
this
due.
was also a standard incident.
So the magnitude of the incident is what prompted the change.
That's right.
That's right.
You recall who made that
Also, to
determination?
Judge Mommy coming in here, taking over the courtroom.
Relevance.
Your chambers and
Yes,
mine.
do you know? So
12
overruled.
minutes.
Answer.
That's all you're getting. That's all you need.
So I'm sorry, just so I understand the question correctly. Why the FBI is the question why they'd be there at all?
No, that wasn't the question.
What is it again?
The question was pertaining to standard procedures.
Okay.
And I believe the question was,
You asked who made the determination to allow for other agencies to observe the
Right.
interview or interrogation.
thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I don't know exactly. I only know that the FBI became involved due to the terrorist concern, so that's why they were there.
Did you get another one of those
My question
whatever
wasn't,
weird drink you're drinking, Steve?
It's a sidecar. Do you know what a sidecar is?
No, what the fuck's a
law
sidecar?
enforcement in general.
A third roses
They're pretty
sweet
good.
and sour. A third Cointreau orange liqueur,
Just to give more clarity,
and a third
was
Fundador brandy.
did you
Okay.
know who made the determination?
Very
for
nice.
Law enforcement to watch from another location.
This guy makes me want to drink.
No,
It's a good drink for Florida.
Yeah, it's very sweet. It's actually a French sidecar.
Were you at any time aware that there would be other law
This
enforcement?
is a third
watching the
bourbon.
second interrogation?
A third bourbon and a
I knew the
third.
FBI was coming back.
bourbon.
Yes.
Did you know if there would be any other law enforcement outside of the FBI, like from your agency or
Oh
anything
yeah,
like that?
my whip
Were you
is a
aware
strong
that
rope.
They would be watching as well.
Objection relevance.
Browns.
Overrule the witness may answer.
Not that I knew of.
But you do recall other law enforcement
See if I can get this done
outside
during the
of FBI
testimony.
being present.
Yeah, so we had an officer based on you being in our custody that had to stay in the
Very
room,
nice, Nick.
their jail area for the night. I don't know how much of the interview that officer was or was not present for from another location.
Do you recall leaving out of the interrogation room during the second interrogation?
Yes.
And at that time, did you speak with any other law enforcement?
FBI.
Is he gonna jerk off now? Yes.
And do you recall what those conversations were about?
Not specifically, no.
Just call me David Carradine.
I think Ozzy got knocked out.
Do you recall if there was directives given by the FBI?
Objection hearsay.
Grounds.
Yes, do you know, not what they were. You may answer.
I don't recall if they gave directives.
I always think of Die Hard when they talk about the FBI. The FBI guys are here. You mean the FBI? And the guy starts like, yes, we're here. We're in charge. You know?
We're going to need some new FBI guys.
Right.
Exactly where my mind went.
Your partner stepping out of the interrogation?
Agent Johnson. No, not that one.
The other
Yes.
one.
Do you know if they spoke with FBI at that time?
If my partner did,
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, God. This
Now,
is
guys,
like a
it is not
depot.
6 a.m. It is 8:35 in the morning.
At any time during the
That's
second
better.
interrogation,
That's
did
so brutal.
the FBI leave?
It's 8:30 in the morning on
Not that I know.
Wednesday.
So
It's
to your
8:30 in the
recollection,
morning
they
on the
were there
underside
whole
of the
time.
disc.
I believe so, yes.
Apparently a legit whip. Like I can. Oh Jesus! Probably shouldn't use this like without some
Yeah, you,
training.
I want to
Ah,
go back to
Probably a good idea.
your caucasity is
Or
showing.
at least,
Nick.
you know, outside.
Oh shit!
you made a reference
During the
to
trial of a black man.
the kind of code. On the phone. Recall what that was?
Oh, I didn't even think of the racial implications of using this whip on
In
stream.
reference to the phones.
You're
He's just thinking
privileged.
about Lady Rekieta.
You're privileged, good sir.
You talking about there
This
were
isn't one
two,
you'd want to
one of-
use on a first.
any one phone specific? You talking about the iPhone?
Yeah, the iPhone. I'm sorry.
I have those.
Yes,
upstairs.
So, what whips could you recommend for a friend?
Okay, I know we're talking
Kurt,
about
you
an
want some
iPhone, but that's
pictures?
it for now.
I got a repertoire. Don't worry.
Hey, Lady Racket's channel is cool. She's beautiful. What a lucky guy you are, Rekieta.
Yes.
And
That's-
what about
Kid
this is all
OnlyFans
true.
when?
Is your When your wife talks, does she
No code was ever provided.
always sound like that? Because that's like the most stereotypical Minnesota accent ever.
She does until we go anywhere else, and she immediately adopts the accent of wherever we are. It's the funniest thing on the planet because people think she's making fun of them.
Yeah.
When she hangs around like English people, she's like,
Do you
okay.
recall if those two phones were placed in the
I'm
evidence?
dying. I love
She's
it.
like, hello, governor.
When we go visit family,
Yes,
she
they would have
immediately
been.
starts talking Texan.
And did you place them in evidence?
I did not.
That's
Do you recall whom?
I do not.
I don't know if I'm going to make it to the break. I'm holding on here, Nick.
Me too, buddy. That's why you can only ever see one hand on camera.
During your investigation, what? Let me back up. I don't want to say that.
Don't back up. Go forward.
Yeah, if Lady Ragged's ever opened an OnlyFans, it'd just be pictures of me.
You made reference to
Ladies.
the suspect being involved. During that initial information that you received,
It'd be the best grift ever.
did
The
you
real Lady Ragged's
receive
OnlyFans.
information that there were
You
multiple
get in there, it's
suspects
just
at any time?
messages drawn on my ass.
You're talking about we're talking about the parade incident at this point. Yes, no.
The parade.
My brain
Initially, yes. So
trial.
I covered this prior testimony.
Wait,
as
what was
well.
that?
It
Lady
very
Ragged thinks
sexually
Aussie sounds
early on.
American.
There were reports of possible multiple suspects. Yes.
Oh my God.
Remember, I only committed to the closing arguments, not to coming back tomorrow.
You are welcome whenever you want.
I know, but boy, this is painful.
Yes,
And I promised everybody I was going to do this tomorrow. Good Lord.
I have some. I would think I could get done.
Who's done?
Right.
Hey.
You
Oh my
have no
God.
redirect. You have no redirect.
No redirect.
You have none.
What? You need a 10-minute redirect?
No
No,
redirect.
he's
We're
another
taking
witness.
a 10-minute break.
10-minute witness.
Did she do it? She finish? Did he finish?
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Oh my God.
Okay. He's just like, look, they're scared. I got them on the run.
That's definitely what's happening.
Yeah. He's
Kind
like,
of lack
not
of
guilty.
empathy does this guy have? He is just really.
Yes,
Well,
this is the answer to
I
that
mean,
question.
here's the thing, though. It doesn't matter what you say. You're still going away, and you're never getting out. So
But so
Yeah.
why is he doing this? I mean, this is
why not?
It's the cracking open the skull of the mental illness.
Yeah, you can't make it any worse.
Admitted into evidence. Do you recognize?
No,
this?
he's making it worse.
And their offer was plead to the murders and go away forever. So
Well, that's what he's going to get anyway.
yeah, I know. So there's no point in not
It's
doing
been
this.
testified to previously.
Yes, I do.
Sir, if you talk to the same person,
He wrote yes, sir, in response to you have the right to remain silent and understanding these rights. Do you agree to speak with me? He wrote yes, sir.
Sir,
No,
wow.
I think
That's
the
nice.
officer wrote down yes, sir, maybe as his verbal, like a
Yes.
recording of his verbal response.
would you have to fill up
Oh,
that top
maybe.
portion
I
of
don't
the
know.
form each time?
Yes.
That's all I need for that exhibit. When we talk about, do you recall
He has a nice signature.
questioning of you with regard to the recording made by your cell phone at Waukesha Memorial Hospital during the first meeting with the defendant?
Objection, I don't consent to being caught that night.
No one asked
Oh,
you.
fuck off.
Yes, I recall.
Are
You know, you
familiar
could
with-
win points as the
Right,
prosecutor
that
just by saying no questions.
Yes, I am.
There's no reason to redirect.
Oh,
on
well,
this.
the
Yeah.
witness may answer.
The jury would appreciate this.
It's when an individual, whether it be Mr. Brooks or any individual, begins making statements on their own accord and not response to a question. Typically, an utterance may reference why they're in custody in the situation that you were either questioning them about or preparing to question them about.
Is it important to capture those types of utterances on tape or recording?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
Would that be a reason to continue recording after an interview's been ended?
Objection. Answered that already.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's redirect.
Yes, it would.
With regard to the two phones, you indicated that someone else located the phone
Margarita helps.
in your car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who's got the margarita?
In order
Kurt
to
does.
access
I do.
the contents of a phone,
Cheers, Kurt.
it's passcode protected. Do you need the passcode?
I want to go to the little
then?
local Mexican place to get a
Objection.
mango
Needed.
margarita and some shrimp
Overruled.
tacos
The
and just
witness may
fucking
answer.
purge this from my brain.
It makes it
Sounds
easy.
good.
They can, the men that do that, the men and women that do that do have ways around it, but it makes it much more difficult without it.
And would it be fair to say that there's not all
The amount of
software
Vivance can make this shit
for
interesting,
all
says the
phones
chat.
without the passcode?
Gonna need to break out the meth. That's pretty cute.
God, I wish I was in a different country.
sustain
I'd do
this
the stream on
foundation.
mushrooms.
Have
Well,
you
meth is
had
scheduled
experience
too,
in
so
your
talk to your doctor if meth is right for you.
phones off of defendants?
Meth's only scheduled two.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And have you had opportunity
Oh,
Okay.
hell yeah, it is.
to turn those phones over to your forensic unit?
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
but-
it's
analyzed?
it's
Ritalin.
a stimulant.
Yes.
Yeah, Ritalin.
When you don't have a
I
passcode
used to
or a
have
swipe
Ritalin.
pattern,
Hold on.
you return
Not
you
surprised.
take those phones back
For
with
narcolepsy.
information
I
that
know,
will
that's-
be accessed.
It made my heart
Objection.
pound like crazy,
Asked
so I
the former
stopped
that
it.
already.
Does it need your Provigil an amphetamine?
Yes, I have.
It's a
So
non-narcotic.
if you're not provided a
stimulant. I don't
code
know. It's fucking
Oh.
cool, but
or
I don't
you're
think it's an
provided
amphetamine.
an incorrect code, there's a possibility, or are you definitely getting into that phone?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
No, there is certainly a possibility that we would not be able to access the content.
You had talked about on cross-examination your reports that you dictate over.
How is we to
phone.
Schedule 1?
Do you recall that?
Yes.
These are good
Those
questions.
You testified were based upon your recollection.
Correct.
Do you take notes during interviews?
Objection. Speculative.
That's not
Overruled.
speculation.
You may answer.
Yes, I do.
Do you use those notes at all when dictating your report?
Objection, speculation.
Yes, I do.
It's like a random objection generator. He just hits it. It's just like objection.
The defendant asked you about multiple suspects, you having information about multiple suspects. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Damn, I should not
Did
have
the
broken the
defendant ever
seal.
tell you
Damn
that
it.
there was
I'll be right
anyone
back.
in that car other than him driving it and possibly Erica Patterson?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, he did not.
And finally, you've been a law enforcement officer in Waukesha County for approximately 18 years. Is that
Oh,
correct?
thank God for finally.
Yes.
Who makes the charging decision when deciding what charges get issued in a criminal case?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The prosecuting attorney at the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
You don't decide on the charges?
No.
Objection. Relevancy.
It's overruled.
We
You may answer.
we can forward what we believe is appropriate, but we don't ultimately make the decision to charge.
So when Mr. Brooks asked you, what am I being charged with? Did you have any ability to tell him that?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted. Overruled. You may answer the question.
No, ma'am, not with 100% certainty, no.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Detective.
That was abusive.
Mm-hmm.
The world hates Mr. Brooks. Can we vote on this?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Detective Carpenter is stepping off, I will read the instruction that I've read to you every day, but it's important that you hear it
Do you
again.
have
Continue
sovereign citizens in
consideration of
Australia?
Discussion of the case until all the
Yeah,
evidence.
we actually there's
and
even
I
like a
have
little
instructed you on the
area
law
that's sort of
to not discuss
seceded.
this case among yourselves or with
But
anyone
we
else
do get them
until your final
occasionally showing up in court
deliberations
as well.
in the jury room. This order
Hey,
is
and
not
also
to be
Sean, I
based
haven't
on
actually
this
introduced. I haven't met you
conference
before,
to all
so
forms of electronic communication.
please introduce yourself when we
use
get
any
the
electronic
get the
devices
moment
such as a
available.
If we survive to the end.
We survive. I'm
messaging or
clawing to
social
the end
networking
here.
sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror.
Getting across the finish
Come in
line.
contact with the
Oh my
parties,
gosh.
lawyers, interpreters, or
Where are you?
witnesses.
Where are you? What's
Do
your
not speak with
jurisdiction,
them.
Sean?
Ohio.
The parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact.
I'm in the Cleveland area. I do criminal defense, and then I do some appellate work here
Do
and
not
there.
research
Excellent,
any
yeah.
information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about
Except for
this
Rekieta
trial.
law.
Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness.
Guys, we do have some stuff to
Any information
talk
you
about
obtain
when she's
outside
done.
the courtroom
Don't
could be
leave just
misleading,
yet.
inaccurate,
Those
or
people are like, oh,
incomplete.
trial's over.
Relying
Don't
on
leave
this
yet.
information is
Don't leave.
unfair
All
to
the
parties
fun is coming up next. Come
to
on.
to
We've got a
receive
whole cool bunch of
or
panelists. And I told Sean I haven't met him actually
anyone
before.
about this trial
Yeah,
or
we'll do
your
intros.
experience as a juror
And most
while you are
importantly,
serving
I'm
on
gonna
this
come.
jury. Do not use a computer, cell
Don't
phone,
come.
other electronic device,
Well, I'm gonna
including
come.
personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication.
I want to visit Cleveland, actually. I want to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame up there.
This case, for example, do not communicate by
It's
telephone, blog post, email,
neat,
text,
but
instant message, social media,
it's one of those things you can only do once.
on or off the computer.
I'm
Do not
such a
permit anyone to
music
communicate
fan, though.
with you
So
about
Yeah.
this matter,
No, it's good if you. I mean, it's.
electronically or by
I went to it once, but that was it. I was like,
Anyone
okay,
does
cool.
so
I don't need to go
despite you
back.
telling them not to, you should report that to me.
It's not like the
I appreciate that it is
Air
time
Force
to
Museum in
go
Dayton where you
home
can just keep
evening
going to it
and
or
discuss this
something like
case with
that. Or
another
the
member
Air
of
and
the
Space
council,
Museum.
But you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors.
I had a friend
on
who
the
was at
evidence
the Home
presented
Builders
in the
Association
courtroom.
up in Cleveland
Not serving on this
and
jury have
said
not heard the
very
evidence,
good things
and it is
about Cleveland.
improper for them to influence
Said it
your
was a very nice
deliberations and
town.
decision in this case.
He's one of the few
After
people.
the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any
It's not bad.
These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to
I don't
believe
like
that
this guy
another
anymore. Let's get his face
violated
off the
these
damn.
rules, you should report that.
Is he
to me.
going to bring
If
up
jurors do
sovereign
not
citizen
comply
stuff?
Oh,
with
he
after
looks
this?
like
Yeah.
he looks like he's
Result
brewing hard.
involving additional time.
Thinking about
and
like I'm going to
significant
bring up
expense to the
this
parties and the
jurisdiction thing.
taxpayers.
Subject
You
matter
are to decide
jurisdiction
the
hadn't
case
been
solely
proven on the record.
evidence offered
In a
before
book
the
of
trial.
Job,
And
it
while I
says
still have you here, I neglected to tell you one thing about an exhibit that was received. Exhibit 81 has been received by the court. With that, you are excused. Thank you, everyone.
Can receive some more exhibits,
82.
Judge. If you know what I'm
Boy,
saying.
it's been a long day, but okay. 82. Thank you.
You could have put an end to it a lot sooner, Your Honor.
She should just say court adjourned, boom, and walk out. She should not inquire of the parties if there's anything to bring up. She could do that. Okay, court
she could.
adjourned.
Yep,
Boom,
I'm
walk
done.
out.
See you tomorrow.
That's the only criticism I have of this judge. She could be much stronger and more direct and much more authoritative. I understand what she's doing and I respect it. Boy,
She
I'm,
could
so,
still
I'm
do
not.
better.
This is not helpful. Nick, you're going to protect
Everyone
me,
at
right?
8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yep.
She's
Just don't
overcorrected.
practice.
She's gone too far.
Just don't practice in
she
Waukesha
did. She
County
adjourned
ever
it.
again.
She didn't.
She didn't ask.
No shit.
Good.
Yeah.
That's
She
good.
didn't
She's
ask.
learning.
Yeah.
You can't feed the beast on these
No.
sovereign citizen folks.
Oh wait. What do I want to do?
Steve, you
Just
can say
take
whatever
this
you
off.
want, just never practice in Wisconsin.
I don't want. I'm a Florida lawyer. Oh
I know
my
you.
god.
As soon as you say everything, though, your wife's going to be like, "We're moving to Wisconsin."
I like. I tell you, every witness has been great. Wisconsin is showing what great people they have. I mean, I've never been to Wisconsin.
Okay. Let's
I
not
know
be
I've never
too
been to
happy about
Wisconsin, but
don't
seriously,
go there. It's fucking terrible.
I love flyover country.
Last
man.
time I was in Wisconsin, a parade got run over. It was really bad.
Were you behind a SUV?
No, I was just standing on the sidelines.
Grounds.
The other time I was in Wisconsin, my sexual partner choked me to death and then cut my head off, chopped my legs off and threw them in a crock pot box and left my head in a bucket. Lady Rackets is a savage in the sack, we'll say.
Yes.
Apparently.
The time before that, your parents, you got a taste of them.
Well, yeah. To be fair, they confronted me. They confronted me about my my college classes which were not going the best at the time. And my friend had just given me an SKS. So the last time I was in Wisconsin for the 3 times ago is when I just shot both of my parents, chopped them up and fed them to my girlfriend, and then went and swam in the pool with her lesbian mom and her lesbian topless lover after they rode lesbian tractors around.
Yes, with their titties flopping everywhere.
That tractor was going fast enough for those old girls to be flying up by her ears. Anyway, fucking hell. First things first, this is the most important part. We've got some memes and shit to talk about, and some trial analysis and some introductions to be made. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, Birch Gold Group is the sponsor of this show as we talk about lesbian titties flying up by ears on a John Deere tractor going down a hill in Wisconsin. Birch Gold Group is here to help you figure out your IRA or 401k and if holding physical assets is the appropriate decision as a hedge against market volatility and inflation in these uncertain times. With a crazy lunatic, possible pedophile behind the presidency, you need to make sure that your life's work is being protected. And by your life's work, I've reduced everything you've done in your entire life to your retirement account. And that's all you are of value anymore. And the Birch Gold Group recognizes your very limited value. Your 6% of your income that has been put into that is the value of your life. And they want to tell you about how you can add gold or silver to that IRA or 401k, not as an investment, but as protection against volatility. If you want to do it, go to birchgoldgroup.com/knows. Click on one of these little green buttons and they'll get back to you. Like if you do it now, they'll probably get back to you within 20, 30 minutes. And they'll give you free information for you to do as you deem fit. Most importantly, of course, is that Birch Gold Group tolerates every single horrific joke I tell, even in the middle of their ads, because they're a company that believes in 2 things. 1, free speech and the power of green. Number 2, the power of green that can be converted into gold. So check out Birch Gold Group. At least they're honest. And that is all I can ask for.
But I love the password. What's
ever.
what's the word you need to use in order to get the special deal?
It's just birchgold.com/knows. /knows. Is Birch Gold run by Jews? Can you make that joke? No, we learned from Montegraph the other day that Birch Gold's founder is a former porn producer. Who is
you gotta tell me the story about behind Montegraph, because this guy's emailing me and I'm like, what the fuck is this guy?
Oh,
Montegraph? The story behind Monty over here.
What are you talking about? The story behind Montegraph.
We got a lot to cover, Rekieta.
What is there to explain about Montegraph?
Yes, he gained a resurgence.
Hello.
He had a resurgence when Nick had his late unpleasantness.
So
recently.
Montegraph showed up 3 years ago.
Assholes emailing me all the time. It's like, I don't care.
I'm sorry about that. I can't stop him from emailing you. I would like to stop him from emailing anybody, but there's just nothing to be done about it. He's holy shit. Oh no, it started a new video. I was like, is this thing still going? No. Let me get rid of that window. No, he's a mentally deranged person. Like there's not any other explanation for it. And he got mad at me because I was on a stream with Mr. Medicare and he didn't like Mr. Medicare. And he did to me what he's doing to you. Except he called me on my phone. And when I answered, and he's like, I'm recording this phone call. I was like, whatever. And then he starts talking to me. He's like, did you do a stream with a Mr. Medicare? And I'm like, oh, yeah. Okay. And I talked to him for a second. And then I was like, wait, I changed my mind. I don't consent to this phone call. Also, you're gay or whatever. And so I made fun of him on the phone. And then he got really mad. So then he hounded me on my channel for a while and made a bunch of dank memes about me being part of the Sweaty Sausage Squad, which I don't know how he got that information. That's privileged. And then he disappeared for 3 years, but my channel got banned and he made a resurgence and was very happy about it. And then my channel got unbanned. It was actually when I was confident that I was coming back to YouTube was because Montegraph said I'd never be back.
He called me in the middle of my stream when I was supporting you.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It's good. I put him on. We streamed it for a little while. It was great.
Oh, he's a weird dude though. There's a lot of lore behind him. I don't know. The most important thing is he had sex with a watermelon on camera. That's the most important lore about Montegraph, and it should never be forgotten by the internet.
Was
It's
it a
just-
No, man,
seedless
if that's
watermelon?
what you like, man. Who am I to disagree?
That's a
not
big
here to
question.
disagree with it at all. I think that part of his expression is beautiful, and he should share it with everyone. Go for Big Guy 911 says, "Hey Nick, did you see Fentanyl Floyd's family is going to sue Kanye West for $250 million for defamation? I hope Ben Crump is doing that one too. He's got a good track record. God, if I was Ben Crump, I'd be so rich.
Yep. Oh my god. Even Ivory Lamar's got decent money.
He's gotta getting a third of those of the race bait grift that's a good grift. Damn. Okay, so here we go. I mentioned earlier that one of my locals members had emailed the Sovereignty Education and Defense Ministry.
Oh, I want to see this. This is what I've been waiting for.
So here's the email that was sent. Okay. From, I don't know, subject Darrell Brooks. So the man currently on trial for killing 6 people and injuring dozens more when he drove an SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, is making many arguments that seem to align with what is advocated for on this website. Arguments about common law versus admiralty, judicial power versus military power, judicial determinations, on and on. I guess my question is, do you agree that these arguments should mean that he is not held responsible for the murders he committed under the set of beliefs for which you advocate?
Wow.
Is murder de facto legal?
That is epic, epic, epic. Great. I love it.
It's a fair
Just
question.
asking questions. Yeah, these are really good questions. So then their response is here. So this is from SEDM Orders, SEDM admin at runbox.com. Biblical law always trumps all law. It is against the 10 commandments in Exodus 20 to kill. That's not true. It's against the commandments to murder. They're
Right.
Not
That's
a strong.
good distinction there, actually.
Therefore, what that man did was a violation of the paramount law and an injury to others that can and should never be defended with any of the techniques documented on this site. This site teaches people to accept responsibility for themselves and the injuries they cause others.
Does it though? Does it?
Well, I like the response so far.
Oh, it's going to get better. To the extent that this man seeks to evade responsibility for murder, he is misusing our materials. If he has connected us in some way to his defense by using any of our materials in his defense, he is slandering himself and violating the member agreement. Shame on that man.
Yeah, salute. There you go. Go, sovereign citizens.
Since you also are abusing others to obtain our services while not being a member, and thereby stealing from us in violation of the rules for contacting us, and then here's the different rules for contacting them, then shame on you too. Take some responsibility. Nevertheless, by requesting our services and answering in violation of the answer above, you too have manifested all the consent necessary to make you a member of our fellowship. Welcome to the fellowship, responsible member.
Holy crap.
You emailed your way into becoming a sovereign citizen.
Epic. That's great.
Insane.
I don't think that's how that works.
No, it is.
No.
Kurt, don't take this away from me. That is 100% how it works.
Welcome, brother.
Okay.
The next time you get pulled over,
One
be
of
like,
us,
I'm
one of
sorry.
us.
Is this under admiralty law?
Oh, that's great.
Did you measure my
Wonderful.
speed in nautical miles per hour, officer?
Whatever chat or Rekieta person did that deserves a gold star. That was freaking awesome. I love it. Thank you very much for doing that.
This is the quality of content that you get in the locals community. RekietaLaw.locals.com, the greatest grift on the entire planet for $5 a month, or like $4 a month if you do the year.
I'm a member, and you can too.
Exactly. Guys, I was a member and I loved it so much, I bought the company.
That was Lee Iacocca from Chrysler for those who are old or
You're
young.
still a member, now you're just in charge.
If you join $5 a month or $50 for the whole year, one, not only will I personally give you a hand job, but two, you'll have a lot of fun in the chat. And we have a live chat going through all streams. at all times, whether I'm on my channel or anyone else's. And we have a live chat just going for a nice place to hang out. And it bounces around. It's great. And I also do I do live streams. There is no reason on earth that I was late waking up this morning. It was definitely not because I did a locals live stream until 4 a.m. That's not at all the reason. And anybody who tells you otherwise is a damn dirty liar.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. I just wanted to.
I was telling Sean that I've never met him before. So can you introduce Sean?
Yeah, I can. Sean is potentially criminal. He is the man perpetually sinking into the bottom of the frame. And he's a criminal defense attorney from Ohio. He's also really fucking funny. So Sean, what else do you need to say about yourself to Mr. Steve Gosney?
I mean, that's pretty much it. I try to stream trials when I can. And then just, I try to do videos on just general kind of criminal defense topics or relevant issues that are going on at the time. Other than that, the channel's like, I don't know, like 70% cringe, 30%, usefulness.
Cool. Well, I also do criminal appeals and trial, and I've got a book. Can I push my book? I tell you, I just today approved the printer. I sent it to the printer and hit approve. So the book will be published and it will be sent out. And I'm only going to have a limited run. I tell you, this is the second drink. So if I'm incoherent, please tell me. But
you're coherent. You're on the grift train.
No, I've got a book. If you go to crimelaw.net, and Andrew Braca told me to get something together and have something to promote. And so and then Nick has been very nice. And because of Nick, it is paid for. It's basically the first printing is paid for. So thank you very much to Nick. And if anybody would come and buy that book, I'd really appreciate it. I don't know if there'll be a second printing. So when I run out of the first 100, they will be, I don't know. It depends. But I thank you all for doing it. And please, if you guys want to support me and, think about it, $30. I mean, this is what I was thinking about. Like I have wasted $30 on stupid stuff and supporting people I hate. Here's something like I'm a conservative lawyer, hardworking public defender who has a nice family. If you could do anything, support me, buy my book. That's all I can ask. And so, and it's basically my lifetime's work my heart's been poured into putting this thing together. And Nick is actually promoting it and on the back cover of the book.
Whoa.
Here you go, guys. Steve, that was a lovely story. Let me ask you to never sell your book again. I'll sell it for you. Guys, this is a guy who has spent his entire life, his entire professional career doing criminal law in some form or another. Starts off as a prosecutor, moves to the public defender's office, now is in charge of, I believe, training and supervision, as well as he does public defense appeals work. So we're talking every single level of criminal law, from the guy getting a speeding ticket all the way up to the guy appealing to the Supreme Court of the United States, if necessary, or the Supreme Court of Florida, as it may be. This guy knows everything there is to know about criminal law in Florida that one man can reasonably be expected to know. And he has distilled that life's work into one book. If you want to know anything about criminal law, either as a hobbyist or as a lawyer who's practicing and needs some practice materials and notes, everything in there is going to be absolute gold for you.
So if I read this book, then I'll know everything he knows and I'll be just as well educated.
Yes, that's true. That's a promise.
A guarantee.
Exactly.
Guarantee.
Enforceable.
I look forward to starting teaching classes in Florida myself because I have the book.
Oh, you have a book. Well, we're going round robin here. So thank you, Nick, by the way. And because of Nick, I've been able to publish the book in the black and not lose money on it. I was not planning on that. It's basically, I'm sort of such an egghead academic. I've been being taught by Andrew and Nick. And so thank you for that. And I'm trying my best, but it's really a good book. It's full of substance. And if you're
okay, he told me to save him, and I'm saving him right now. Now. The pitch is done. The pitch is great. The pitch is perfect. Hey, Steve, welcome back. I will liberate you. I will liberate you from overselling the book. The book is great. Everyone should buy it. Really, really give it a shot. It's crimelaw.net. Crimelaw.net is where you can order copies of the book. It's a limited run. And you know what? Again, if you're into this stuff, you will not regret it.
And you'll do better than Darrell Brooks if you defend yourself.
And the people that have bought it, it's going to be shipped out probably next week. As soon as I get it, it's been approved. It's at the printer. As soon as I get them in, they're going to get shipped out. So,
Are you sending me a courtesy copy?
who asked that?
I did.
Oh, well, send me an email. I've got courtesy copies going. Nick's getting one because he's sold more books. He's sold all my books. Let's face it. Nobody wants to read my academic musings. So Nick has sold all my books.
So bad about that. I am the worst salesman on the planet. Every sales job I've ever had, I've failed so miserably. All of my bosses, every sales manager I've ever had has said, I hate you. To me at least once. Every one of them at Circuit City, and I went through a lot of those at Wells Fargo. Oh man.
You know, Circuit City did not want to hire me as one of their salesmen.
Yeah, I can tell.
I applied.
I've heard you sell your book.
Oh man. So anyway, thank you. And please buy it because it helps my family. Hey, look what actually this is where is it? There. Look at
new guitar.
See there?
That's nice.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's from the Andrew Branca class. I'm teaching with Andrew on his criminal law class that I've been teaching. I'm about halfway through it. And because of that, that's what I got right there. Look at that. That's my reward. So every time I play that, that's a Martin D41, which is unbelievably beautiful. And my wife said, if you're earning extra money outside of public defender land, I get to buy a guitar. So isn't that sweet? I got a great one.
Nice.
Okay. So now that that's done, any takeaways from this? I do have super chats to go through, but any takeaways from this stuff?
I was going to say, speaking of a grift, I had something I was trying to grift earlier.
What do you? Oh, yes, you did. Oh my God. Look at this. Zoom in on that.
I don't know.
What is it?
It's the Darrell Brooks Coffee Company out of Waukesha.
Oh gosh. What's it say? They're serving
relevant grounds.
Oh, where do I get that? I got
that's on my if you go to my merch page, it's linked in my it's on my community page on YouTube.
Potentially
criminal, yeah. You should find it there. It should be like right at the top.
That's great. Mementos.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I hate you for making it.
Somebody had to do it.
Yes.
What the?
Oh, I got. Sorry.
Oh no, I thought I'd clicked the correct button, but I didn't. That was my fault. I was like, why isn't it going away? Which is the same thing I yell at my crotch. No, just kidding. So
I thought you yelled at your kids for that.
Ooh.
So here we go. I do have super chats or Rumble rants to go through. And I do want to let people know I will be live again tonight at 11 p.m. Central, where we will have much different discussion than trial talk. We'll be talking about, you know what? I don't even remember what it is, but I know there's stuff. I want to talk about. Kanye bought Parler, which is hilarious. So I want to briefly.
You were asking about conclusions and summaries of this trial. First of all, people need to be aware this guy it's basically doing everything wrong, and everything is completely delusional, and the judge is right on. But the thing is, this is not a trial to learn law from. This is a trial that they're bending over backwards to make sure that when they come back convicted, that it's going to be preserved. It's not going to, there's no appellate issues. So that's why they're treating him with kid gloves, and they're just putting up with it. Just, he's trying to run the clock, and they're state employees. They're getting paid to be in that courtroom. He's just abusing the jury. So this is really we're just slowing the eventual pace where he will get convicted. So don't learn. So as far as for entertainment value and for news value, the people of Wisconsin, this is an important trial because they get to see what an idiot he is. And this is the kind of guy that runs down 7 people and injures 60, right? And so I don't know. My observations are basically this is not a hard law kind of case.
No,
And-
not even close to that.
Right. So we can draw conclusions, we can commentate on whether the objections are good, but ultimately, as long as the state plays it fair and the judge is playing it very fair and overboard, going beyond what she needs to do, he's going to go away and we'll never hear from him again. Thank God.
Yeah. Most times this would have pled out already.
Right. He should have pled out if he had any kind of honor, but he has none. So he's not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he had any kind of honor, he drove over children and grandmothers in a parade with an SUV.
All because his girlfriend made him mad and he got in trouble.
Self-centered,
Mm-hmm.
egomaniac, chip on his shoulder, world owes him justice. He's, it's all the pathologies that lead to major crime. And it's sad, but this is what, we really need to work on making better children, making better people, because at this point, he's so ideologically poisoned that it's hopeless. And we're just, all the process that he's being given is the good heart and the generosity of our great criminal justice system. And we're putting up with it. We're watching it as sadistic or masochistic torture people that we are. But ultimately, we don't have to watch this, right? We're tuning in intentionally because it's an important event. But it's really, this is not a lesson in law. This is a lesson in giving the guy due process, and the jury's going to make its determination.
Yeah. And it'll be really a good day when he's found guilty and goes to prison forever.
Well, I do think there is a lesson here, though, when he was making a big deal saying, I don't understand, because he was trying to be a smart ass 2.5 weeks ago with the self-representation hearings. But now he's truly saying, I don't get this. And you could see the confusion on his face and hear it in his voice at points. And this is why you don't home game this, guys.
Yeah, this guy, it would be a tough case, but there is, Nick Cruz beats the death penalty. There's a path where this guy is not convicted of intentional murder. Like there really is. You get defense counsel to sit there and make a case to the jury that while he may have been intentional in his actions of driving into the parade, he wasn't trying to actually kill anyone. He was trying to get away from some other thing. He got spooked by the police, the barricades, loud noise. He didn't know where to go or what to do at that point, and he panicked and drove. He could have driven a lot faster. You make a bunch of different things. You bring in witnesses, and he's had some who've said the car was going 35 miles an hour. A lot of people probably don't think you're going to die when you get hit by a car at 35, because a lot of people have been hit by cars at that speed and lived. So there's a lot of room to work with, and whether a jury's probably still going to convict him, but he's at least got a cognizable shot at making the case until he represents himself, and now he has none. He doesn't know who to call his witnesses. He demonstrated today that he's calling these witnesses, but he doesn't realize that he has to have a plan of when these witnesses are going to be called, how long each witness is going to take. He needs to kind of budget out this clock for the judge, and he's like, what do you mean I have to know?
But see, but that's that chip on the shoulder attitude that is so poisonous. I was talking to I was counseling one of my students in my criminal law class just about going forward. He's like, I'm not the smartest guy, and I'm trying to work. And I'm like, attitude is so important. I don't really care what your IQ is. I don't care if you're illiterate. If you're a good man and you've got your heart in the right place and you've got a good attitude, you can make it. You can do the best with the cards that you're given in life. And so this attitude that he's got is what's getting him in trouble. He may be smart. I'm trying to gauge, like, how smart is he actually? What would be his IQ?
He's very street smart.
He's not dumb. So, but it doesn't really matter what his intelligence is. What's dragging him down is his attitude, that the world, that everything's an injustice on him, and this completely self-centered nature that he's got that's being exhibited in spades in the courtroom. It's like, it's all about me. and he doesn't respect the jury. He doesn't respect the trial. He doesn't respect the judge. He doesn't respect the people he run over. He doesn't respect anybody, right? And if he had any respect, he as a public defender, it's like, okay, you need to move on so I can spend my time on somebody who needs my efforts and needs my assistance and needs my best efforts, right? But instead, he's wasting everybody's time because it's all about him. And that is, it's a poison in our society, that it's like we've raised all these little children and they've never grown up. And we need good dads, we need good families to raise better children. And I don't, it's a broader question. But I mean, this guy is a product of a society that does not properly parent and does not properly raise children into men, because he's acting like a spoiled little baby. So
yeah, well, he is, and it's shit. I'm oh yeah, you said something that I want to touch on. You said you guys were talking about his intelligence. He's not like dumb or whatever, but being an attorney isn't about intelligence. Like, as much as attorneys would love to boast about their intelligence, and every attorney on YouTube is the smartest attorney ever, that's true. But reality is, being like, when you meet a sufficient number of attorneys, you'll realize that intelligence is not the primary factor, and intelligence isn't necessarily the hallmark of a good attorney even. Or a bad attorney. So knowing the law and being trained in it is not necessarily a product of intelligence. There are dumb attorneys who are really good. There's smart attorneys who are really bad. This all just happens. It's a whole lot of other things. And so what it is about, though, is, one, knowing enough of the foundational law of the country to be able to mount a competent case, and two, being able to read and quickly understand the procedures that you're put under, because you are always under the rules. No matter if you're pro se, pro per, or just whatever you want to call it, you are still under the exact same rules. And he didn't seem to think that. And part of that is because one of these, the Sovereign Citizen Handbook thing that we talked about earlier, actually says if you represent yourself, you're not held to the same standard as attorneys. And that's
and that's actually true, because I mean, he's getting away with stuff that no attorney could get away with.
It's colloquially true because the judge is being deferential to him out of an abundance of caution. However, he is being held to the same standard as far as the rules of evidence go.
Right, that's true.
As far as procedural matters go, as far as motion practice. I mean, he is very clearly stated that he would like to appeal the judge's incorrect decisions over and over and over. And she says, well, then you file an appeal. But he didn't know what to do. Like, he doesn't know how to file an interlocutory appeal to the appellate court. So he's just saying, well, I want it on the record that I'm appealing. It's like, well, that's fine, buddy. But until you file a document, it's not going to help you.
And she's said so much about it. And I think yesterday too, when he said, well, I want to proffer, she's like, okay, well, what do you intend to ask with this question? He said, well, I'm going to ask the question.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, what's the follow-up? He's like, well, what do you mean the follow-up? What else is there to know? And it's just, he doesn't understand. You have to then explain what that question will lead to, what line of reasoning, what evidence can you introduce, what testimony will you elicit from this witness? And he completely just thinks, oh, I want to ask that question, and that's it. Like, he's literally just winging it.
Right. You have
Let
to
me sign off for now. I gotta do some errands today, but it's been nice streaming with you.
Cheers,
see you, buddy.
Good to see you.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to start reading super chats. If any of you guys need to go at any point, feel free. You don't have to stay, but you're welcome. You're welcome to. But I'm going to try and get done with them and then go hang out with my wife before my night show. Reformed Convict from Local says, hey, Steve, got charges dropped today in court using a public defender. Thanks for what you do, and fuck the police.
Fuck the popo. Well, I appreciate that. And there's bad public defenders, there's good public, there's bad private attorneys, and there's good private attorneys. So, it's really, it's kind of a luck of the draw. It's very hard, but I do thank the taxpayers of Florida for paying my salary and for supporting me in all that I do. And, so many public defenders don't understand, or public servants. I'm sorry, the alcohol, but I will say the more many public servants don't understand that a vibrant economy is what allows us to get paid more money. You know, we aren't in isolation. We are parasitic on the larger economy. So as a conservative kind of guy, you know, it's like, I want the economy to thrive. You know what? I've had a 25% hit on my IRA. I should have put all my money into Birch Gold a year ago.
Done it. You should have done it. Ryan PD 911. The jurors need to come back from the next break with high quality hemp rope and just start making rope crafts to keep themselves awake.
Yes.
I do not condone this. Don Booze says Brooks has to be the result of smoking crack while pregnant. John McGarvey, I say, son. Excuses are like assholes. Everyone has one. And Ken Jennings says, subscribe to Ken's Counseling Couch on Rumble. Still need 21 more subscribers to stream on Rumble. That's right. Ken's Counseling Couch on Rumble. He's also on YouTube. But let's get him up to 100 subscribers so he can live stream over here on Rumble. And that is the official Ken Jennings from Jeopardy. That's really him, definitely 100%. And just because they call him Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings has nothing to do with that not being him.
I'm just laughing because of the alcohol. I don't know what's going on here. That's
okay. No, Ken's a therapist, and he talks about all sorts of stuff on his channel. He also has an affiliate link for Adam and Eve, which makes me very jealous. I'm kind of mad about that. Or no, Love Ends, not Adam and Eve. Love Ends.
You know, you should get a sponsorship from Adam and Eve, Rekieta.
I know. I'm sitting here. I'm like, guys,
you're like Mr. Toy, Mr. Sex Toy is from what I've heard, right?
What have you heard?
Well, you said you had a whole bag full of stuff that you had busted on going through customs or something.
Yeah, that's the field kit.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you should be you should be Adam and Eve like sponsor number 1.
Yeah, Aussie. So I was in Kentucky and picked up some things from a certain store. I actually took a picture and I think posted it to Twitter. May it rest in peace. From next to the store, because it was an ice thing. It was an ice chest outside of a gas station, right? And they were selling 20-pound bags of ice. And I know everybody's like, 20-pound bags of ice are completely normal. That's the fucking point. In the Chandler Halderson trial, this kid who's allegedly killed his parents, I mean, I don't believe it, but allegedly killed and chopped up and maybe even ate some of his parents. The prosecutor kept being out. He's like, and you went to the store and you bought 20 pounds of ice. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you buy. 20 pounds of ice. It's just a bag. Like, that's just a bag of ice. That's 2.5 gallons of water frozen. And he's like, 20 pounds of ice is a lot of ice for 2 people. That's not that much ice at all. It's just one bag of ice. The implication was that he stuffed his parents in this freezer and filled it with ice for a while, even though it was a freezer and wouldn't need to be filled with ice. Presumably the freezer would do the work itself. It just really annoyed me. I hated that. But anyway,
my favorite. Okay, go ahead. So tell the story.
So yeah, picked up some things from a store of normal adult attributes store. And stop it. And then when we're coming back from Kentucky and got home and I'm like looking at the suitcase and it looked weird. You know, it's like a thing looks weird. Like it's a normal thing.
Something just looked off.
Yeah. And so I open up the suitcase and you gotta be fucking kidding. And it had the TSA inspection tag. This thing had nothing in it except for that was all that was in there. That's it.
Oh god.
And it was like we had 3 suitcases, and that suitcase alone was
the one that they opened. Oh.
That was the fun one. It was the fun bag, okay? And that's the one the TSA inspected. So I hope they were traumatized and went home.
Well, my analogous story. Go ahead, Nancy.
I was just gonna say, it's like that meme where you've got the TSA guy that opens the thing, and there's a brand new one that's like this big, sitting on top, right on top of the chicks, and he's just like. Anyway,
well, my story was, You know, I like reading these cases. You know, I do appeals, and I'm reading through these cases, and the prosecutors are always saying, and this guy had an arsenal of weapons in his house, right? An arsenal ready to think. And I'm looking, he's got like 4 guns and 1,000 rounds. I'm like, are you kidding?
Yeah.
That's like beginner stuff. Yeah, you've got 4 guns and 1,000 rounds. That's like one day at the range. I was like, that is not an arsenal.
It's like the guy just went to the sporting goods store once.
Right. That's like, you don't want to know what I got in my house. Anyway, sorry. I'm just a little two sidecars is my limit. 3 and I'm like on my back. And I've already done 2. This guy Brooks makes me want to drink.
When you retire, we'll have you do 3. Baldo Gagger 4000 says Rackets calls out Jeff's upside down pineapple shirt. Or wait, what?
Yeah, he had one.
Jeff's got a pineapple shirt, and basically he didn't realize, but the only 2 pineapples you can see on stream are upside down.
Why is he wearing a pineapple shirt?
He just really likes the shirt.
Uh-huh. Okay, I learned a lot about Jeff just now. Okay.
Yep.
Pineapples in chat if you know what I'm talking about. I know a little too much about Jeff now. Talking Trash and Truth says 13,000 people in here, but only 2,700 rumbles. Y'all are better than that. Hit that rumble plus.
What's the plus? What's the stats on our rumble here?
Let's check. Right now we are at 5,450 rumbles. Let's get those. Let's get that number up. Let's get that number up.
Hey, can I report to the master, the Pope of all things Popish, is that I'm only 20. I only have 22 books left.
That's it.
That's all I got. So if you 22 more sales, and I will be sold out.
Shit, hang on.
Yeah. So guys, if you're looking to pick up Steve's book, crimelaw.net. This is a limited run, 22 books. You can be one of the only people to own this thing.
First edition, everyone will be personally signed.
Oh my God, my locals chat's a bunch of degenerates. I mean, I knew this already, but the amount of pineapples I'm seeing, I'm like, ooh, okay. Well, okay.
You make me want to sign up to locals. I don't sign up to any kind of stuff like this, but boy, I want to see what's in there. I mean, you know, I was raised in a fraternity house, so I'm not like everybody says I'm innocent. I'm not innocent. I choose to be. I choose to try to not participate in this craziness, but I'm vastly entertained by the degeneracy.
Yeah. Oh no, we'll break you. And yes, no, to be clear, no, TSA did not grope Lady Rackets. I was intentionally groped by TSA though. We got to the airport to go to, I think it was to Tahiti when we went, and we were really early for our flight. And so I went up, and I hate those the scanning machines where you sit there like this.
Yeah, I hate that.
And they used to they called it the genital measuring device. That was the joke term, the GMD that the TSA used. And now they don't do that anymore. They changed it now where it's a generic silhouette of a person because they were making fun of people's penises when they measured it, and it all came out. But I didn't want to go through the machine, and I had time to be an asshole rather than being rushed through court. So I made them do the pat down. So they bring over the biggest, this guy's like 6'6", this big dumpy looking guy. He goes, "Hello, sir. I'm going to conduct a pat down on you." It was like a caricature. It was not real. And he's like, you have to stand there like Da Vinci for 20 minutes. I'm standing with my arms out, dying. And this guy's rubbing me all over the place. And he's like, "Sir, I'm now going to take the back of my hands and start on your buttock and go all the way down to your heels." I'm like, "What are you doing?" And this guy is just sitting there, and I'm like trying not to laugh, but it was very uncomfortable. And they do this out in the open, like in front of everybody. And I've talked about this on stream because it was such a theater shaming tactic. Like, it's
so stupid.
But yeah, I really wanted to make sure you don't do that again. They want to make sure you go through that machine next time.
That's
ridiculous.
When I was a kid, when my son was like just an infant, I mean, just like diapers, hold him in your arms, infant, right? We had this whole TSA thing, and it's like they had like one out of every 3 people would just get randomly selected. Well, he gets randomly selected to do the search. And he's like, it's literally in toddler, in infant diaper clothes. I'm like, what are you going to find? You're going to find a bomb in those diapers, all right. It's going to be a stink bomb, right?
Oh yeah,
and
there'll
they
be an
searched
explosive
him.
in there, but it's not the one you're expecting.
They put him in. They put him to like this little infant. He's like literally infant. They searched him. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is like brain on check on holiday. I mean, it's so. The TSA is delusional.
I was when I was married, my nephew wanted like a bag of sand from the beach and like shells. So we scooped them up, put them in a bag. Okay, whatever. They spent like 30 minutes like checking it and like wanting to test it. It was the dumb.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
4 more books. There's
4
only
more sold.
There's only 4 left.
There's 4 books left.
I've only got 4
and I couldn't
books
grab
left,
one because
and
you
I'm
don't ship
sold out.
international. Do you have a PDF version that you sell?
No, it's only hardcover book, or it's a soft cover book, and so today I may not come back on. You know, I might just abort the whole closing argument thing. I've achieved my goal. No, I'm just joking with you. This is a lot of fun. Your channel is hilarious. It's so entertaining. This is just a blast. I'm so like 2 of these is my limit. You know that?
Yes. I do.
What are you drinking, Nick?
I've got Gatorade right now.
No, that's not what you were drinking before.
Oh, what I was drinking. I've had 2 glasses of Bowman Brothers bourbon.
Bowman Brothers. Where's that out of?
Virginia.
Ooh.
It's the same it's the same distillery that does Sazerac rye, which is let's see. I have a little bottle of Sazerac rye here that I finished a while ago, but yeah, this is it's good. It's actually really good. And it's really hard to find here in Minnesota. My the liquor store owner, who I got to talk more to this guy. Once I started talking to him about my show, I'm like, oh, you and I are best friends. He hates the government and he hates taxation and he loves free speech. I'm like, who are you? And he hates people, trans and kids. I'm like, I'm going to bring a bottle of whiskey to you next time. But he said he's only ever seen 3 bottles of this stuff in 20 years as
how much was it?
$40.
What?
Yeah, it's not like an expensive whiskey. It's just it's just rare in Minnesota. Like if you're down in Virginia, I think you can get it really easy. But so he's like, I've only ever seen 3 of these up here, so I'll sell you one. And so I bought it. Of course, I buy everything he tells me to buy because always make friends with your liquor store owner. But yeah, he's fucking hilarious. I got to talk to him more. But yeah, I'm only having 2 because I might need to do something this evening. And if I have to drive, I don't want to.
See, I feel somewhat responsible for you being off for a while because like we did that like 10.5-hour trial with Brooks and we were both pummeled to death.
Yeah.
And then like you were out of it. You're like, you had already committed to do that midnight show. And you were like, oh, this is terrible. Why did I do this? And you were just like off for hours. And I'm thinking, oh, I did this to my buddy Nick. And I'm like,
it's okay. I've done it to myself. But yeah, Noah R. Klein says, what does it mean when he says I accept for value and return for value this paperwork, if you know? I think it's just the sovereign citizen play on contract law of consideration.
I think so.
Well, no, when I looked it up, there was an actual legal principle for it. For basically, he's accepting the document as is with it, whatever imperfections there are. I don't know what the hell he's talking about when he returns it for consideration. That's the bit that's got me stumped.
Yeah, well, if you accept the document, you can waive any defects when you receive something in criminal law.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's trying to. The value part is blowing my mind.
Hey, Sean, have you dealt with a sovereign citizen before?
Yes.
Okay.
I've dealt with quite a few.
Yeah.
I did standby for one about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, the pain.
No,
I told Nick, and now you guys understand when I said like I'd rather represent a pedophile than a sovereign citizen. I think you're getting the feel of it now.
Yeah. Let's see. Ryan PD 911. If Nick is the Pope, does that make Lady Rackets the altar girl? Yes. Also, fun fact, the first girl to ever confide in me that she had a crush on me was when she was an altar girl, because my parents always made us sit in the front row of Catholic church. She tells me this years later when she is stunningly gorgeous, and also not dating me, that bitch. So she's like, oh yeah, I used to have the biggest crush on you. I'm like, oh, used to? Thanks. Hold on. Let me go kill myself now. But I'm glad that never worked out. She was hot though. Judy Brady, 1945. It's me, your 77-year-old lady West Coaster. Glad to have my days and nights mixed up. Thanks, Nick. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Judy. I'm so glad to have you. Thank you. Tankrat, he's fishing for a get out of jail free card. He thinks if he can prove they didn't follow policy procedure. Yeah, I mean, he's looking for all these things to hold on to, and they're all terrible.
But see, here's the thing. I mean, and like back to law, we are a law channel. The fact is, the only
Don't be
audience,
so hasty.
Yeah, the only audience for what he's doing is the jury and the appellate courts. Those are the only people that matter to him right now. The jury hates his guts as much as we do. The appellate court is going to look at these arguments and laugh at it and PCA it. So he's going nowhere with anything of these things. So, you know, this whole thing for the record and whatever his delusional mind is saying, the system is set up to convict people that are guilty, right? The protections on all these objections are for protections to prevent people from getting convicted wrongfully. He's abusing that system, and we are letting him do it because we have a fair system. We have a gentle system. We have, you know, and these Wisconsin folks are showing the world to give the guy a fair trial. And kudos to Wisconsin. That's all I have to say.
McRae says, why couldn't Judge Borowski have this case? What fun that would be. Yeah, it'd be a riot.
Which one was that?
Judge Borowski was the Theodore Edgecombe case.
Oh, yeah.
The guy who shot the attorney in the face. So he should have been not guilty by merit of his just act of shooting an attorney. But no, and the judge in that case was no nonsense.
Yes.
I mean, he just fucking nailed it. It was so good. I want to just watch Borowski trials. Like, in all honesty, whatever they are, I want that. Like, Jeffrey Middleton streams everything from his courtroom. I want Borowski to stream everything, but I think he hated having cameras in there.
Oh yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah. But my God, he's so
he wouldn't want to
funny.
take this case now. It's in the middle of Packer season. He wouldn't want to touch it.
Yeah. Well, and he wouldn't want to take it in the summer either, because that'd be in Brewers season. So
Yeah.
Vinny D95, anyone else get the gut feeling that if he was of the pasty variety, he would have been charged with domestic terrorism? Possible. Who knows what reasons they have on that? It's hard
there's
to say.
there's no reason to do that. And I've been telling people that there's no reason to overcharge him, because he's going away for life on every one of these murder counts. And so why bring something in about race when it affects zero the sentence? I know that people.
Well, here, I think what they're reacting to though is similar to like the Chauvin stuff. So they get him on the state charges, and they got Chauvin on state charges, but then the feds come in and charge him with
that's just politics, though. That's just politics.
And I think that's the point. If this guy were not, if he were not Darrell Brooks, and you mentioned that the media's been suppressing this trial and everything, like they immediately did the second that this guy, you know, that it came out who he was, who was actually driving the car, like the story disappeared. So if it was not Darrell Brooks, but maybe a guy, you know, of a little bit lighter skin complexion,
Bob Boberson. Yeah.
He's saying maybe this administration might bring those domestic terrorism charges and then go for the death penalty.
Well, it's all politics.
Well, I mean, he does, like, he has some kind of, if it was a white guy saying the things he said, would be considered fairly spicy. So there would be a lot of concern that this was racially motivated.
Yeah. Yeah. If it was, and if it was a black parade, for example, it would be the Team Ruby says, to the best of your knowledge, do you know who ate my pocket sandwich? Legendary raising. Oh, so when
what's
when
a pocket
Brooks,
sandwich?
when Brooks got out of the car and like he went to some house and this guy like let him in and gave him a phone and a sandwich and stuff. And he put the sandwich in his pocket when he left the guy's house. So when he was arrested, he had a sandwich in his pocket. Legendary Racing, why didn't they charge him with fraud? All capital letters is how his name appears on the credit card, but that's not his name. York Tarleton, Kurt, the feds aren't all bad. Waco and Randy Weaver's wife, dog, and infant unavailable for comment. Damn.
Yeah, on that race charge thing, the whole racial enhancement thing is garbage because it's like if you get murdered, it doesn't matter why you're murdered.
Oh, I fully agree with that.
Yeah,
part.
you're dead
100%.
regardless. And why is like I think it enhances division in the society by adding this racial element to murder because it's like what we don't care about murders that aren't racial. The ones that are racial are worse. Either way, your loved one's dead. It makes no difference to me why the murder was committed if you're committed for, and so I really disagree with the hate crime laws generally.
Yeah, I do too. And I disagree. Like, that's why I disagree with anti-bullying policies for the same exact reason. It's like, wait, punish the act, not the motive for the act. If someone is getting beat up, I don't care if it's because someone is like routinely bullying them. If they're routinely bullying someone, they should be routinely punished for the bullying. But there doesn't need to be anything else. Just enforce your fucking rules and you won't have the bullying issue. And same thing with the race stuff. It's like,
well, and in fact, as a public defender, I will tell you that the race hate crime laws they double back against black folks much worse than white folks. And so disparate. If you're a black person, you should be, and you're into this racial politics thing, you should be against those hate crimes law because it's mostly used against black people. So I'm against them generally.
And gun laws too. I mean, in general.
Right. So this sort of thing that's like, well, it's because we got to get the white supremacist things. They're rare. White supremacists are pretty rare.
Yeah.
They're mostly in prison.
Yeah. Most people don't like want to hang around them. It was so interesting. A couple years ago, there's a KKK rally.
Are you talking about the one in Dayton where there like 5 people showed up?
Yeah. It's like
there were like
5 old
10,000
guys at a park.
protesters.
Yeah, and then a bunch of counter protesters who were there, and they ended up attacking these guys. And then one of them stabbed a guy a whole bunch, and he was initially arrested, but the cops had to review the video and was like, he was justified. He was defending himself, and so it's like, good, you made the KKK into the good guy. Good work, idiots. There's none of them left. No one cares. They have no power and no authority over anything anymore, and you're so worried about them, like. Just leave them alone. Like, just leave them be.
This happened in Toledo when I was in right before I started law school. The Klan said they were coming, and then they didn't show up, and all these people were standing around. And then partway through it, somebody who was a counter protester ended up getting arrested, or something happened with the cops, and then they started burning buildings.
Well, I remember in Florida we had like 4
Good job.
neo-Nazi kind of people standing on an overpass that got like national coverage. I mean, 4 idiot neo-Nazis standing on overpass, like that's national news. Yeah. I mean, we're so overly race obsessed. I mean, what matters is people committing crimes. I mean, that's the people getting murdered is the problem, not the why. I mean, you're entitled to be your own person. I mean, I'm a free speech app. You're entitled to be as racist as you want to be. That's called freedom, right? It doesn't mean it's a crime. I don't know. This whole race thing is problematic. It's too much. It's over talked about. It's beat into the ground.
Blue for 3 says, surprised to make it on time for Rekieta stream. Happy to see Sean here in Uncivil Law 2. I know some people might not like Kurt, but he does always seem to contribute in any discussion he's in. Kurt's great. Again, one of the most encyclopedic lawyer tuber people that
I like him better with a hat though.
I always enjoy having Kurt around.
Yeah. John McGarvey, hey Nick, excuses are like assholes. Everyone has one. Not everyone. I actually was reading a story from someone who had their ass removed. Yep. And they were talking about how no, it's not a joke. Like, this was not a joke. Okay. And they're talking about how horrific it, like, the pain is and the discomfort every single day. They have a bag that, like, you know, that
Colostomy bag.
facilitates.
Colostomy bag, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But like they had to, I don't know what the issue was, but they were talking about like the ongoing problems with it. So not everyone has an asshole. Okay, John McGarvey, it's very insensitive of you. It
So
was
when
a
you say
wonderful
removed,
lady on TikTok.
I mean, was it excised and then sewn shut, or
I would imagine, but she didn't show pictures. I mean, I actually
They
commented.
didn't cuffles this guy's ass.
I said show X
Sort of
butthole, and she didn't do it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it was weird because she was really pretty. Like it was, I think it was on TikTok, if I'm not mistaken. She was like really pretty, but then she was just talking, like she had like text about her thing, and I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. But no pictures, so I don't know. Maybe I don't know how you remove an asshole other than to throw him out the club. Meatflower66 asked Kurt about his mad rapping skills. Maybe next time. Bald Eagle says Fifth Amendment only works when you shut up and stop talking. You keep talking even after invoke it. It can and will be used against you. Correct.
Right. Well, in fact, that's like another point is people talk on the jail phones all the time. Boy,
Yeah.
prosecutors monitor every
Oh
jail
my God,
call.
yes.
And
Yep.
it's like, and you say, shut up. Don't talk about the facts of your case to anybody, anywhere. It only, Miranda only involves interrogation, custodial interrogation. If you're not being, if you're talking to your mama, you're not being interrogated, and it's all being recorded. It says on the phone call, they pick up the call. It says, your phone call will be recorded. And they say, yeah, mama, I did it. But boom. Sort of
But I'm
inevitable.
going to get out. I'm going to get off on this one.
Steve, I explain this to people, and you might think, oh, well, they don't have time to listen to it. You're right. That prosecutor working your case doesn't, but there's probably an intern in his office who's in law school who's like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever because you've never done it before. Because I was that guy at one point, and you're like, I'm listening to these jail calls, and you listen to some nasty, degenerate crap, and then every once in a while you do hear yeah, I got to answer for what I did, and you're like, oh, okay, I'll write that down, and by the end you flop out this whole list of things with timestamps, and yeah, they will listen to you. 100%.
They always think, well, I'm sneaky and I'm going to use somebody else's code and get on the call. And that never worked. They always, those cops are on top of who's using what. It's like,
the 3 ways don't work either. None of that works.
No, it doesn't work.
Rent a Tank says, anyone else feel the need to buy this judge a beer for dealing with all this crap? She's probably a mom and feeling like she's back dealing with a child. God forbid she's got one at home to argue with. You just want to buy the judge a beer.
Hey, can I love your chatters too, by the way? They're so nice to me. Most of them. Occasionally they get mean, and I'm very sensitive. But I thank the chatters for the nice comments, by the way. Just throwing that in.
Arias 17, cop confirmed, a breaded bitch. Redone 777. Hey, Nick, yesterday they showed Brooks' home address in court. Out of curiosity, I Googled it and found his red SUV parked in front of his house.
Oh, Jesus.
Quantum Potato says, let's see, it occurs to me that Brooks might see this as a huge win. No matter what happens, this is the only time in his life when large amounts of people will listen to him. Claire Fries, this is an unmitigated shit show. Smiley, off topic. This week, I nervously defended Kanye's right to tweet and Elon's public square idea in a classroom full of very woke people, and I got looks of horror, but thanks for the inspiration and courage. Hey, brother, that is a really fucking hard thing to do, and congrats on you for doing it. Standing up for free speech in the face of people who don't value it is tough, but you might get through to one, and then they might get through to another, and it's important. Widjack Hole says, I'm hoping this $5 keeps you from ever licking the microphone again, good sir. Oh yeah.
What do you lick them? Wow, what are you doing? That's not very manly.
Nice.
It's not even like it's it's not even like it's one of the ASMR mics.
You don't
do shit when you do it.
See, Amaranth doesn't even do that.
Nick,
this is
I
the quality you
respect
get
you,
here.
buddy. Oh my gosh, this is not cool.
I respect me too. I respect this microphone.
It's
Royal
it's
Plague
uncomfortable.
45. It's entertaining watching you guys suffer. Oh, thank you. Everyday Athlete says, here's some Griff bucks. First rant since switching over, Nick. You filthy freeloaders watching without tipping. Get your shillings out and start chucking them at the giant nose already. Cheers, gang. Do that tonight. Do that on tonight's stream. Daremouth says, Nick, why do your videos have an X amount earned on them? Like your Darrell Day 4 has $62 earned on it. Figure I'd ask. So Rumble has the option to make ad revenue on videos public. I believe in transparency, so I put it on there so people can see because I think the social media business model is such a fucking mystery to the world. And so I want people to know what they're getting into. So that's it. So yeah, now I found that option. I was like, oh yeah, I'll turn that on. So if you go to any of my videos now, it'll show you the ad revenue they make on Rumble. Spoiler alert, it's not much. That's because Rumble's ad revenue is way different than YouTube's, which is much, much more effective. TX47, do U.S. juries still retain the right to compel changes to law, such as we find the sentences imposed for this crime inadequate and demand the defendant to be taken from this place and hung until dead? No. JLU 392, would Brooks face disbarment if he was a licensed attorney? No, I don't think disbarment, but he'd be held in contempt.
Yeah.
He may get, I guess he could be sanctioned, or he could get a different disciplinary sanction. Like you have to attend a bunch of CLEs. You have to intern under an attorney in good standing for X amount of time. Those are the types of rehabilitative punishments that they have available. Disbarment is really, really far down the line for most attorneys. You have to do something pretty bad or steal a bunch of client money.
Can I jump on you and say that my book is officially sold out?
Yeah,
hey baby,
that is awesome.
So I must say that I'm gonna have to go on the website because I'm gonna have to buy a second edition. I'm gonna have to re-up because I only bought a limited number. I didn't think I'd sell this number, 125 books. So I'm gonna have to redo it. So give me some time. Hopefully by the time of closing arguments on Brooks, I'll have it re-upped. But thank you guys. Thank you for the Nick Rekieta listeners, because it's all you guys. Like I had 2, maybe 3 sales from my friends. So it's all you, Nick. So thank you.
Well, you found out who your real friends are, and it's the chat.
You and Andrew, baby. Hey,
Thursday. Need help saving Michigan from getting pegged by Satan daily if Proposition 3 passes. Megan Fox reported on it. Keffels couldn't have written it better. Gross. Il Sarto, can his former defender comment on the case now? Bring him on, please. No,
he wouldn't.
Pokey2121, I'm in a wheelchair and I always have to get molested by the TSA. I should moan next time I travel. Oh yeah, you should. Or put something funny in your pants. Hemplan
Actually,
TX.
follow up on that.
Oh yeah.
Why did you feel the need to buy a suitcase full? I mean, look, is it not a thing? Like, I mean, we literally have 2-hour express delivery for certain things here. I'm trying to work out why you would need to fill an entire suitcase.
I don't understand the question.
Why did you buy
Did you not have a local
suitcase
store?
of sex toys?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll tell
that
you where
is
they
like- I
don't.
mean, you
I'll
are
tell
a-
you where they don't have 2-hour express delivery.
Kentucky.
In the middle of fucking nowhere, Kentucky.
They still have dry counties in Kentucky.
But like you can always order stuff online, right? Like you can order anything online, it's great. But buying stuff in person is more fun.
True.
It's just true. It's just
then
true.
you get to stop at the holes in the walls. Literally. Oh yeah, don't act like you have no idea what you're talking about.
Hemplin TX has just purchased Steve's book. Self-loathing libs. His book sold out. Sounds like someone needs a celebratory drink.
I told myself 2 is my limit.
2 is good. Don't do a
3
third.
is
We're almost
overboard.
done.
3 is like I regret it.
Hey
Yeah,
Steve, in private chat, I sent you the link to that coffee mug if you really wanted one. By the
Oh,
way,
I do really want one.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And that's my celebration. I'm going to buy your coffee mug in celebration.
Corny Butt Knuckles says you should show the panel your rap video. My rap video? Oh God. I don't know if I want to do this. How long is this shit? No. I'll show it tonight, maybe. I've got it pulled up. Ryan PD911 says Nick licking a microphone. No different than him licking Jack Murphy's unwashed taint. I mean, there's some difference. Very unmanly, cucktastic, and triple breaded. Don't do it again. Don't you threaten me with a good time. Okay. Odyssey has. There's a GIF that I cannot explain adequately, and I will not show it. Drunken Rocky says Odyssey now has a join button, a new way to grift. I'm disappointed you haven't set it up. What kind of grifter leaves money on the table? Star EXE701, his name is Over Easy. says, I got a feeling that this state rep is just fucking with him and the judge for lulz now. Max, we all need to use decentralized content distribution like Libri, Odyssey. LBC is what for Bitcoin like money. It's for publish. Fuck the SEC. Sicarius Anator says, Nick, send feet pics. I don't do that. Very degenerate. Dinky says, here, Nick, have a nickel.
I just bought the mug.
No.
Look at all
Thank
the
you.
grifting happening
Yeah.
on the panel. This is weird. Onawal says, nickels for Nick. Quitting time, just my 2 cents. Crix sent a beautiful Pepe made of emojis, or a frog made of emoji. I guess it's Apu now. It's not Pepe. I don't know. Kirix says gay. Limestone sent a period. And the Drunken Rocky says, when you join the Drunken Rocky 1 channel at tier 3, it is for the sole purpose of saying Adam is gay. Perfect. I don't know.
Adam, who's Adam?
He's, I don't know, some gay. Johnny K98 198 says, are you going to cover the Caitlin Armstrong trial when it comes up? I don't know who that is, but that is the end of the chats.
Oh.
We're done for the day, boys.
Nice.
So
Thank you,
if everybody wants to do like a sign off and say where people can find you, that'd be great. And then I'm going to go hang out with my wife.
Well, thank you for everybody for buying my book and selling it out. And I'm going to have to reset everything and do a second order for like a second edition. And I hopefully I'll be back on for closing arguments on Monday. And thanks, Nick, for inviting me and having me on.
If closing arguments are Monday, I won't make it.
Oh, really? Well, I don't at this pace. I think it's going to be Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Monday.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have an appointment on Monday, guys, and I won't be streaming on Monday, but I am still planning on streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we'll see. Okay, so Aussie, where can people find you?
So you can find me over on YouTube, Rumble, Locals, Twitter, pretty much anywhere you can grift. I put myself out there. Shows are at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Covering news, laughter, all that sort of shit. Just so you're aware, it's not just Aussie stuff. I do give an Aussie overview of US news and what's happening around the world. So
and do the sex thing. What about Sex Sunday? You got to.
Oh yeah, Kinky Corner on Sundays, where we talk pretty much everything sex and law as well. So it could be anything from what's hot in orgasms, what the new sex toy reviews are, pretty much anything and everything that's happened throughout the week that is sexual relationship related. That's always fun.
What time do you do that on Sundays? For research
So the show starts at 5, so we're looking at about 8 o'clock Eastern. Because I do it in the last. I do the usual 2-hour show, and then after the 2 hours, because I still have to stream on YouTube as well. So it's after the 2 hours. I start with the kinky stuff.
So 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern, you're saying?
Yes. Yep.
That'd be 7 o'clock Central Time. I know someone who's often available around then. So if you're ever looking for a guest, I mean, I'll pass along their info to you,
Fair enough. More than happy to have guests on. Got no issues with that. But I mean, guys, look, there is literally twice my viewership still watching this. So if you wouldn't mind just going over, hitting the like and subscribe, I'd be hugely appreciative.
Yeah, if you're still on YouTube, you got to if you're still on YouTube, go over to Aussie Overlord on YouTube and hit that subscribe button, check him out. And I'm definitely going to be there on some Sunday. Even if I have to hack his stream, I'll do it.
Oh, dude, you're always welcome, honestly. No qualms with that whatsoever.
Okay, and I guess potentially criminal.
All right, yeah. Guys, you can find me on, Potentially Criminal on YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, Locals. Tomorrow, I actually think I'll be trying to cover this trial tomorrow, see where this goes. I should be around all day. Maybe on Thursday a little bit, but definitely on Friday. And then, Thursday nights, 9:30, do my weekly show.
And I got my mug. You're the one that sells the grounds mug.
Yes. Yep. You can find my, Brooks Coffee Company mug. You can find it at my Teespring.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. And Aussie, I hope you have a wonderful morning. And
I'm going to go get a couple of hours before I head into the office. But yeah.
You're an insane man, and I love it. We'll talk to you all soon. 11 p.m. Central, guys. Be back on this channel on Odyssey and Rumble. We're going to cover some fun stuff. Oh, one final thing. The Caitlin Armstrong is the cyclist who killed the side chick of her boyfriend. Okay, I hadn't heard of that. I don't know when that is, but it sounds like a fun trial.
Regulating them thoughts.
If she didn't kill him with the bicycle, why did they mention that she's a cyclist?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. All right, guys. Catch you guys later. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Yeah.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law